board in 2010 voted to pardon the singer. More than 40 years later. Who the fuck knows what happened if they don't have a picture of his dick out? I thought they had a picture of it. If they don't have a picture of his dick out, somebody could have yelled, his dick's out, which is just like yelling fire in a crowded building.
He used to say that whole thing at the end of LA Woman. Mr. Mojo rising, rising. At the end, he would make believe, rising. Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, maybe to them it looked like masturbation. To him, it looked like he was playing like an air guitar.
Yeah, he pretended to jerk off.
Yeah, maybe. You're not allowed to do that back then.
Really?
That would deny like a good 40% of all of our material.
It's a lot of it.
If someone told you you can't fake jerk off on stage, you'd be like, ooh, I gotta make this bit work.
There's a couple specials that are gone entirely.
Fuck. That was one of my best ones.
Yeah.
Shit.
You need to stroke it.
If they edit out all the stroking it parts, you'd be like, oh, I'm so limited in my game. God damn it.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck, Joey Diaz? It's only 3.5 hours into the show.
It's full.
How do we do this?
I gotta pick the baby up.
Listen, this is one of my favorite times ever. Oh my god! I think I'm gonna have to review it to find out what the fuck you said that made me laugh till I literally couldn't breathe. But to everybody that's been on, thank you. Thank you to everybody listening. Thank you. Thanks to all, everybody, from top to bottom. I love the fuck out of you people. More to come. And
$1,000.
Tom Segura and Christina Brzezinski's Your Mom's House, one of the best podcasts on the internet. Of course, the Church of What's Happening Now. Lee Syatt, The Flying Jew, the great Joey Coco Diaz, available on everywhere. And that's it. Thanks.
We'll see you
See you
motherfuckers
tonight.
tonight.
More.
8 o'clock, ready to go.
In 4 hours.
Like he did release, so I took the envelope and put it in my pocket.
All right.
And there's the funniest thing.
Love.
We kept trying to look up what the word, not consciousness, but conscientiousness. How to spell it correctly. We kept trying to figure. Anyway, did you end up stealing the money? I remember putting it in my pocket, and that was the thing. It was like it kept hanging out of my pocket, and I kept just. Dude, like kept falling out of my.
Professional.
Down, huh?
The money was literally in an envelope, and his like kids.
Have you seen that?
Like,
some people keep that phone up. Check that phone all the
I
time.
paid him.
Check in the mail podcast. Russell Peters can't leave his phone alone. Really? Try getting through a fucking whole podcast with Russell Peters without checking his tweets. What? Impossible. Impossible. He's checking things. Some just read off tweets and say, oh, people, Doug Benson used to do that.
That's wild. I'm trying to get away from it if I can. I'll find times if I'm going to go eat now, I'll even leave it in my phone in the car.
Yes, power move.
And I hadn't done that before. I just started, and it's not even a natural choice I'm making. Almost, it's like something I need to do.
Yeah, it's a chicken shit move. Right? You're scared to leave it in there.
Yeah,
scared to leave that phone. What if something important happens? I need to know. But there is a thing like, what if something important happens?
Yeah,
you know?
But what is? Do you think?
Like, when does that happen? Super rare. But if it did happen while your phone was in the car and somebody needed you, you'd feel terrible.
Right.
But you gotta just, what's the balance? It's like, it's so slippery.
Well, we didn't have any way to get in touch with. Back in the day, you had to yell for help. Remember that?
Yeah, you can't yell for help. Yeah, not in Los Angeles. There's too many people. You can yell for help.
In some languages, help means something else. I think it's, something not good or something in Arabic or something. People will fuck you up.
Just make that up.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I think I might have heard that. Because I live in Westwood and it's very diverse over there. There's a lot of people sometimes yelling stuff in the street.
Do you think, for real, do you think help means something bad in other languages? Is that real?
Somebody told me hello means go to hell in like Greek or Latin. Like politics means like something like not good, like something tick, like blood sucking. Somebody just told me to say hello when I was young, and I've been saying it my whole life.
Well, what does help mean? Does help mean anything in another language? Is help a bad word in other languages?
I'm looking up if the word help means something in another language, not their word help. That's great.
If the word help means something in another language, you're gonna have to word it.
You're gonna have to word it uniquely, I think, because that's a hard one. I don't even know anymore now.
Maybe it's translation, something like that.
Maybe in Arabic or something.
Does it have any sort of alternate meanings in other languages?
Yeah, I'm not accusing anybody of the Arabicians or whatever.
Arabicians.
Or whatever, you know.
Arabic and like Hebrew, like those old languages, have the coolest letters. Like the way they write things. Like you look at some old Hindu script or something like that. Like, why does that look so cool?
It seems like a mystery.
Yeah, man. Anytime, like even Russian, when you see Russian written out, you're like, whoa! Look at the crazy little letters they have. Like, look at that. Like this is like some alien writing.
Yeah, I'd be furious. Like I couldn't imagine having to learn some of the other languages. You know, like I'm going to China next week. I'm going to Shanghai, and I'm like, it's basically just gonna be looking around at different drawings. You know. Like as far as even though words go, it's going to be.
I think they have a lot of stuff in English there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of countries where there's a lot of tourism, they just put stuff in English. English seems to be the language that most European countries, like most people know. You can kind of get by in Italy. You can kind of get by in Germany if you just speak English. It's really interesting, man, because I guess there's so much tourism. And I guess everyone's worried about us because we have the nuclear bombs. Everybody learned English.
And we travel a lot because we have more money here, probably, so we have the ability to go places, maybe. Do you like English?
That's the only language I know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like it. But it's just weird how much cooler other languages look when they're written out. I guess it's just because what we're accustomed to. Like Thai, you look at Thai writing. Or like,
oh yeah, I was sweating. I tried to read some one time in Thai. I was sweating by the end of it. How crazy is that? I mean, that's crazy.
Spicy food.
Yeah, like it's just like it took me out of my element, man. There was a couple of words off by, you know. I almost needed help.
Asian characters look like if you had a movie, like a science fiction movie, and in the movie they found a crashed UFO and it had some writing on the I-beams or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It would look like a lot of Asian writing. Right, it would look like something crazy from Asia that like well be alien writing if you don't know it.
Yeah, if there were alien writing, you think it's going to look more like something from Asian writing than it is from American writing.
Well, it'd be weird if it was like comic book font.
Yeah,
like if that's
like
how
Helvetica or whatever. Yeah,
it's like wait a minute, aliens speak English? Yeah, bro, everybody does.
What if aliens were in like a Boeing shuttle? Like, what the hell, man?
That's the biggest mindfuck that I ever heard was that because the size of infinity, not only is there another Theo Vaughn out there in the world, but because infinity is so big, I'm going to butcher this for sure.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit last time I was in here.
Did we? That everything you've ever done, someone has done the exact same things in the exact same order, down to the last millisecond.
Okay, so is that something that you think, or that's something you think that could be really true?
I think it could be really true, but honestly, my brain's not really strong enough to compute that. So I would have to take many, many, many hours really thinking about what that means. Because right now, when I'm saying it, I'm like, it's one of those whoa, dude things. Like I'm saying it, but I'm not really thinking it through.
Yeah.
Like how much you really thinking through?
Yeah, just a couple steps. You're not really thinking, okay, that so then that means for you, there's another man out there who did comedy at Glass Hand at the Comedy Store, who did
the exact same set, tripped over the exact same words, spilt his water the same way. It's supposed to be everything. And not only that, because infinity's so big, there's supposed to be an infinite number of those people out there.
Yeah, I don't want that.
I think it makes sense. I think the universe is so big, right? I mean, everything's so big. Just what we know about our solar system is so big. It's so big. That alone is crazy. The idea that there's no end to the crazy, we're like, no, there's got to be an end. No. But no, that's too crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what's too crazy when it comes to the universe? The universe is crazy. There's nothing about it that makes any fucking sense. I mean, it's so crazy that we don't like think about it last night. I was watching the fireworks, and the fireworks were going off, and I was thinking, yeah, this is kind of cool. You know what's cooler? The fucking billions of flying explosions that are above our heads.
Yeah, the free fireworks that are constantly in the sky. It's like we'll get together for like something made in Honduras, you know, But the fact that they're like shooting stars every night, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, and we like because of street lights, we don't see the craziest light show ever, which is the Milky Way.
Yeah.
You know, when you make that drive like out to Vegas or into driving through Montana at night or something like that, you pull over.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Is that fireworks from last night? Wow, that's last night.
This is from the NBC4 helicopter.
That's
flying
crazy.
over Pasadena to downtown.
That's
Half
awesome.
of those are illegal.
No,
Most of them are.
at least half of them are illegal, right? I would
Yeah.
say most of them are illegal.
It looks like a lot of like kind of Civil War artwork.
It's also sped up.
Dude, for a firefighter, that has got to be a crazy time.
But some of them get off, I think, on fires. Like some of them, I think, they want a little bit of fire. You don't think?
Yes. Well, it's been proven that some people that are mentally ill that become firemen actually start fires. It's something, it's not 99.999% of them or whatever the number is, but occasionally in every line of work, you're going to get someone who's crazy. Yeah.
And I could see that, dude. You want something going and you don't have a lot of money or anything like that.
I think it's a little of that. It's also just they're crazy.
Yeah.
They're just, some people, there's something wrong, right? There's connections that aren't being made in there, and they're capable of doing things just to deceive people, rip people off, or they're capable of doing things for their own personal gain, like lighting a building on fire just so they can put it out.
Right.
Like there's some people that are just broken. Like there's something about them that's just not connected right.
Yeah, we should shut them down, man. I think in the future we have to have some better programs to find out who's just not even
Who doesn't care about people?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's people that
that's a really good
don't
statement.
care about people.
Who doesn't care about people? Because if you don't care about people, then it's just not. Then you shouldn't be here. You should be somewhere else. You should be in a place where they don't have any people.
Yeah, it's just a dangerous thing to have around. For the most part, it's fine, right? Because life is fairly easy in civilized times, right? Most of the stuff is fine. Most of the stuff.
Yeah.
Without, the caveat for the occasional chaos. But it's just it's hard to tell how crazy people are until something really happens. And then you really need to count on them. And when when you're pinned underneath the dresser and they look at you and they just run out of the room and just take off, you're like, you're not even going to help me? There's people like that.
Do you think some of those people didn't even know that they would do that until the situation arises? That's sometimes why I would love to have some, and I know this sounds a little dark, but I'd like to have some serious stressors in our world to find out even who I really am, like to see who rises to like
who you are inside.
Yeah.
Right.
Like what rises to the core of my skin and says, this is who I am, Like I got trapped in an elevator once, dude, with like 7 or 8 people, okay? And this sounds like a small idea, but this was like 3 hours, right? And suddenly, like at first one dude's kind of verbose. He's suddenly like, I'm the leader. But like an hour later, he's like trying to fuck a couple chicks that are also stuck in the elevator. And you start to see like, okay.
Wait, he was trying to fuck them? Like he was hitting on them, or he was trying to actually get down in the elevator?
No, he wasn't trying to fuck in the elevator, but he was maybe going to fuck them later if they got out of the elevator. Safely, not like a raper, like a guy who's like going to date them or like take them to dinner and then hopefully have sex with them at some point if they want to as well. But he, but you know what I'm saying?
I get you, yeah. Consensual sex.
Yeah.
There you go.
But you started to see who was who. Like one guy was like just literally wouldn't listen to anyone, tried to rip the doors open for 2 hours, and then just gave up on that. Like one lady was really scared. Like immediately it started to kind of fold out who was going to be who.
I wouldn't know what to do. I don't think you're supposed to climb out though. That seems like death.
Right.
Like climb out into that shaft.
You're supposed to stay.
Yeah.
As far as I know, you're supposed to stay.
Yeah. I mean, they must have some sort of regular. But an elevator fell in one of the UF'd up CB Dalloway, one of the UFC fighters. His back is fucked up from that. Apparently he's suing. And I don't think he fought that day. I think they had to cancel his fight. I think. I might be wrong about that. But I know his back was like significantly fucked up from that fall.
Elevators make it too easy, man. I miss the old days sometimes when you just.
He's scratched from the fight? Yeah, and he's fought since, but I think he's still having problems with his back.
Yeah, and that's hard to fix to a back.
It's one of the hardest things to make better again. It seems like every time people get surgery, it's just a slippery slope. It's very rare that someone gets surgery on their back and they go, "Oh, my back's great now. Everything's fine." It's always like, "Yeah, I got to go in and get dudes with like 4 or 5 fake discs in their back
that are still fighters too."
Yep.
No way.
Tito has several fused in his neck. He has artificial spacers from where the discs used to be.
Yeah.
He has that in his back. He has multiple operations on his back.
Do you think that like, because some people think like, a lot of your chi and your like lineup is, like your, do you think that could alter any of it? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's real. I don't know. What is that? Is it the actual disc gelatin, or is the spine itself, the spinal column, where all the nerves are firing all the way up to the brain stem?
Yeah.
It's really a fucking crazy thing to risk. If you think about that, like the connection between your brain and then that cord that goes to all your body and everything moving, and it's all just this back area that very few people ever even exercise, which is so crazy. Everybody's doing all this shit to get your biceps looking fly and pump your tits up, and very few people are concentrating on like lower back exercises, reverse hypers, protecting your spine, putting muscle all around that bitch, work that core, do like kettlebell windmills. You ever do kettlebell windmills?
Nah, dude.
Oh, dude, they're shit. They're so good. Kettlebell windmills. You press the kettlebell, you go down and you touch the ground by your foot, and then straight back up again. It's just amazing for your spine, like all the muscles around your back that stabilize everything, and your oblique.
I got to do more like adult fitness, man. I got to G up a little bit.
That's what it looks like. Damn, look at all that shit.
That's a human spine?
Yep.
No,
that's the nervous system. That's the nerves.
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna eat this in China next week, dude, in a
might,
weird
dude,
way.
You might.
You can have dick over there. Somebody said you can have human
dick.
A buddy of mine said that, and he's eating he's eating everywhere.
Is he Andrew Zimmerman?
Weird
foods guy. I'm trying to get him on the podcast. Yeah, he's a chef. Travels all over the world. Really cool guy. That picture's fucking bizarre, man. I think that's all the stuff that's firing your nerves.
That's crazy. And what is that? What does that even look like? It almost looks like a jellyfish, or it looks like it's reaching for something, doesn't it?
Yeah, shooting off into the cosmos, son. That thing at the top is making nuclear bombs. That thing at the top is making 4G cell phones and 40 megapixel front-facing cameras. That thing is making time machines. That fucking thing is making satellite transmission of video signals instantaneously delivered to televisions worldwide. That's what that thing's making. Dude, that thing's making Teslas, Ferraris. That thing's making pistols and steroids. That thing's making Oxycontin. That fucking thing's making everything. That's what's fucked up about the human brain.
How scary is that when you think about that?
That thing's making whiskey. That thing's making crystal meth and crank. That thing's making nail polish and fake tits. That thing is off the charts. If you looked at the human brain for like all this shit that it's responsible for, you'd be like, what? That area? Oh my god.
And it looks like something you would think maybe wouldn't even do nothing. If you walk by that on the street and you didn't know it was a brain, you'd be like, oh man.
That's one of my favorite
shit out here.
All-time favorite movies is Mars Attacks, where they have their exposed brain. Remember that? You don't remember Mars Attacks?
I never seen anything like that.
You never saw Mars Attacks?
I don't watch all of that.
This is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's Tim Burton, right? Is that who? I believe it's his
really. I'll write that down because I'll watch it.
It's amazing. It's so good, dude. Jack Nicholson is in it, and he plays two obviously different people.
Oh, really?
But it's obviously the same guy playing two people, and it's never brought up. No, it's a great movie, man. I mean, it is a great, great movie.
Oh, it looks bad.
Dude, it's so good.
Is it really?
It seems like it looks bad because you're watching here, but it's all on purpose.
Yeah.
It's all on purpose. It's like what it is they somehow or another captured how we feel about this time period. They captured it with this weird, like, Vegas thing with this is the president back then. And when these aliens come off this spaceship, there's something about the way they move that makes you think like you're watching a movie from the 50s. But still did, by making the effects weird and barely real, as he almost gave you a nostalgia for like 1960s, 1970s movie.
I can see that a little bit right here.
Yeah, but it's better. Right. It's way better than anything they were capable of. I mean, look at the shadows on the head and everything like that. Watch a little bit of this real quick. This is when they first land.
In peace. We come in peace. We come in peace.
Yeah.
We come in peace.
They came in peace. They're all from Mars.
Oh, that's cool. Do you think you'd eat something from Mars if they had a say this? Because I know you like to be a wild eater. I've seen some of the stuff you eat that you eat kind of rare. You're not afraid to eat the rare. And would you have say this? They catch a Mars donkey or something, and they're serving up. You don't even know what's in it, bro.
Right. That would be like the ultimate eyes wide shut party. They're serving up a donkey from Mars. Right?
Dude, how many pounds of that would you have to eat?
I wouldn't eat it. No chance. First of all, people are going to be definitely mad at you. You think people are mad at you for eating animals on Earth?
Yeah.
Imagine eating animals from space.
The only one.
They will be so fucking mad at you. Second of all, I would not want to be an early adopter of Mars meat.
Really?
I want to sit back.
Come on.
You know? Look, there's people that are convinced that meat, I don't agree with them, but there's people that are convinced that meat is bad for you. That meat itself is bad for you.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people that eat meat wind up with a bunch of heart disease. The problem is that they're not really measuring just the meat. They're just measuring people that eat meat. What else do you eat? Oh, you eat a lot of sugar. You have a lot of bread. You have a lot of pasta. You eat a lot of this and a lot. You drink.
Shonies.
Yeah, you might smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
And I think different things are also good for different people. But people can't even agree on whether or not it's healthy to eat meat. There's some people that disagree on it, right? But wouldn't you want to wait to see what Mars meat does to people? Wouldn't you want to I would want to sit back.
Really?
I'd be like, dude, I'm good with bison. You can eat a profile fucking donkeys from Mars eaters looks like.
A little bit of Stardust steak or something out of Mars. They only have one, but I'm saying they have one donkey.
Yeah, but it could be like some prions getting your system. You got mad cow disease.
But you could also, what if you adopt a superpower by eating it?
That's good, true. That's one thing that nobody ever brings up with like nuclear energy. Like all these like nuclear disasters, everybody's terrified of mutations, radioactive waves, and all of the shit that's gonna fuck us up. But nobody remembers comic books where every single time somebody got hit with some radioactive shit, they became a superhero. That's never happened here.
I wonder if I can handle it, dude. If I had a superpower, I just feel like I would tell everyone. I wouldn't be able to keep it a secret.
Well, some superpowers you're allowed to just tell everybody. Yeah. Some dudes, they just tell everybody, right? Like who doesn't have to keep it a secret? Yeah, but they had to hide. But the Thing doesn't hide. The Thing is just, that's what he's covered in rocks. You know what the Thing is.
Oh yeah, I know he is
Fantastic
now.
Four?
Yeah, but the big old fists.
Yeah, giant. Clobber time.
Who else?
He doesn't have to hide anything. He can't hide anything.
Bruce Bannister. Who was
Bruce
Incredible
Banner.
Hulk?
Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner.
Do you know when they did the
Bruce
TV
Bannister
show?
is a carpenter.
Does he know?
No,
Do you know that when they did the Incredible Hulk TV show, they changed his name from Bruce to David because people thought Bruce was gay?
Really?
Yep.
Was a lot of Bruce's gay then?
Dude, that's always been the stereotypical name.
Yeah.
Oh, like when a comedian would do a hack joke about a gay guy, they'd be like, Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Randy.
Oh, Randy?
Yeah.
Really? I've never heard Randy. But Bruce. It's always been Bruce. It's the name that they would use. So apparently people in the, the 70s when the Hulk TV show was around with Lou Ferrigno?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they just decided like, hey, let's change his name. Change it, make it David Banner. And we also, comic book dorks like me were like, what? How dare you? How dare you change his name?
That was the best show ever because it made it feel like it made if you were ugly, you could still be cool and do neat stuff. I felt like.
Well, it was the revenge of people who were bullied and picked on. This is the idea that you could be this nerdy guy and you get picked on by these assholes and you just fucking Hulk out and become bulletproof.
Yeah, I met him at the post office one time.
Lou Ferrigno? I met him. He's a real nice guy.
Yeah, he seemed nice. He was with a lady friend, and it might have been his wife, I think.
He's still yoked as fuck. He's jacked. Like, he looks really good. Like, he looks healthy too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's got to be deep into his 60s, but he looks very healthy.
I wonder I wonder if you're going to start living for like a really long time.
Look at him there. That dude looks healthy as fuck, man.
Now there he looks a little bit more
reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he was a gigantic, supersized human at one point in time.
Oh my!
That's what he used to look like. Like, what in the fuck is that? Oh my god, he's so big. Bro. So when you saw him on the Hulk, the problem was he couldn't really be that defined for long periods of time and film a television show
because it was too unhealthy.
Oh, it's super unhealthy. When those guys are like right about to pose down, when they're on death's door, they're really unhealthy. They get lightheaded. Look at that dude, old as fuck.
Who jacked. Is that, dude?
Old and jacked.
Is that Willie Nelson?
That looks like a 75-year-old jacked man. See, they have those.
Would you eat that, bro? Say that guy gets shot and killed, dude.
Depends how far I am from civilization.
Okay, let's say you're far, man.
Yeah, I'd eat him. Yeah, I'd eat him if it was, but whether or not eating him or not surviving, getting home to my family or something like that.
Okay, yeah. Say this then. I'm going to put you under a little bit of some. If you don't mind, is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. So a ship went down, a shuttle, an airship, or something, a plane, and you know, like that movie Alive, right? You're out there. Are you the chef? You know you're going to eat it. You know you're going to eat.
Well, it's whether or not the bodies, like the people are killed already. The real problem is if people start killing people and eating people. Then you got a real problem.
Okay, people are already killed.
People are already dead.
It's 2 senior citizens. That's it. There's a small plane.
Well, you got to decide. People can live without food for several weeks. Especially if you're the average American, you got a lot of fat in your body. After a day or so, your body kicks into fat-burning ketosis mode.
But you're going to be hungry.
You're going to be hungry, but you will be less hungry, believe it or not, after the first day. Once your body kicks into fat burning, like have you ever been on a fat burning diet?
I was just on paleo for a month.
A little different because paleo, you're still eating a lot of carbohydrates, just cutting out all the grains and things like that.
Yeah.
When you go on a fat burning diet, one of the first things that happens is your appetite just changes radically. It's really weird. Like you just stop being hungry the same way. Like hunger isn't a desperation thing. Like when when I'm not ketogenic, because then my hunger gets desperate. Like I have to eat something. Like I feel like, ooh, I never feel like that with keto. It's like I'm hungry, but I'm okay. Like
right.
It's like, and through the day.
On paleo, I'd never done anything like that. I mean, I lost like 11 pounds, which I don't think I was supposed to lose. Like I didn't really have like a plan or anything. But next thing you know, like I never felt like I had to eat. I felt like I needed to eat to get to the next few moments of my life, but I didn't feel like, okay, I got to make a big deal about eating. It felt more like a survival technique. Like eating all day. And then my mind, I did feel more energy. I never felt like that after eating. I always felt like, okay, I could eat and then still go do something. I could go, play cards or run around or chase a friend or do anything, hang out.
Yeah.
So who do you eat
so
to?
You'd have to first of all talk to everybody about it. But you got, like I said, you got 2 weeks, right? You got 2 weeks for your body can just go on fat. And then it starts eating itself. Your body starts eating itself.
Okay.
You got to talk to people and say, listen, this person is dead. Okay, this is just meat now that can keep us alive and we can survive, and we could see our family and our friends, or we cannot eat this person and we take a chance on going hungry, and we might get too weak to get out of here. Like you have to think like, what if you can get saved, but you have to be able to hike out 30 miles in the mountains?
Okay, so now you're really planning ahead then. A lot of people
have to. You're either gonna die or you're gonna live. Okay, these are the only two things that could possibly happen.
And that even matter at this point.
So you got to figure out, is it even possible that you can live? Is it possible?
Yes.
You might not be. You might be in the mountains in the winter with nothing around you to eat. No way for you to get off the mountain because it's too dangerous, because you get cliffed out every time you try to go down, and then you try to get back up and you can't get back up and you're stuck. You could fall and die. It happens to people all the time. So it might not be that you can make it, but if you are going to make it out, you're going to want to have some energy. And different people have different fitness levels, obviously. So some people, they're not even going to be capable of hiking out.
What if you take a lunch? I mean, you don't have to eat the whole person right then, like you guys could.
Yeah, you would eat them in parts for sure.
What would you have?
It's psychologically devastating. The thought of just eating human meat, it's psychologically devastating. You're crossing a threshold that, you know, you're into.
It's the dark arts. I mean, it's everything. It's everything. It's sad.
It's crazy, and it's also a rich part of you know, human adventure history. There's always like you run into cannibals. You know, it's like a big part of those crazy movies about people visiting the jungle. They got eaten by cannibals.
Even Brady Bunch. Remember, they came across some people. I think they were cannibals, weren't they? And like
came across cannibals.
But like even cartoons, all of them did. It was cannibals, or like Joe versus the volcano. Remember that?
I don't remember that.
I think he came across cannibals.
Well, there was a lot of cannibals in history. A lot of cannibals. There was so much cannibalism amongst Native Americans. Native Americans would cannibalize settlers. Some of them, like the Nez Perce Indians, Steve Ranella was telling me about that. They would cut dudes up and eat them. Like, whoa, that's
crazy. Imagine, some dude goes down and and there's a part you already know you like. You're like, oh, I'm cutting this dude's. I'm saying I'm having a little bit of fucking ligament right here on this hillside.
Rough, man. A guy got killed by a polar bear yesterday in front of his kids. In Canada, he was protecting his kids from the polar bear, and he died. 31-year-old dude.
You know what? That's a hero, though. I mean, his kids will think of him as a hero, I bet.
He lives in that same place where those people live on that life below zero. I think it's called Nunavut. Yeah, that's where he lives. He lives, he lives in a really, really remote area that has polar bears. Polar bears are the most dangerous bear you could ever run into because they're the only animal that all of them actively hunt people.
Really?
Nunavut, that's the place where it was. Yeah, they hunt everything that moves. They don't have any vegetables up there, so they're the only 100% carnivorous bear.
All they eat is meat.
Every other bear is like eating berries, and bears will ignore you if they've got a whole field full of berries. Why don't I want to chase you, asshole? Chew your bones and all that bullshit. I'm just gonna eat berries.
But are those lazy bears though, dude? Some bears laying on his back.
They love berries, man. If you find like giant fields of blueberries, you'll find bears just snacking away, having a great time eating blueberries. They'll do it all day. Not polar bears. Polar bears eat your asshole.
Oh, that's
they
crazy.
Just kill you. They kill everything, man.
Oh, I would hate that, dude. If something was trying to eat me, man, I would just be so upset, I think.
Yeah. Did you see that lady that got in trouble because she shot a giraffe?
I did see that.
She shot a giraffe. And so everybody's freaking out on her.
It seems sad, man. That giraffe seemed like it probably... What was it going to do to her?
It's not going to do anything to her, for sure. It is rare for an animal to get that old. It's 18 years old. It's real dark.
Yeah, it had dark skin or something a little bit.
Yeah, the old males, they get dark. They look super cool. One thing, though, that people need to know, see, all these things are complicated. They're not as simple as everybody wants to think they are. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the things that's complicated about this story, is that giraffe was killing little giraffes. It's a normal thing. The old bulls, like that one, which is a big, massive 18-year-old animal. Okay. It's a huge, huge animal. He just was not having it with these young ones coming up. Not having it.
What do you think it is? Jealousy or anger?
Well, it's just nature. You know, they kill off the younger males.
Oh, yeah. Like piss at the neighbor kids kind of thing?
They just don't want anybody taking their spot. They don't know that they're riding off from the sunset. Like, he's not a viable breeding male anymore, but he's still huge. So at 18 years of age, he had killed off 3 young bulls. So they were going to have to kill him.
Right, because it's not good. You need the bulls to keep the thing alive.
Well, not just that. This is a species of giraffe that already has a population problem. There's not a lot of them. And if he's killing off these young bulls, each one of those young bulls could have fathered countless children. Yeah. So they're missing all these future children for one bull who can't even breed anymore, and he's going to continue to do it. He was seeking out the young bulls. Yeah. He already killed 3. Like, this is not a cut and dry thing. I don't think it looks cool to pose with a rifle and a giraffe. And I mean, there's something about giraffes that are so gentle that they let kids feed them when you go to the fucking zoo. Right? So I get why people would be upset. But when you find out what it actually is, you go, oh, this is more complicated than I'm seeing on the surface. It's not simply a cruel person shot a giraffe and we should be angry at her. It's like, well, they had to shoot that giraffe because it was killing other giraffes. So is it appropriate the way she celebrated it? That's when you have to wonder. But they were eating it. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like they got fucking 800 pounds of meat or something like that out of that giraffe.
Oh, wow.
It's a huge animal. I think it was more than that. Didn't they say 2,000 pounds of meat? I think it's a 4,000 pound animal. And they got 2,000 pounds of meat, which they give to all the villages, all the people there. And I know people are like, hey, I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't shoot a giraffe. Well, I feel the same way. Because when I see a giraffe, I don't think of it as something I want to shoot and eat. I think of it as something a little kid can feed at the fucking zoo because they're so gentle. They're so gentle that they let people feed them.
Oh, yeah. They had a thing by our home when I was growing up. They had a thing, dude, had a couple of giraffes out there, a couple of lambs and shit. Yeah. You could get out there and buy a little cup of corn and go out there. And you don't even have to know it. Like, you don't have to sign a waiver. You don't have to do anything. You don't even have to fucking be able to read very well. And you can fucking feed a giraffe, point blank.
It's the only animal that is a wild African animal that we let kids feed at the fucking zoo. Little kids can feed them.
Yeah. I can't believe that there's that much. I mean, when I hear that, for one, the lady, why did she have to put that picture out? What was in it for her to do that? If she even knew, like,
she's a hunter and she was excited that she got to kill a big giraffe, and it gets strange when you just kill a bunch of things and make stuff trophies and you put them in your trophy room and you go, well, I want to get a ram. Okay, I got a ram. Now I want to get a mountain goat. And you got like this menagerie inside of your house.
Yeah, it gets dark, man. Now I want to get a mouse. Now I want to get a stepdad. Now I want to get a fucking
But then the thing is, like, okay, but if you're eating all of those things and this is how you get your meat, is that okay? Well, yeah, it's okay. But there's something we all have a strange feeling about. And it's the idea is that people are killing these things and they're getting some kind of pleasure out of it and they're not doing it just to eat it. Right. It's like, even if you are going to eat it, we don't want you to be really happy when you kill something. That's it too.
That's some of it. I think the villagers should be able the ones that should vote on if it was okay or not. It's in their village.
They would vote okay every time because they get money from it.
And to me, then that seems okay, because a lot of times it's like we're judging things from so far away, we don't even know. We don't even know what it's like there.
We're talking about completely different dynamics in terms of like the way their culture works. First of all, the money for these big hunts that these people pay to shoot all these different things down there, that's a shitload of money. And that shitload of money for that area, for that part of the world, is gigantic. And it fuels conservation efforts. It pays for these people that are essentially their version of game wardens, and then they have these different people that are employed by these hunting companies. And then there's resources to stop poaching, and then resources to actively participate in controlling habitat and making sure these animals are in healthy populations and bringing their numbers up. This is all done through the money that comes from hunting. So it's super fucked up, right? It's weird because it doesn't make sense. It's like the people that are paying to keep these animals alive are also the ones that want to shoot them. So people are like, what the we would like it to be all the conservation money comes from people who just love animals and want to keep them alive. But that's not the case.
That's not the case.
No, the money comes almost, it's not exclusively, because there are a lot of conservation groups that do donate for wildlife protection and for preserving of animal habitats. There's definitely some people that donate,
right?
But it's not even close to the amount of money that's raised from hunting tax.
And especially hunting, you're on that local level. Like you're, like some of these programs, I'm sure they're a little bit more bigger, more blanket, But you get into that local level, $50,000 can keep, a small town or a small habitat around for the year.
Yeah, and I don't know how that money is distributed. I don't know who's getting all that money, but you're right. It makes us uncomfortable, but rightly so. I mean, you're looking at a giraffe, you want giraffes to stay alive. You say, like, that's amazing. But we have to know the facts behind it in this particular case where that giraffe had to go.
Yeah.
That giraffe was killing giraffes. You ever seen them fight? It's the most fucked up thing. They just headbutt each other. They swing their head like a mace, smash into each other. What a terrible way to fight.
It's fucking crazy.
They suck at fighting.
Esophagus is
Yeah.
fucking, It's like Krista. It's almost like Krista Lee maybe if you were in a fight. And I'm just saying that I absolutely love.
You love his esophagus?
I love Krista Lee,
It's
man.
a very prominent target. She wanted to hit something.
Have you seen how he had this funny thing this Jaguar challenge he
Yes.
did on his fucking Instagram?
He's so silly.
Dude, he's so surprisingly silly sometimes.
Yeah.
You don't realize, like, it's
Good
like
dude.
he is. He's so funny, and he's so fucking funny.
Yeah, very good dude, and very funny, very silly.
He's
Just
so
like, he's
confident.
got his own kind of funny.
Yeah, and he lives.
Yeah.
And he's so confident in living in that space, man. It's kind of it's interesting to kind of slowly get to know that guy.
Well, that's what it is with you too. It's like your kind of you do your kind of funny, and that's an interesting thing. Like when someone finds like we were talking about Mitch Hedberg the other day. Like he had his kind of funny.
Yeah.
Like you could hear a Mitch Hedberg joke, and you go, oh, that's a Hedberg joke. That's how he does his kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny, man. Well, thanks for saying that, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's like as I've gotten a little bit older, it's made me feel more comfortable to just be myself. For so long out here, I just felt if I was just afraid to be myself, I just didn't even know who I was.
It's all those things, man. It's hard trying to be confident in what you're doing. Is a confidence destroying way to make a living.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get intimidated. Like I would get intimidated easy. Like this is the first time I've actually felt kind of a little bit more comfortable being in here.
Really?
Yeah.
In here?
Yeah. Like I don't know. It's not you. It's just something with me. It's just something. I don't know. I don't know if it's like if I feel like if there's like men that are more like kind of physically, in shape or so. Just things maybe inside of me somewhere that make me feel just on. I don't know what it is. It's
Well, people worry about being bullied. For sure. People develop like I feel it sometimes. I'm around big people.
really. Oh, that
I
I was thinking about that. I'm like, 'cause you like hang out around like some real rare. You hang out around some real rare animal humans.
Oh yeah, superhuman.
That Daniel Cormier dude. That's like
Superhuman.
that big coffee
John
man.
Jones, superhuman. Yeah, Mighty Mouse. He's a small superhuman. George St. Pierre, superhuman.
Have you ever been like in an elevator with him or something? Be like,
Or a bunch
"Fuck,
of those dudes.
This guy can fucking kill me.
Oh, they can kill you anytime they want.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you have to deal with that feeling. It's not the best feeling.
That's crazy.
Well, you're talking to Francis Ngannou. That's always, and no matter what you guys are talking about, there's part of you that says if you wanted to, you could just kill me like that.
Do you get scared, man? Sometimes, honestly, like I get scared for you whenever you have to go in the ring after the fights. Do you ever get scared a little bit?
Dude, the first time I ever interviewed anybody, ever, after a fight, I had to interview Mark Coleman after he choked out Dan Severn. And this was in like UFC fucking 12. So that was 1997. And Mark Coleman was so fired up, man, because he had just won the heavyweight title, fucking jacked. He was so jacked. And he was fucking pumped up, and wow, he had
Looks
no
like
idea.
Max Baer from that movie, doesn't he?
Dude, he was the king of the world back then. Mark the Hammer Coleman changed the fucking game because he was like a real world-class wrestler, taking dudes down and just smashing them, and he was fucking huge. And so I had to interview him the first time I had to interview anybody. And he had no idea who I was. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy interviewing? But I asked respectful questions and then gave him an opportunity to express himself, and then it worked out. But I prepared for that, man. I was nervous.
Wow.
Ooh, I was nervous.
That's interesting. Yeah, because to me, I'm like, holy shit, this guy, this man is going into the cage after lunch.
Yep. That's what he does.
That's what I felt like.
Oh, me?
But like when you go, like, I'm not these guys are some of these men are very physically imposing to me. Like, and so when sometimes I'm like, man, I can't believe you go in there. It's just brave.
Well, no. One thing that I think they all know, and if they don't know, I want them to know that I don't want anything other than them to shine.
Right.
That's all I'm trying to do. Like when I interview people, what I'm trying to do is give them an opportunity to talk about moments. I just want to give them a chance to shine, show who they are. I want them to feel comfortable. I look out for their best interests. I really do. I try to do that with commentary, even if it sounds critical. My critical commentary is just to expose, like I look at it in terms of, I'm looking at it like it's a math problem or a system. And if I see things, I'm like, this is an issue. Even if the person can win with this issue, this is a real issue. Like a high level person is going to exploit that issue. Maybe this guy can't do it, but this sometimes people get upset at that. That does happen. I mean, maybe think I exaggerate, but believe me, those fucking high class killers that see the same shit that I see, they're going to try to exaggerate that shit too. That you're going to try to jump on that little hole. Yeah. There's a little hole somewhere, and that happens all the time. People get mad if you point out their holes. Yeah. It doesn't mean they can't win. There's guys who've gone their entire career. They rarely throw a kick. They never submit anybody, and they're some of the best of all time. Yeah. You don't have to have a fully complete game. Sometimes it's better to just be ultra good at one or two things, and those other things just don't fuck with submissions. You know, just don't fuck with any of those other. There's people that are like that. They take someone's back. They never choke them. They just keep punching them. They never choke anybody. There's a lot of people like that. And then there's
raccoons. Almost raccoons do that. You ever had a raccoon on you?
Never had a raccoon on me. You?
Oh yeah.
They bite you?
Dude,
you ever had one bite you?
If I have one, I've had maybe bite. I mean, I got scratched or bit. I mean, I had to get all the rabies shots. I mean, I grew up in like the rabies belt, you know. So you'd and they group up. Raccoons do? Dude, raccoons are. They are. I can't believe we can't shut all that shit down. How many of them are roaming the streets at night? A lot. Bro, how crazy is it?
You ever see them stare you down?
Bro, you ever seen Madagascar?
Yeah. They're Russies, and they have access to massive amounts of food. They just would lift off the lid from the garbage can. They lift off the lid. They get inside the garbage can. They tear the garbage bags open, and they just be sitting there staring at you. Yeah. Looking jacked, like a Gold's Gym tank top on. Like they were big. I was like, how is that a raccoon? That's a big animal.
Yeah.
So I bought a blowgun. So you shoot dart?
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
What the heck?
Yeah. These motherfuckers would wreck my garbage and knock shit over, and I'd be sleeping, and I'd hear, bang. Look at him climbing up.
Dude, we have one.
What is he doing? He's going to get that bird feeder?
He's going to unscrew the bird feeder.
He's doing
oh my God. Look how smart it is. Dude, this is insane. Look how smart this thing is. Also, look how confident it is in its strength.
And look at him looking over at the camera. He knows he's being filmed, dude.
Yeah, and look how he's. Yeah, I don't think he knows that. But look how good he is at climbing up. I mean, this is crazy. The amount of physical strength this fucker has. Look at this. Look at that. Just let all that seed go, and now he's hanging,
partying. You saw that?
Crazy.
And they fuck too, dude. You can hear them at night. We used to live. We used to hear a bunch of them having sex at night, and you could hear. You can go outside, even in a residential neighborhood, dude. There's 70 of them on your block. Like, there's so many raccoons living amongst us that it blows my mind that it's not a bigger issue.
Pull that up again. Look at that video. Dude, how many people, even if they could do that, if they had the kind of strength to do that, how many people would even figure out how to navigate?
Dude, you telling me that they don't steal some of these games from this?
Look at this fucker. How can you stop going full screen?
Because it kept starting over.
Oh, okay. When it goes full screen, it starts over.
I don't know.
Is that a fake China person or something?
Look at his fucking ability to just hang on there with one arm and then grab with his feet. That is bananas.
What is that called in UFC? Is that a move?
No, it doesn't exist. I guess maybe jump to guard.
Yeah.
Kind of jump into guard.
Look at that.
It's amazing.
Look at that shit.
His little body, like what he can do, his little body is just crazy.
Yeah, how much core strength does a raccoon have to do that?
Oh, dude, so much.
And they eat
not
garbage.
Working? It's just freezing up.
I am pausing.
Dude, they can eat newspaper. How crazy is that?
Can they?
Yeah.
Play up, keep going. Look at look how comfortable he is hanging from his fingers with all four limbs. Like he's just chilling. He's not worried that something's gonna happen. He's like, let me just scoop my ass up here, climb. I'm just gonna twist this fucker off here. Look at him. He's hanging on with his legs,
and he just cracked it open.
Yeah.
Now look at this reverse. Look at this
Oksana
Bayou at the end.
But the crazy thing is, he can hold on to that plastic tube with his hands and feet, like two of each. Either two of his hands or two of his feet.
Bro, their hands. Look at the size of their body.
Yeah.
Their hands are this big.
They're tiny.
Could you imagine having a little bitty baby hand and having to do something?
I know, right? Look how much smaller their hand is in their face. You'd have hands like a 4-year-old girl.
Yeah. Imagine opening a door, bro. You can't even open a door. You just have to stare at a doorknob with a little. Bro, I'm talking the littlest hands. Man.
Yeah, tiny. They'll fuck you up too, those things.
Yeah.
Raccoons eat a lot of chickens too. They like to get in chicken coops, fuck up chickens.
Dude, they would jump on your back. It was almost, here's the crazy thing I remember about being around raccoons. It felt like they were playing with you, but had an immediate propensity for violence. Like he could go, like very quick from fun and comfortable to extremely violent.
It makes sense. I mean, what a rough and tumble world. The world of raccoons. Look at this motherfucker.
They live at night. Look at this one.
Door.
Look at this one.
Is this someone's pet raccoon?
No, I think this is.
They closed the door here and opens it again.
My grandmother had a friend that had a couple.
So he just knows how to open doors. Creepy fuck. There's something weird about that. It's a strange animal that like almost seems like it shouldn't be real. You know, like a smart, weird animal that lives in the forest. Like you expect it to start talking to a little kid that's on a walk.
Yeah.
Like, who are you? Where are you from?
And it's it's got dice in its little hand. One dice just turns it out.
Listen, your grandmother won't mind if you hang out with me for just a while. Come on, I'll show you a house that's made of candy.
Creepy animals. But that's weird to me. The weirder animals, the animals that have adapted to living right next to people.
That's them, dude.
Yeah. Coyotes. That's coyotes. That's them.
You told me about a coyote you had at your house.
Got a bunch of them at my house. They're just in the, in the hills. If you live anywhere around LA in particular, anywhere that there's some trees and shit in between the houses, guess what? You got coyotes. They just fucking live everywhere, man. I saw them on Olive in Burbank the other day. Driving up Olive, I saw fucking coyotes. I was like, whoa.
Somebody reported a coyote fight in my neighborhood when I was growing up, and it was somebody made that up, but the cops still showed up. And I remember they interviewed everybody like we fucking knew anything about it, dude.
Do you think coyotes fight? I wonder if they do fight with each other.
I don't think
I've never heard of them fighting, but it
point,
must make sense. Someone has to be the boss. In the coyote world, wolves do. Wolves fuck each other up.
do they really?
Yeah, it's awful. They kill each other. Oh, you see coyote fights here? Most intense coyote fight. Oh, look at this. They're going to war right here.
Oh, this is a World Star, I think. Is this World Star?
That's when you draw back by the bush.
Do you
They're fucking each other up, dude.
do you think we could ever get to the point where that humans fight animals like they did back in the old days?
Like gladiator style?
Yeah, seriously though.
Yeah, you could do that in another country for sure. Yeah, if somebody from some crazy country where they had some maniacal dictator was on crystal meth, they decided to have humans versus lions, give a dude a sword and a shield and some armor and have him fuck up a lion. 100%.
Do you think that goes on?
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah.
Because I think there's people with enough money, like fucking crazy prince money.
Oh,
like
yeah.
if they're a prince of some crazy country, these people just probably can't get satisfied. Like it's not, they can't get enough
They've done it all.
Ferraris. Yeah.
Cocaine,
Pussy,
butthole,
private
everything.
jets, islands in France. Like what else do I want? What else do I want? I want to watch a dude fight a lion with a sword.
Yeah.
There's probably like some place that you can go, right? And it's got like drains in the floor where they hose it down from all the blood, and it's like built like a hockey rink.
Yeah.
But the floor, underneath the floor, there's a zoo, just like how they used to do it in the Roman days. And it rises up, they let the animal out,
Yeah.
close it down, and then they open the cage, and the fucking dude stands there with the sword, and the crowd goes, yeah. And they're all listening to techno music and speaking Dutch. And then that
Well, suddenly we know where they are.
that
In
dude,
Amsterdam.
that dude and that fucking lion go to war. They go at it, man.
Yeah. You think he has like face paint on or anything, or he's just?
It's probably a good move. Put a little face paint on. You need every edge.
Yeah.
You know, you got to fight a lion with a sword. You're probably going to get killed. You're going to cut the lion and then get killed. That's what you're going to do.
You're gonna get one good hit at it.
If you're lucky, probably won't even.
Really?
Yeah.
A sword, man?
Yeah, you don't have any idea how slow you are until you're around a cat that kills antelopes and shit, chases after wildebeest, takes them out with its face.
You just gotta have that chop, bro.
You have no idea.
I think
See,
everybody.
no, I don't think you get a shot off. I think when the cat wants to, the cat's on you so fast, you barely have time to move your arm. That's what I think. I don't think you have any idea how fast a real predator moves and how ridiculously soft human beings are.
Right.
Especially if you're not some fucking Conan the Barbarian dude who can actually swing a sword, a heavy sword with some fucking oomph behind it.
Yeah.
You ever pick up a real sword?
It's
They're heavy as shit, man. It's fucking heavy.
And it's sharp. It's almost scary to have one sometimes. You're
Yeah.
like, fuck, I would hurt myself, or I'd cut my cousin up or something on accident, or I'd hurt somebody at the house.
Yeah, the odds of you killing that lion with one swipe.
You attack it then. Say you're in a place, you got this sword. Maybe you got one other weapon, a small weapon you keep on your leg or something.
The only way that I think you have a chance is if you can keep your shit together and plunge that blade in its chest as it leaps on you. That's the only way. You would have to be ready to, as it comes at you, to push forward and hold on to that sword with everything you have as it's coming at you and the blade goes into its body. That might be the only way. And even then, it's going to swat you and rip you apart.
I think you could do it, dude.
Nope. Nope.
You don't think you could?
No.
And you would keep both hands on that. That's how you acted it out. You keep both hands on it.
You are not going to be able to hang on. You're just not. It's a different kind of power. It's like the pants. There's a strength level. You'd have to be like some Herculean Marius Pujanowski type dude. Some just enormous hands and a good grip on the blade. Maybe tie it down like a rodeo rider and plunge it into the heart of a lion. And even then, I don't think you're hanging on to it. I think that thing's going to buck and kick and you're going to be so terrified. And if it's a male lion, you're going to see that mane and that face, and your body
scare you.
You're going to get diminished. Yeah, you're going to be so overwhelmed with adrenaline. Your instinct's going to be to just run away from that thing as far as you can.
Do you feel like some truths, like any truths, like any innate truths, would be revealed as you're sitting there looking into each other's eyes, and you know that it's going to kill them?
You're just a series of synapses firing that are designed to protect you from predators. I think you're just in full panic, full adrenaline rush, full survival mode, where you don't know what the fuck is going on. I have some friends.
Fuck, man.
I got some friends that got attacked by a bear. They got attacked by a giant grizzly bear.
And they got really hit?
No, everybody got away, survived, luckily. But they were in an island off of Alaska, a Fog Neck Island, and there's an elk, and they all lived together. These fucking bears are huge. And this bear, which was like an 11-foot bear, charged into their camp and knocked everyone over. Like, guys were flying left and right. One of the dudes, his nickname's Dirtmouth. Dirtmouth was riding on the thing's back. If you want to hear the whole story, and it's a great story, go to the Meat Eater podcast, and I think the episodes just say a Fognak Island. I don't know if it says bear attack on a Fognak Island, but if you're a clever Googler, you'll find it. Totally defies the stereotype that people have of like doofy hunters, like super well read, really interesting guy. But his depiction of this event, the most striking thing about it was that it defied everything that he thought it would be like if there was an actual bear attack.
It sounds like Hemingway-esque almost in a weird way.
Well, no, in a weird way, yeah, because if something really fucking crazy happens, the best case scenario is there's someone who actually knows how to write. It's right there when there's something crazy happens.
Right.
And this is the case, but instead of writing it, he just does a very eloquent job of describing it, as does everybody else there. I mean, there was quite a few guys there. My friend Rabbi Warren was there, and Giannis Cortellis. This is one where they got false attacked. This was in British Columbia. They got false charged. A false charge is a bear. In this case, it was a bear with cubs, and she just wanted to scare them off, so she came running at them full clip. It's crazy to see because they fired near her, but they had the discipline to not fire at her. Wow. I'm like, that is really impressive because this thing just came fucking running at them, and it's huge. Like, here it is. Like, give me some volume here.
Oh my God, bro.
Spins away, and Callahan said, "Smell us now, lady." That's a sentence that comes to Callahan's mind the minute.
So that is what he had experienced before. And so he kind of kept his composure in that situation. And he's like, this other one, where the grizzly bear literally knocked them over. Grizzly probably didn't expect there to be that many people there. There was like 7 people there, something like that. Let me think of how many people. 1, 2, at least 5 people there. And I think that's what saved it. I mean, there's camera people too. So it probably was about 7 people. And I think that's what saved them. The fact that this was a giant mass of people and the bear didn't know which way to go. And one of the dudes, Giannis, hit it in the face with trekking poles. You know those trekking poles?
Yeah.
He said it was right there. He smacked it in the face and the thing veered off. One of the guys, Remy, he juked it. He faked right and then went left. The bear, there was just so much going on. The bear just ran through it. One of the guys wound up on the bear's back for like 10 yards.
Oh, yeah.
The bear was running and he was somehow stuck on the bear's back and then fell off. This is how big the bear was.
And I think when you see a bear, man, you don't think it's gonna be like that intense. You know, you don't think it, because the first picture they showed of that bear, he seemed like a calm bear. You know, look at that bear.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him and the worst thing about bears is they advertise them mostly Disney movies. How do you see a bear? Teddy bear.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, they have fucking bears fucking too on the internet. You have all that kind of shit, but
They're
it's
mostly
like,
sweeties.
yes,
right? Yeah,
teddy bear.
they're your buddy.
They're your buddy.
Meanwhile, how about those little kids that their dad got eaten in front of them? I mean, what about those little kids? What if they had a little pet polar bear? That's not outside the realm of possibility with little kids. You get convinced that that's what those animals are. But I'm not saying you shouldn't have a pet stuffed polar bear. They're cute. It's not a pet, but you know what I'm saying, a toy.
Would you have a little bear, you think?
As a pet? No fucking way, man.
Really?
It's ridiculous.
You seem like a guy that might have a little bear.
Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. First of all, they're not listening to you. Get away with all that. They might be your friend. They might be your friend as they grow older, but you better keep that food around, bitch. And even if you have that food around, you can't keep them from killing other people. Like, there was a guy who had this bear trained. Look at the size of that fucker.
Oh my
Jesus
God, this guy
Christ.
is definitely probably.
Oh my God.
This was like a gay
Yeah,
man.
if you keep this animal fed, there are people that have bears. Is this in Russia?
This is Russia?
Yeah. So if there's people that keep bears fed and take care of them and treat them well, you know, and this is the thing about bears too, is that bears are omnivores. They eat everything.
Oh, really?
They eat
Look at
animals,
this.
they eat vegetables, they eat everything.
Are you
They're
seeing
just-
this?
Yeah, it's crazy. They're like people in a lot of ways. In that their diet varies. So they don't have to eat, they don't have to kill things. They don't necessarily have the desire to chase things down and kill things like a cat does. Like, cats have a deep desire to kill things.
Right.
Like, cats can't shake that shit.
Yeah.
I think you could feed a bear well and take care of it, and you could probably avoid most of that. But if it ever feels threatened in any way, you're so fucked.
And do you think you have any, like, you might not even notice when that bear feels that way?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. I'm not a bear expert. I think a real bear expert would see that something's weird, the bear's acting sketchy.
Yeah,
And
bear's
you would
tapping
just
his
decide.
fingers, or bear's like,
Yeah, they start acting irritated. Look at the size of these things, man.
this guy is definitely a pervert.
You think so?
Yeah. Who
Why do you
does
think
this? Because I think there's got to be something inside of you that gets off in a weird way to do this. I don't think this feels natural.
I think they're intoxicated by powerful animals, and that having these powerful animals around gives them a thrill.
Okay, the thrill has to be, do you think that they could kill him?
That's it, 100%. And also, the thrill is they are beautiful creatures, so you do want to be around them. Like, they're cool to just be around, and if
Right.
you can make friends with this beautiful creature that can just kill a mess of people, it kind of feels fun, dangerous. Yeah, it's cool. It feels dangerous.
It's like a celebrity. It's like Noah and
Yeah.
Elton John or something.
Right, way better. You got a pet grizzly. Come over to my house, motherfucker. I got a 12-foot dog that lives in my house. You know, like, but cats, see, that's a
Oh, that
different
scares me even
animal.
more. Look
This-
at these people.
These are different animals. This is a different thing.
But I think if people have an animal like that, they're fucking next to it at night and they're doing. I think some of
They're
that
doing
shit's
kinky shit.
creepy.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
near it. I don't think they're getting involved with it, but I think they're doing near it. But I
Could
think
be, maybe they
also,
just fuck right next to the tiger and get them horny.
well, dude, bestiality needs to. Because I've thought this about bestiality, and I don't know if we've even talked about this. Like, but if you have sex with a local animal, something that lives in your house,
Okay.
livestock,
Right? Chickens, something like that.
it's fucked up,
It's fucked up.
and it's not. You know, it's, you
What
know,
if
it's
you travel
right.
overseas with the specific intention of having sex with an animal?
Okay, that's to me that's still fucked up. You know, the rules are different depending on who you ask, probably locally.
But I'm sure in some places they're like, give me some money, man. You can do whatever you want. And I go, you know,
But if you fuck a mountain lion,
that's a strong man.
that's how I. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You're on, dude. You never buy a beer again. You fuck a mountain. You fuck a lynx.
Yeah,
That to me, that's not bestiality. To me, that's like
that's some Ragnar Lothbrok type shit.
Yeah, that's the bravest thing you can do.
That's some Viking shit.
Imagine trying to keep an erection and then sneak up on a fucking animal's butt.
You have to figure out a way to hold it down. You think the best of the mountain lion and then fucked it? See, I believe there might be another.
I don't think.
I believe there might be another Theo Vaughn or an infinite number of them out in the universe talking to another me, and then we're sitting in the exact same doing the exact same notes. I believe that. I'm not sure I believe any of those people on any of those planets ever fucked a mountain lion.
A long time ago, you don't think that? But no, but there's no YouTube, there's nobody to tell. The only person who knows is the other two people. People are gonna think they're lying, probably because they're alcoholics. You could fuck.
I don't think so, dude. I don't think there's any squirrels that have raped people either. You know what I'm saying? I think it's that's more likely. It's more likely that a squirrel would rape a person.
Oh, I could see a squirrel trying to fuck someone who's drunk who passed out in their yard.
Yeah, that's more likely.
Okay.
Like a crazy, super horny squirrel just can't keep it together. He keeps fucking up.
Yeah, some cat with deltas just passed out in her fucking yard, you know? And too many peanut butter
crazy.
cups.
I do not think that a guy can fuck a mountain lion. I just don't think that's ever happened, especially not gay sex. Right? Maybe a female mountain lion might let you. She's all wild up and in heat. And wow. Ever see a cat in heat? My friend, wasn't it Chris Ryan talked about fucking his cat with a pencil?
Dude, he
He
gave me
stuck
his
a
shirt.
pencil. That's right. He did. That's his shirt. He tells a great story about his cat was in heat and she backed up to him. She was like trying to get some dick, and he put a pencil in there.
Did he
He
really?
was like a little kid.
Yeah, sure he was.
This
It
is
sounds like he
first-
could have been
This cat
really.
backing up on this pencil. Yeah.
I can imagine that, dude. I remember getting like an erection. I'd hold it against fucking. Dude, I remember being at the library when I was young, and this is back when they had books, you know.
What do they have now?
I don't really fucking know. Our library's still open. Who's in there? There's people trying to finger each other. Who's in the fucking library? Can you even imagine?
I guess
being in
people
a
that just
library?
want books.
Yeah, it's
What about homeless people? Do they allow homeless people in libraries?
Yeah, can we just start calling them shelters? You know what I'm saying? And serve lunch. But I remember going in there, and the only sex you could see at the time was like Rodin or something like that, or these old artists. Remember they would paint like a Rubenesque woman by a stream, and she'd be like this.
Yeah, and see breasts.
And she'd have one of her hands like this.
Yeah,
For some
always
reason.
weird. Everything was the hands, right?
Yeah, it was kind of, yeah,
Everything was always this way.
yeah.
Why is that?
But I remember.
Why is that like a pose that's indicative of a certain time in history?
I just guess because it's fucking really hard to draw a hand.
Oh, that could be it. Maybe somebody drew one.
Maybe. But if you think that like emperors would stand there and do this to their people?
Yeah.
Like, do you know how crazy? Like, there's two things that Trump could do that people would freak the fuck out. One of them, obviously, is like a Sieg Heil.
Yeah, that's
But
bad.
the other one that might be just as bad is an emperor. He comes out with one hand, almost like he's holding an invisible football, and the other hand, do this and just address the people. People blow a gasket. He wants to be the emperor. He wants to be the fucking emperor. Oh my god,
Dude, he should start wearing a crown. How great would it be if he started wearing a crown?
dude, it would be hilarious if we started wearing like a cheap Burger King one. Just didn't say nothing about it.
I bet he will. Do you think do you think he has a sense of humor?
He definitely does.
Yeah.
He's the first president that has ever been roasted on Comedy Central.
Oh, that's a great point.
Dude, he got roasted on Comedy Central, and Jeff Ross even said to him, like you're not laughing at the jokes. Like, you should probably laugh at them. Like, don't. It's probably people like it better if you're going along with it. He's like, yeah, you're right. And then he loosened up and started laughing at it. So he like takes advice from people,
Right.
that are in the business. Like
Right.
they told some brutal that.
Oh, I think he's resilient, whether or not he can feel any of that, like because of his whatever ego space he's in. I wonder how much of that he even feels. But only he might be the only human in America that could take this much hatred from people at such like a level,
Dude,
that people
brushes
put
it
it on
off.
him. Yeah, and he
Brushes
doesn't
it
even
off.
care.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's fucking.
It's kind of awesome.
It's kind of. Oh, I remember after he got elected, driving down the street, and being like, "Holy shit, dude! I could be president." Fucking
Yeah.
anybody could be president.
Well, that was what we thought when we were kids too. What's awesome about his, and when I say awesome, I don't mean good. I mean amazing about his abilities. Like all throughout all this crazy shit, he doesn't show any signs of being like, he doesn't seem to be like freaked out,
right.
over the Stormy Daniels shit or over the Russia all the investigations. Occasionally he goes on a mad tweet storm.
Yeah, he's
But
nuts.
he seems to be the same guy that he was before. He doesn't seem to be. There's certain dudes, when you see something like, what's a good example? Something fucked up happens to them, and you see it in their face.
Right.
It's like, they're like, whoa.
Like George Bush, whenever maybe on that bill was a huge thing. That's
I don't think he knew how huge it was at the time, because it was all breaking out. You know, that was
probably
a weird
bad
one.
example. Yeah, but yeah, Trump just seems totally unaffected. He just
Kinda
seems
crazy.
insane. No more senior citizens on Twitter, though. That's the thing. Senior citizens on Twitter is kind of bizarre.
Oh, there's a lot of them now.
Yeah,
They
it's
love
crazy.
it. They take a break every couple minutes of doing Facebook all day, yelling at people on Facebook.
It's so fucking great, dude. Everybody hates the guy that says, I don't think everybody's, I think a lot of people like the time we're in right now because it's just, I feel like you know what you're going to get, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a strange time for communication, man. It really is.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. I had the guy Jordan Peterson came on a podcast the other
Yeah,
day.
he came on your podcast.
Yeah,
Right?
which was wild because I know his publicist. And I reached out, and the publicist, and then it was wild. And so then he came through because, I mean, a lot of the people who listen to my podcast are, you know, we talk a lot about like being sober and like people that masturbate too much, kind of weird stuff, you know,
Right.
troubled youth, kind of, I'll say it.
Right.
But anyway, it was cool because he, like, I don't know, you know him better than I do. I mean, he loves you. He said a lot of nice things about you.
Oh, that's nice. He's a great guy. He's really misunderstood, man. Misrepresented. People think he's like some fascist and some Nazi.
I didn't think that at all.
He's not by any stretch of the imagination. He just says certain things that people are uncomfortable hearing, and whether you agree with them or disagree with them, that's one thing. But that's the demonization is where it gets weird. Even if you think what his idea is foolish, don't misrepresent who he is as a person. Because they try to pretend that he's this racist, homophobic, fucking alt-right character. He's not by any stretch of the imagination. He's just a guy that, especially when his principles are being debated or when his ideas are being tested, like he'll stand his ground, and he's very firm about what he thinks is wrong about things like equality of outcome, like making sure that everybody makes the same amount of money, make sure that everybody achieves the same amount of success. Like, that is a ridiculous idea that leads to communism and Marxism. He gets into it and makes like an unattainable goal that socialists lean towards because it's like the ideal. The ideal is that money's not a concern for anybody and everybody just sort of does whatever they want to do because they enjoy doing it, not because they're doing it for money, and then all the money's kind of piled in together and we take care of everybody. It sounds great on paper.
Right.
But then he starts talking about, no, you have to enforce the equality of outcome.
Right.
He goes, when you're talking about there's going to be people that work harder.
Right.
There's going to be people that try harder. There's going to be different varying levels of effort because we're human beings. You have to take that into consideration. And as soon as these people don't, or you're trying to take from them to give to yourself, and how are you enforcing this? And he just takes you down this rabbit hole of thought and really kind of explains the problems with Marxism and socialism. And I'm sure there's really intelligent people that dispute his ideas. I'm not saying that his ideas are infallible or that he's the only voice that I would listen to on these subjects, but he's a brilliant guy, and he's a very nice guy too, and he's really misrepresented and willfully so a lot. And I think it's sad because I think what's missing between right and the left is how much of it we would probably agree on if we just talk about things rationally instead of contentiously, instead of getting into these right versus left debates, which are just way too common, where everybody's on one side is trying to diminish the person on the other side and get angry, and they're doing a lot of these in front of big crowds, which I think is also weird because then you're playing to the crowd. And I've seen some things that Jordan did with this Michael Eric Dyson guy, where the guy literally wasn't looking at him, he was looking at the crowd, calling him a mean, mad white man. And it's like, these kind of things that people are doing, it's just, everyone's just digging their heels in deeper on each side. And instead of like looking at life, like just having an open conversation about things that are troubling, things where we can do better, things where society needs work, or things maybe where our perceptions are off, and maybe we could look at the other side or look at each other or look at the whole thing better and figure out a better way around things. Instead of doing that, everybody's just right versus left and right and deeper in the trenches and harder, and we got to stop Trump, and I hope we have a recession to stop Trump, and people are saying crazy shit.
Crazy, like everybody's supposed to suffer so that you can make one guy feel like he's doing a bad job, or
it's just not the way to approach it. Like, you've seen that, what is that woman's name? Maxine, what is her name? Maxine Waters,
yeah,
who
Dark
said
Trump. I call her Dark Trump.
she's
'Cause
telling people,
she's wild,
she's
bro.
telling people to interrupt people's meals and draw a crowd and like, you know, and I guess it's in response to what is the most disturbing policy was to separate children from their parents, people that are crossing the border. But I think didn't he decide to put a stop to that? Didn't they decide to put a stop to that? Did he sign something to put a stop to that?
Well, it's definitely scary if you're doing that at the border.
They did, but I don't know. I read that it didn't do anything.
Oh,
It didn't
did you?
change anything.
Oh, really?
But
Signed something.
I don't know. I mean,
Let's find out what the fuck that means. We'll find out what happened. I know
how
it's
do
hard.
you do that? And I mean, yeah.
How do you separate people from their kids? You gotta be trying to send some fucked up message to scare the shit out of them so that it'll keep them from coming over. This is the idea, I guess. If you tell them you're gonna take their kids away, they probably won't even try.
And then, but what about this? Say if like, you know, everybody's against like sex trafficking, and I'm not like, what if one of those people is that scenario? And the kid's too afraid to say it. I know that's like a maybe more an acute situation, but in that case, you'd be grateful that you separated them at least to get each of them's point of view to know kind of what's a little bit more what's going on.
Sure.
Apparently, that's like a huge issue. Like apparently, sex trafficking. You know, everybody's just bringing young women in here to, you know, from other places for sex, and I don't see that much of it. But apparently, it's the biggest thing in the world. You know, or it was last month.
Well, there was something that was, I don't know if this is true either. I'm giving Jamie a lot of work today. There was
Jamie's smart though, right?
sex trafficking ring that was broken up by ICE, and outside of it, these people were protesting ICE because of what they were like saying, abolish ICE. But meanwhile, ICE was like stepping. They didn't understand that when you're doing, what is it, immigrations customs enforcement? Is that what ICE stands for? What they're doing is they're not just trying to stop people from crossing over the border. They're also busting, in this case, apparently it was a sex trafficking ring or a human trafficking ring. I don't know if they were using them as slaves or if they're using them as sex slaves.
Well, that's the thing. Say if 2 truckloads of people come into America, right, and one is you know, adults and children, and another is adults and children, right, and one of them are just actual family members, and one of them are sex, you know, adults, you know, mean men trying to bring in sex workers.
We don't. I mean,
how do you know? How do you not set? You know, like I know, you don't want to take a mother from a kid or a father from a daughter, but it's like,
how do you know?
What if you don't? You know, I don't know. It's
well, that is the problem with people coming in. If they're coming in illegally, you have no idea who they are, what they're doing.
Yeah,
and that's only one problem. The other problem is people who are criminals, people who are violent offenders. You know, there's people that have gone back and forth multiple times and got busted in America and wound up killing people. It's happened many times.
Yeah, they had that guy in San Francisco. I remember that accidentally shot ended up shooting the girl. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I'm glad. I mean, as much as it's hectic sometimes to think about it and to hear about it, I think it's neat to be alive at a time when, you know, I'm challenged to think, you know, and I'm challenged to feel different ways and to hear different voices and opinions about it. Honestly, like I feel like we should have more of a roll call in America. Like you have to know who's here before you can even, you know, like if you're teaching a classroom, if you don't know who's in the class, how can you even, you know, but it's
what they should do first and foremost is legalize drugs. And the reason being is that they're getting across from organized crime, and it's building organized crime in Mexico to a staggering degree. The drugs are here. People are selling these drugs, period. They're going to keep selling these drugs. You're not going to diminish the amount of drugs. You're just not.
Yeah.
No one's ever been able to do it. The drug war is a complete, total failure.
People love Coke.
They love Coke. So make Coke legal. You would put a fucking halt to so much. And if you made Coke legal, people would buy pure Coke. It would be tested, and you could give people drug education, because like everybody knows, okay, how many beers can you drink? If you drink 3 beers, you probably shouldn't drive a car unless you're a giant. You know, like 3 beers, you're probably over the legal limit. Unless you're a bear, right? Unless you're some 7-foot tall gorilla type man who's just got a lot of body. But a regular, like you or I,
regular guy,
drink 3 beers, you should not drive, right? So now stop and think, like, what is the level for cocaine? I don't know. I don't do it. I've never done it, but I don't know what it is. Like, maybe we should know. Like, you can't have 3 shots of Jack Daniels and drive. Okay, but what about What about speed? How much speed can you take?
I think 2 lines of coke, you should not be
talking to people.
Yeah. My buddy tried to put all of his fingers in his butt one time after he had like an 8 ball of coke. How crazy is that? So
Good goal.
But I'm just saying, so look, and it's hard apparently to do.
Apparently.
And they used to have a name for it. What was it called?
Fingers in your butt?
Yeah, it was called something. It was like called
the clapper?
The Liberty Bell or something, some crazy thing. But
Jamie's Googling it.
Yeah.
What is the term when you have all your fingers in your butt?
I think that's called gopher hunt.
You have to be like, how would you do that? You'd have to be like lying on your back with your legs Bugs Bunny style over your head. You have to hook your legs and then go in like this.
And dude,
you have to be super flexible to pull that off.
And you're gonna. The crazy part is, and I've thought about this a lot, but I've thought about this for a little bit. You're gonna start with your smallest fingers, and then you're gonna be stuck with those thumbs. That's what you're gonna be trying to get.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be the hard part. Yeah, you're gonna rip your asshole apart.
Yeah. Well, that's the risk you take.
Like an old balloon,
and that's why it's exciting. I think. You know, there's no. There has to be some risk or reward in it.
Your friend must have slender fingers.
Well, he was. I mean, look, dude, he's on that much cocaine, dude. I'll do any. You know, I used to.
That's the thing,
dude. I got all fucked up at. I used to get cocaine and do it by myself at home, you know, just to, I don't know, I wasn't doing that good, just to have some feelings. And I remember, dude, I would order vests and shit off the internet. I have like
what kind of vests?
Oh, all kinds.
Like the kind that we would wear if you lived in Boulder, with them down-filled ones, Patagonia type vests.
No, I've done
right?
I've gone.
That's a weird look. You got the flannel shirt with the puffy vest. Oh, yeah. Very common look, but it's like, what are we doing here? Well, I want to be warm, but I want a little bit of ventilation in my arms. Just a little chill, just a little warmth around my body, though. I like my torso to be warm.
I'm talking all kinds, bro. I would get the leather. I would get the ones with the bead. I mean, I have like honestly, I have probably about 30 vests at home.
Why vests? Why was that the thing you would order on cocaine?
It was just something I like to do,
man. What about belt buckles? You have any preposterous belt buckles? Like some that light up different colors and shit? You're like, yeah, I'm going out with this.
One of my buddies had a belt buckle that said pussy only on it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that guy's gay. 100% gay. He's like, yeah, no pussy. What about you? I fucking go pussy, bro. You know what I do when I get pussy? No, what do you do? I'll show you, bro. Take your pants off. This asshole was pussy. I fucking like that. First I spit on it. Yeah, be careful. He's like, yeah, I got a labia tattooed around my asshole. Bro, love it. That's how much I love pussy. I got so much I had my asshole turned into a pussy. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, fuck it. It feels just like the real thing.
Put 8.5 of your fingers in it, bro.
They use stem cells, bro. Yeah. I got some new stem cells.
Dude, I got these new stem cells used on my asshole. But that guy, transition. I don't know. But that guy Jordan Peterson was super cool, man.
What did you guys talk about? Had you listened to any of his stuff before you had him on? Yeah.
Yep. I listened to your episode with him actually from the day before, and I listened to where I was, and I listened to the monk debate.
Well, the monk debates are the ones where the guy called him a mean, bad white man. I was like, this is so silly.
But I found him to be, and this just, he believed, I think, that in helping people, like, because I talked to him about, like, did he start to feel like famous, like because people are really gravitating towards him. And he just felt, it genuinely seemed that he felt just good for people. He was happy to be helping others. And that, like, it didn't seem like he had any ego in it.
He definitely does like to help people, but he also feels a responsibility because of his knowledge to explain what he thinks is a problem with certain types of behavior, certain laws. Mm-hmm. And one of them that got him in trouble or got him controversial, got a lot of controversy attached to it, was the compelled speech laws for transgender people, the use of compelled pronouns. Meaning that, Canada. Yeah, so if you decided that you weren't going to be a he or a she, you could make up a number of different names and they would be legally compelled to use those names. And some people are arguing that's not what it says, and then he was saying, no, it's a human rights violation if you don't follow along with that. Like, this is compelled speech, and this is dangerous because this is why this would lead. What you got a chance to see is with him debating these points with these various intellectuals, including like gender studies teachers and shit. You got to see like, oh, this is a crazy idea. Like these people that think that you should have like 78 different gender pronouns, and then it's tantamount to violence to not use someone's preferred pronoun. You're like, oh. oh, you're crazy.
Right.
Oh, this is a mad person who wants the world to be different. So you want all these new laws attached to whether or not someone calls someone he or she.
Yeah.
And they're getting some traction with it. Where it's weird. In New York City, I think it's landlords, and it might be employers. But I'm pretty sure it's landlords. They are compelled to use your preferred pronoun. So if your landlord decides to call you a different thing, like if you say I'm a she now, and it's like fuck you Theo, I knew you when you were Theo, you're Theo. See what that law is. Compelled gender pronouns law, New York City. But people are like, wait a minute. How many do I have to know?
Right.
Which ones do I have to agree with? Like, you start, because there's a ton of them now. There literally is 78 different gender pronouns.
You know what I'm finding? Like, I know they would, for a while it was like people in certain areas of town.
Yeah.
And we've seen everybody's dick. Like we don't have any, you can't change all these zoning laws for when there's not even someone present in some of these areas. I think in some bad ways, they're making people not be accepting of transgender people that they may meet at some point,
right,
by creating all of this rhetoric or whatever it is, this conversation. It's like some people are already fed up and they've never even met someone like this, and so then they're gonna have already like contentious views when they do meet someone, just because they've heard so much background noise that it's problematic, when it's not.
That's certainly possible. It's also possible that people will be scared of the backlash, so they won't use transphobic language anymore. The problem with that is you're not encouraging empathy, you're encouraging fear. You're encouraging fear of not following the standard line of behavior and speech.
Yeah.
And that's where people have a problem with it. It's like the real way to do it is to promote empathy. To say, like, look, these people, like this guy's born in the wrong body, he became a woman, he went through the surgery, let him use the woman's room.
Yeah.
Like, why not? And if they're a bad person, judge that bad person on each individual basis. Now, when you're talking about he's going to molest children, like those are the worst case scenarios. Yeah, those are terrible worst case scenarios. But how often is that going to happen? How do we protect that? How do we prevent that from happening? And those are the questions. But what for the vast majority of the people that become trans, do you really think that they're going to molest people? I don't think they are. You can't judge the vast majority based on a few. That's just like the same logic that says people shoot up people with guns, so we should take everyone's guns away. That's crazy too. No, the vast majority of people with guns don't shoot people. The vast majority of people who are trans, they don't want to hurt anybody. They're not. All they're trying to do is just get along and be who they are. This is a complex subject, but I think the danger is when people are scared. They're scared or bullied into agreeing with one side or the other side, because then shit gets weird, because then it becomes a battle. It becomes a battle instead of an opportunity, a discussion, an opportunity to enforce and encourage compassion. But that it can be done both ways.
Yeah,
I think but to look at these people like, look, they just why do you care if someone wants to be a girl? Why do you care if she wants to be a guy? Why do you care?
Yeah,
like let them do it. Let them be free. Let them be themselves. Just like let a dude tattoo his face. Do whatever you want, man. As long as you're not fucking people over and you're not hurting people, you're not out there robbing people and stealing from people and murdering people. As long as that's not happening, do whatever you want. That should be our approach to this stuff.
That should be that should be somewhere on the Bill of Rights or somewhere, a new amendment.
There should be something in there where we think about why we have a problem and how we address the problem. As soon as you address the problem with force forward is force in return. You're going to get force back. People are going to want to get ramped up just as much to attack you as you attack them, and then you're going back and forth, left and right, and it becomes fucking chaos. Yeah. And that's what we have right now when you see the difference between Fox News and CNN and the right and the left, and everybody digs their heels in, and it's not helpful. It's not helpful. And there's also a bunch of people that profit off of this battle and dispute. Yeah. Okay, no, New York City did not just introduce a $250,000 fine for any incorrect use of gender pronouns, but they did for some use of gender pronouns. I think the question...
It's a misinterpretation of a guideline that's already existed. There was a blog post that got written, and the New York Post reported on it. There was an updated or a change in the guidelines, but it's not supposed to be for like an incorrect or misuse of it.
What is it supposed to be? For harassment?
Like, yeah, discrimination and things like that.
Okay, so regardless of individual sex assigned at birth, anatomy, gender, medical history, appearance, or the sex indicated on the individual's identification, okay, the law requires employers and covered entities to use an individual's preferred name, pronoun, and title, e.g. Ms. or Mrs., regardless of the individual's sex assigned at birth. So that's it. Okay, these guidelines, as noted by the commission, can impose penalties of up to $250,000 for violations that are the result of willful, wanton, or malicious conduct. So that seems like they're saying that it is true.
There is a law, but there's a commission. It's not just like you can't just say it and someone's going to fine you. It has to go through a long, lengthy court process. They're not just finding people.
Right.
It's like businesses and like exactly.
I get it. Can you imagine the litigation? Yeah, just because it's a commission, like that might even be worse. You're bringing it to like you have to sit in front of a bunch of experts who have to decide whether or not you misgendered someone or
like
used
a
the
word
wrong.
Gestapo. Like it's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy to me.
It's just look. If someone's an asshole, they're an asshole. Like what if you're a Jew and someone calls you a kike? Can they get fined $250,000? How does that work? Well, no, right? Well, that's an offensive term for a Jewish person, right? So if you brought that to court, how would that work? I don't think you get
people. It's not like
right. It's commission though.
yeah. There would be like a business being brought there, not like just a person or whatever.
Yeah,
Still.
like landlords was one of them that they brought up. Like, you know, like if you decided that you would be Jamie still, but now you're Jamie the woman, I'm like, get the fuck out of here, Jamie. You're a dude. Give me my money.
Right, but it's like you wouldn't be if that was the case. It was, and I wanted an apartment that you were offering, and you wouldn't give me the apartment for that reason.
Or we work together in some sort of way, and I'm discriminating against you at work. Maybe.
See, it's just it feels like so many. It just seems like a ground for so many lawsuits. What I find is if somebody's a dick to somebody, if somebody's calling somebody a name or something these days with so many camera phones and so many things, usually it gets brought out pretty quick. If somebody's racist these days, like really devout, like in their core, and
Right.
they do, like it gets brought out pretty fucking quick.
Yeah, not always though. Not always. I'm sure some people get away with it.
I mean, you know how you learn. You know how I learned. You hear somebody say something to somebody else that they shouldn't say, and they got their ass whooped, and then they learn not to. I mean, it was a weird way to learn it, but you learned.
It would be nice if people could learn another way to realize how stupid it is to just be racist.
Yeah,
There's
I
plenty
agree.
of ways you should judge individuals, like based on their actions and what they've done, how they treat other people, how, you know, whether or not they're doing things that are illegal or immoral or
Right.
unethical. That's as an individual. But as soon as you're doing it based on where they can't control, right? What they look like, where they were born, what part of the world they're from. That's just fucking stupid. It's just a stupid. It's you're judging people on something they have zero control over.
Yeah.
You don't have any control over your color. That's crazy.
And if there's people that are still doing that are still living in that space, then it's. I mean, it is something that I think some of it will just take more time, but I think eventually some of that will be eradicated. I think it's beige power is my thing. We're all going to be beige, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're three generations from all being beige.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No, not because of places like England and Scotland and Ireland where it's always rainy. You're just gonna get a massive amount of white people in those spots, no matter what. There's no sun. Even
Wet white
brown
people,
people that move there, 5, 6, 7 generations in, they start paling up. They start looking like Brendan Schaub. See, he said he was from England. That's what it is.
Did he really?
It's
He
probably
lies about a lot of
black
stuff.
dude from England. I don't think he does.
You
I think he
don't?
just forgets things.
Yeah.
A black guy from England like 500 years ago, his whole family was probably black. And then over time, they just turned into white people, just like every other person that moved to England.
Yeah.
Right? Every fucking human being came out of Africa, 100%.
Yeah.
That's the origin of the species. We came from Africa, we branched out into the world, and we got to places like Scotland where it's never sunny.
And we got bleached out.
They turned into like solar panels for vitamin D. And to try to
true, huh?
soak up that vitamin D. Yeah, because if you're black, like you got so much melanin.
Oh
And
yeah.
if you're like Congo black, you got a dark skin color. That's just awesome for sun, but it's terrible when there's no sun. Like, how are you getting your vitamin D?
Dude, even if you hug a black person, I feel like your skin feels a little bit kind of like more moist. You know what I'm saying? Kind of.
They use cocoa butter. They don't
Oh,
want
well,
to be
that could be
ashy.
it.
Remember Ashy Larry?
Oh, dude, we had a dude in our neighborhood. His brother was fire, and his whole leg was ashy. This dude, Boo Boo Tyson.
Oh,
And
that's
he,
the same thing. It's different kind of ashy.
He
Ashy
was
is dry
full
skin.
on. Oh yeah, she's just dry skin. But sometimes I feel a little bit African, like in my core. Sometimes I'll lay in bed at night and just like pretend I was in Africa or
Did you ever
something.
get your blood tested to see what you are?
Yeah, I didn't look at the
Your
results
DNA?
yet.
Didn't look at the results. You're scared.
I don't know, maybe I am a
Are
little
you
bit.
nervous about what you might be?
I don't want to be French. That's what I don't want to be, honestly.
I think you're French.
No, I'm not. Do I seem French?
A little bit. Yeah, I think you got 13%
I
French.
know I got it. Right. Don't laugh about that, Jamie.
What? How come you don't want to be French of all things? What's wrong with that? Why would that bother you even a little bit?
Just
They made great wine, great painters, great
make
food.
great wine.
They complain a lot.
Yeah.
Apparently they like to fuck.
Really?
Yeah, that's the word. That French people just like to fuck. And they think that the way we handle things is stupid.
God, yeah.
Like, they have affairs like openly, publicly.
Oh,
like
wow.
like
I could be French a
all
little
the
bit.
politicians. Of course they cheat. They're all fucking animals over there. They just and that toxoplasma apparently was running rampant through France.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it?
Toxoplasma is that
Like a
thing that you
virus?
get from cats. Get it, and they get it from rats. And
Oh.
it's a parasite that gets into human brains and it affects humans and it makes people a little bit more reckless.
Oh, like rabies, kind of a light.
No, not rabies. More like slightly drunk all the time. Yeah. And this toxoplasma, apparently there was at one point in time 40%
Of the French.
of France was infected with toxoplasma. Yeah, see if you find that that's true.
Must have been a fuck fest, I bet.
Fuck fest, wild and loose.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
TP.
Well, they think that there's a direct correlation between the high levels of infestation and the behavioral changes of the population.
Infestation of what, rats and stuff?
No, this toxoplasma.
Toxoplasma.
Apparently 50 million people in this country have it. You get it from cat shit. Or from if you live on a farm, like you step on a field and it gets in your skin, like maybe cats have been shitting all over the place, or a dog will eat something that, some cat shit.
When you get shit in your
If you're
feet.
around the dog. 2012 analysis from France where an estimated 43% of the people carrying toxoplasmosis gondii concluded that men with a latent infection tend to be more dogmatic, less confident, more jealous, less impulsive, and more orderly than uninfected men. Infected women seem warmer, more conscientious, more persistent, more insecure, and more sanctimonious. Whoa.
Dude, I'll get a six-pack for the ladies then, huh? That
How
sounds
crazy is that? 43% of people carry it. Jesus Christ. That's a large number of human beings infected by something that changes behavior, or at least leads to trends that are different and noticeable, more dogmatic, less confident. Less confident is interesting.
that Gondii.
Yeah, toxoplasmosis. Gondii. Associations of having antibodies to the parasite with bipolar disease, suicidal behavior, even optimistic disposition, possibly related to the parasite's effect on dopamine. So it gets in your body and then you just have it for life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is
And
it sexually transmitted? It must be then, huh?
that's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know.
If 43% of people have it, I can't imagine that half of the population has stepped on a, fucking...
Well, I think that's a good question. That's a good question. But I think there's a lot of feral cats around.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Yeah. I think when there's places like El Gato,
Yeah.
you got a lot of feral cats running around.
Ratatouille, they have that whole movie about that animal that was a chef.
Yep. And what it does to the rats is it makes them get hard-ons when they smell cat piss.
Is that really?
Yep. It rewires their sexual reward system.
So, wait.
Their testes enlarge when they smell cat piss.
No
They get
way.
hard. They get hard. Sorry.
I have a fucking neighbor like that, dude.
What,
This
Jamie?
guy will
It's
always
past through
whisper.
pregnancy.
Say that again. It gets passed through pregnancy to the child.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. There you go.
I
It's
don't
rough. 43% is a high number. Man.
It's a lot of people. It's 43 out of 100 people.
Dude, 2 billion people on the planet.
2 billion people have it,
Yes, 43% of those tested in that study.
and that's all the people that get tested. What the fuck? I've never been tested. You've been tested? No. How many people have been tested? That's a rough estimate. it's a lot higher. I bet there's a lot of people that have it.
Yeah, shit in the blood, dude. I probably got it.
We had Dr. Robert Sapolsky in the podcast. We did one with him. He's an expert in it. He's got a bunch of lectures and speeches on it. And he said that when he was a resident, that he had heard about a guy who found out that a disproportionate number of motorcycle accidents were attributed to people that were on this toxoplasma.
Really?
Yeah, that they got this infection and it was causing them to do stupid shit on motorcycles and crash.
I would hate that, man. It's hard enough to ride a motorcycle and then have just to be being led astray by a rare disease in your brain.
I wonder if it varies, right? I wonder if the toxoplasma that they get in Paris has the same exact response as the one that they get in South America.
No,
Just America.
There's a bunch of variations.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. There's different ones.
Oh, Long Island has a lot of it.
Jesus Christ, there's different ones? Fuck.
See, I bet what is this, though? This seemed like, what is it? Toxic.
Well, it's parasites.
Okay, so
Think
we have
about
parasites.
parasites. Parasites exist in so many animals. They hitch rides, and then that's their ecosystem. Our ecosystem is to be on planet Earth. Their ecosystem is to be in planet Theo Vaughn. And they just get inside of you.
Have parasites ever changed, like, the course of history? Is that what happened with the plague, or is that a different thing?
No, the plague's a different thing, but they probably could change the course of history if they really changed that many people's behavior. If you think about Paris or France, they're talking about 43% of the people have this infection.
And the irony of parasites, how crazy is that?
That's crazy, bro. It's a parasite.
What if they have, could you imagine little French fucking
berets?
Oui, I'm going to change your behavior. With American.
The craziest one climbs inside a grasshopper's body, grows in the grasshopper's body, and then it tells the grasshopper to commit suicide.
Oh my God.
So it gets the grasshopper to jump into the water, and then once the grasshopper gets in the water, then it bursts out of its body.
Oh, it's like Pinocchio meets Alien. Have you seen the movie Alien with Sigourney Weaver?
Yes. It is like Pinocchio. It's like the bottom of the whale, right? It's
Yeah.
the belly of the whale.
Yeah.
That movie Alien with Sigourney Weaver, probably my favorite science fiction movie of all time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd say if I had to pick one science fiction horror movie that was like the one, I would say that Alien. It's kind of cornball when you watch the special effects now, though.
Yeah.
Uh,
Not as scary.
yeah, there's some space stuff that you're like, "Eesh, oh, okay, this is 1978. You
Yeah.
forget.
Different
It
times.
wasn't even 1980 now, you know? It's cool.
That's crazy.
Hot as
Hot.
laser beam.
She was tall and she had curly hair. I remember thinking
She
about
was
her.
like strong, kind of like you.
You couldn't choke
Right?
her out.
Yeah, like if she's such a powerful woman. Like this isn't a woman that needs a man. Right. If she liked you, it's like, oh, she's like unworthy.
Yeah. Like she drove a van, but because she had fucking business to do.
Yeah, I think she had like an old Land Cruiser, like a Toyota FJ40, you know, one of those ones.
Yeah.
She'd be like an archaeologist or some shit, right?
Yeah. She had a fucking pickaxe.
Well, that's what she was in Avatar, right? What is this? Oh, that's Alien
And
2.
look at that.
That's 2.
Is that a raccoon?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's
Oh, it's a kid?
It's a little kid. Hang on to her, bro.
Oh, my bad.
That was Alien. Alien 2 is not my favorite because it's like, wait a minute, why is it so easy to kill them all of a sudden? So easy to kill them because there's so many of them. Like Alien 1, that fucking thing was like, it was thinking.
Yeah.
It was ahead of you every step of the way. Alien 2, they just became like clumsy and bumbling and you shoot them and there's another one around the corner. Shoot that one too. It's like, okay.
Dude, I remember arachnophobia had me shook. Remember that one? When the spiders got in that duplex, bro? That shit shook me to the core, dude.
See, this one is like way deep into the future. Like the first one was in the 70s. And they're still doing them now. That's what's crazy. They're still ready to bang out new Alien movies now. Predator coming out. They'd have a new Predator coming out.
They do?
Hilarious. Why not? Makes money.
Yeah, that's true. That kind of stuff's fun.
It's probably fun.
I can't believe Brendan Schaub's Italian. Would you say he was British?
English. Yeah. Yeah, they came from Africa through England
He did?
1,000 years ago. His people did.
Oh, I
And then
thought you
over
meant
time,
recently.
became white. That's why they call him Big Brown.
Oh, really?
No, I just made all that up.
Oh, dang. I was going to say,
Theo
man.
Vaughn here.
I thought he seemed pretty white to me when I
Yeah,
see
he's
him.
white.
Yeah.
A giant white dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has the best disposition, doesn't he?
Great guy.
He just loves to laugh, dude.
Yeah.
You can
He
talk
gets
about
hated
it.
on. He gets hated on. Dudes get jealous. People get jealous.
But do you think?
And also, he says stupid shit sometimes.
Yeah, but it's funny that. but do you think he feels that? I feel like he has a special gift where you can kind of, especially if you're your buddy, like you can kind of joke with him, and he loves, like he knows that you. Yeah.
Dealing with life's problems, we'd have a happier world. He knows how to let things roll right off his back. That's big.
He's a smart guy, man. I always like being around him.
Yeah, man.
Guys that are jealous because when I go on the road, like I just went to Bakersfield recently, which is, can we just say it's like the best people ever came out there?
Bakersfield's fucking amazing.
Oh, dude,
right?
I felt like Hulk Hogan, bro. People came out, people were crying. Someone sacrificed their cousin. Some guy came out of the closet, like
Wow.
They wanted it all to happen at the show.
That was an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. How long does it take to get to Bakersfield from LA?
2 hours.
2 hours max.
It should be the new capital, bro.
It's not a bad spot, and the people are super nice.
Pretty diverse. I mean, it was cool, man. I really liked it.
Although I did turn my sink on, and some brown shit was fucking flying out of the sink. I was like, what in the fuck is this? I've made
Did you really?
Yeah, I was like, Bakersfield, what the fuck is going on with your water, man? This ain't good. Because, their high school, their mascot, they're called the Drillers. That's like the team name, because they're oil drillers. Do you know that whole area is where There Will Be Blood? That Daniel Day-Lewis movie?
I love that guy.
That's an amazing fucking sink.
Did you drink any?
Oh, yeah, dude. Brown water. Ooh, I'm done.
And the worst is you already brushed your teeth. That's the crazy part too. I hate when that happens because you don't know at first.
Ooh, it's funky ass
That
water.
definitely seems like a malt.
But I think that I was staying at a super old hotel, like real old, like from the 1800s. They like redid it
Downtown?
Yeah, what is it called? I think
might have
it's the
stayed
Ace.
in there.
Is it the Ace Hotel? Didn't it say?
Padre?
I didn't tell people where I stood. It's because I didn't want to be mean to the hotel.
The Padre Hotel, I think.
Is that the Padre?
It's an old place.
Yes, I think that's it. I think
It was nice. It had a nice. It was nice in there.
It is nice.
Old
Restaurant's good
elevator.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just they got some old ass pipes. Clean those pipes, son.
Yeah.
Something's going wrong. That ain't
in
good.
there.
I was staying there, son.
Get in there. Yeah.
What if I took a mouthful of that, drank it?
Dude, what if you died?
What if I was just shitting all over myself for the rest of the day and I had to cancel my shows?
Oh,
How about that?
people will be furious.
Fucking angry, rightly so. They should be furious.
Dude, do you think you will die one day or not? I'm not trying to make you think about it.
I'm pretty sure that's how the road goes. Yeah, you're born and then you die. What do you think?
I don't know, man.
Bert Kreischer doesn't think you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I think he's just drunk.
Yeah, that could be it too.
Yeah.
And you don't have a shirt on, dude. You have to put a shirt on to decide if you're gonna die or
Well,
not.
he goes, prove it. Prove it you die.
Prove it.
Oh boy.
That's so,
We have to base this on what we know about people. Now I know the people used to be alive and now they're not. So what happened to them? Are they faking it?
Will you be sad if you die, you think?
I think I'll be dead, bro.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'd be sad if you died.
Oh, thank you. I'd be sad if you died too.
Thanks, man. I would be.
Do you worry about the end of your life?
Yeah, I worry about it in the sense it makes you really wonder then what does my time mean?
What does your time mean? Like, what's important to you in this life right now?
I think probably just feeling more okay with myself, probably, and trying to maybe help other people.
Being more okay with yourself. Like, what bothers you about yourself?
I just wish I just felt more comfortable in my own skin a lot of times, because I feel like I would be able to be more effective as a person if I could just like kind of not toil in some of my own, small self-worth issues or like lack of confidence at times. I wish I could trust my instincts, and I wish my instincts were like better calibrated so that I knew when if I was doing like okay and good stuff, then my insides like told me you're being okay. You don't have to worry,
There's a lot of things going on there, right? One of them, the big one, is almost always from your childhood. Almost feelings of lack of worth and self-worth come from that feeling as you're developing, as you're growing up.
Yeah.
You feel like you're not loved or you're not appreciated or you're criticized too much. You feel like you're a loser. And really be psychologically, it can be very hard to shake. And even as people get older, sometimes they still cling to this thought that they're a piece of shit because they're a piece of shit in someone's eyes when they were 8, when they were 10. That's a real problem with people, man. And that's one of the reasons why when someone gets bullied when they're young, it can be so devastating because it's happening when you're in high school or junior high school, and it becomes a defining moment for you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude, I was scared of this one kid.
Really?
Oh, so bad. This one kid, one of the reasons why I got into wrestling, this kid, like we had this confrontation in a locker room, and I didn't think we were going to fight. Like I was just totally bluffing. I don't know what I said or what he said, I don't remember, but I do remember him getting me in a headlock, throwing me on the ground, and then leaning like he was going to punch me in the face, but deciding not to. And I didn't know what to do. I had no martial arts skills, no nothing.
Right.
I'd never wrestled anybody before. I didn't know anything.
So there's nothing in you that is like a reaction.
I panicked. I had no idea what to do. And I thought, shit, I didn't think he was going to do that. And now here I am on my back. I'm trapped. Like, God damn it. I got to learn how to wrestle. I got to learn some martial arts or something. So then I started taking karate. And then I started taking wrestling, like right after that. But I avoided that kid every time I saw him. I'd like see him on the other side of school. I'd like see him through the breezeway. And I'm
always
like,
knew where he was.
I got to go around. I don't want to see that guy that threw me on the ground and could have punched me in the face. It was almost like more humiliating. That he could have punched me in the face, but he didn't. But that bullying and that guy doing that to me, that fear of like being just helpless, made me get into martial arts. Right. I was like, fuck this. Like, I got to figure out how to fight. I don't want this to happen to me anymore.
So that's it. Do you see that?
Was the benefit. It was a lucky situation too. Like, he didn't beat me up. It could have been way worse. It was not that big a deal. It was an easy school to go to. Like, my school wasn't hard. Even though there was some criminals that were in that school, like some kids that got shipped into, there were some bad kids. And one of them got charged with murder, like right after graduating. We were like, whoa. Yeah, everybody was like, whoa, that guy killed somebody? I think he was 1 year older than me. Yeah, he murdered somebody, like right after high school. What? Yeah. This kid we knew, he was on the football team. We like knew him. And then,
did you ever think he would murder somebody?
He's a tough guy. Yeah. He's a scary guy, for sure. Like a powerhouse of a person, like a tank. I didn't know him well, but I'd say hi to him. But it's one of those things where when something like that happens to you, and for me, again, it was very minor. I was just scared of this guy, and he didn't do anything to me horrible. Just threw me on the ground. So when somebody could have beat your brains, I mean, if someone could hold you down like that could have beat my face in. I wouldn't have been able to do shit.
Were you grateful in a weird way that he didn't? Or not grateful,
but looking back on it? For sure. It was enough. He just let me know. I was, I don't know what I said. I may have said something stupid. He might have said something stupid and wanted me to back down, and I didn't. So he just grabbed me and threw me on the ground. But the fact that he did it and could do it led me to make one of the biggest decisions of my whole life is getting involved in martial arts. I just didn't want that feeling anymore. Like, if someone gives me a hard time, I want to be the one who can decide whether or not this gets violent or who gets hurt. I don't want to leave that into some stranger's hands who might be a fucking psychopath. Yeah. If it's in my hands, no one's getting hurt. We're going to be fine. Like, there's a video of Matt Serra from yesterday. Matt Serra, there was a drunken altercation with some fucking dude in the food court. Matt Serra, who's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, like at one point in time when he was competing, he was one of the best Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artists in the world. Then on top of that, he fought in MMA, knocked out Georges St-Pierre, won the welterweight title, and he's got some dude on the ground. And he's just saying, calm down. The guy's like, I'm going to fuck you up. But it's hilarious to watch. Like, look at this. Do good and play the volume. He's like, I'm going to break your fucking face. Oh, yeah, that's right. Look, he's holding his wrists.
I love how he has the shirt on the guy's face.
He's like, calm down.
It's like he's putting a crying baby to sleep.
And so the security... Are you going to control them? Is it like you're going to control them? And let me tell you something. Matt Serra is one of the nicest fucking guys on the planet Earth. If he has to do this to you in a restaurant, if he's a restaurant, he's got full mount on you. You fucked up. You fucked up, dude. But see, you're way better off who doesn't know how to fight. It could be that too. That drunk dude could just be a real mean, violent person who wants to beat someone up if he gets him down.
So if there's guys like, who aren't into that kind of, so you found getting into martial arts, it really kind of led you in like a way where you felt more confident in case things got into an uncomfortable situation that you would be okay.
Yeah. Well, look, you're always going to be nervous in life when something's important, whether it's going on stage or something difficult in life. Difficult things make you nervous. It's like there's an anticipation, there's an understanding of the difficulty of something you're about to pursue and whether or not you're going to fall short or whether or not you're going to succeed. That shit makes people nervous. But the physical confrontation nervousness is a bad one. That is a paralyzing fear. When you fear of being bullied, or fear of being hurt, and you can't do anything about it, that devastates people. That puts them in a deep, deep depression.
Yeah.
So it's really important to learn. I think every young man should learn how to fight. I think there would be way less fights because of it. And I don't think you have to be a mean person to learn martial arts. I think it's a skill, and I think you learn it, and then once you start getting good at it, it starts actually becoming fun. And the people who you practice it with, you become close with.
Yeah.
You don't hate the people that you're practicing fighting with. They become some of your closest friends.
Yeah.
And I think it's it's a giant confidence boost to know that you can do something difficult and get better at it. I think just that alone, it has massive benefits for people.
Yeah, I can sense that, man. I remember watching a video a couple of years ago, actually, of you like getting a belt or something. They gave you at some dojo, or I'm not sure what the correct terminology is. It might have been a BJJ.
You were probably watching when I got my black belt.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But anyway, there was a lot of guys around. And I know that Coco does it. Joey does it.
Joey loves it. You should do it.
it.
Why don't you do it? You're a strapping man.
I talked to Eddie. Bravo about going to do it one day.
You should do it.
So he said, yeah, come. He said, come down one day and he'll, get me into like one of the beginners classes. I think I need to do it.
Dude, fuck yeah.
It'll make me feel a little bit more, like you said, sometimes I just, I don't know, and especially like if people get bullied and then they don't have like a brother, or they don't have a friend, or they don't even have somebody to go like talk to be like, oh man, and then their buddy to be like, oh, it's okay, like that can make, then that person gets stuck inside themselves, just feeling like, like they're not gonna be okay.
No, it's terrifying. And then everywhere you go, you're just scared of running into this guy.
Yeah,
it's very, very bad.
I think I should get into it. Man. I'm gonna do it.
It's a fucking natural animal inclination to pick on the weak. Only humans realize it and stop it and actually tell people not to do it and understand the effect that it has on the people that do it. But every animal does it. Dogs do it. Chickens do it. Chickens have a pecking order. They fuck with one chicken and then they all decide, oh, let's fuck with this bitch. And they all attack her for no reason. It's weird, man. And everybody's seen dogs do it. One dog will bowl up on the other dog will cower, and then they decide the pecking order. And then that dog will always go near that dog and fuck with him and growl at him, maybe bite his ear or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that animals figured out how to make sure that the only ones that get to breed are the ones that are confident and powerful and can overcome problems, okay? And one of the problems is other viable males that want to mate with the women that you want to mate with. Like with this fucking giraffe, they wound up killing those 3 other giraffes. This guy just was like, fuck these bitches coming up. I'm going to thrash my head into these giraffes and stomp them. You ain't fucking these girls when you get older. Fuck you. Animals have to find the weak and force it out.
And we don't have it.
Well, we do.
We did have it.
Unfortunately, we have it less now.
I see.
But we realize because of communication. Right. We realize that there's devastating effects in this, that we have loving and caring communities, and we have compassion, that you shouldn't do that.
Right.
But there's an inclination that people have to pick on the weak and attack the weak. It's very disturbing, but it's also very logical in terms of like biology.
Right.
We're trying to make it difficult for males to breed. It's not like we have very few people and we're trying to make as many people as we get. No. It's like the high status males and the dominant males are competing against these other males in order to be able to breed with, whatever,
Yeah.
lizards or fucking wolves or any species.
Yeah.
The high status male wolf is the one who gets to breed with the choice females, and this is how they're carrying their genes on. It happens in deer, it happens in elk, it happens in all these different animals. And they fight. I mean, the reason why these antlers on this elk, those are for fighting. That's all they're for. They actually lose those fucking things after they're done breeding.
Really?
They fall off and they grow back again the next year. That's the fastest body part growth known to man is elk antlers.
And that look, I mean, when you look at this, it looks like it would take 70 years to grow them.
Yep, they grow those motherfuckers in a couple of months.
Wow.
And then it'll grow bigger next year, up until a point, sometime around like age 9 or 10. Sometimes they taper off, they start to decline as they get older.
Yeah.
Their antlers actually become smaller and smaller. But for the most part, that's one of the reasons why people want to shoot a big male. It's because that male, like with big antlers, that male spread his genetics for many years. So his genes are long passed on. He's probably bred with dozens of females.
Oh, I see. So if it's obviously been alive a long time and it has that family tree just hanging out of the front of its head,
Exactly.
then you know,
Exactly.
okay, this thing is already
Yeah.
it's already prospered.
Yeah, and the idea also is that to only shoot those males, those high status big males, it's actually better for the population because then the younger males get a chance to become older because they'll kill them. They kill young males. If a young male gets fucking frisky and he thinks he's a badass, the big old bull will fuck him up. And one of the ways they fuck him up is their antlers are longer, so they can get the young one when the young one can't get him.
Nothing.
It's kind of evil.
Wow.
Like your weapons are dictated by your age. It's really weird, right? And your strength and like how much vitality you have. That's what grows your antlers.
Isn't that, I mean, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's how it's all put together like that.
It is fucked up, and they bully the shit out of those young bulls. They chase them away. Like you get no pussy. Those young bulls they call them satellite bulls. They're so horny.
Are they?
They're just hanging on the outside like please. That's like they're susceptible to hunters because hunters will like make a cow call like they make this noise and they go like yeah what's the fuck and then they get shot. Yeah, that's how they get. That's one of the things about elk hunting that's so interesting is that you call them in. You actually make sounds to try to bring them towards you so they think they're going to get some pussy or they think there's a fight. That's the other thing you do. You make a bugle like they have these horns you blow.
Yeah.
These bugles, and then the elk will go, "What? You want some of this, bitch?" Come around the corner like looking for another elk to fuck up, and then shoot.
Would you ever get in like a suit or anything like that and do it? No,
Like
that's
pretend
crazy.
to be an elk.
Yeah.
Like sneak up on them. They have actual elk decoys that they use that they actually put on the front of the bow. So like, say if you were shooting your bow, right? You got your bow here. Extending in front of your bow is like
Looks like an elk.
It looks like a female elk. It's like a decoy, and you're actually shooting through her at the elk.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like a decoy that you put on in front of your bow. If you're drawing
Right.
back your bow, you got something here.
It's like
You
a
got
pocket pussy,
What is
but with like
this?
a weapon in it.
elk boomer
Oh, that's
decoy.
her.
What is this? That is weird.
So popped up when I typed in elk.
It's a new product. What does it say? Adjustable fit ball cap. So what is that?
elk mask.
It's an elk. That's a good way to get shot by a dude.
Oh, it's a good
Put
way
one of
to get
those on and wander
fucked,
off.
too.
Oh, so that is what it is. It's like an elk head. You know who has one of those? John Dudley has something like that. He's got like ears he wears. You're tricking her, tricking him.
You look like a
think that it's girl.
Snapchat filter. That's what you look like.
I don't think their vision is very good.
Oh, I see.
I think their vision is.
Have you ever watched any of them have sex or anything?
Yeah. I saw one of them. I saw a male elk fuck a female elk. It was crazy.
Really? Is it
Dude,
pretty cool, or is it? Do
He
you feel?
smashed it. He smashed it so
Wow.
hard she went flying forward when she got tackled and went down to her front knees. He just climbed on top and he's a one pump chump. Boom! He just slammed into it.
Could you tell he felt good after, or he seemed like
It's hard
whatever?
to tell. He was screaming. When they're fucking and when they're in heat and they're
Yeah.
breeding, in the rut they call it, it's amazing to watch. I mean, this is something they only do once a year. So for 11 months out of the year, they're cool with each other. They're all just hanging out together. And 1 month out of the year, it's chaos, just fighting to the death with other males,
Yeah.
smashing into it. And then every girl they get a chance to fucking, they bang it out. And then when it's over, it's over. And And this is a cycle of life. And then in the spring, the new calves are born. And then, they grow up, and then a year later, they're hanging around in the pack, and then they get older. As they get older, they challenge the old bull for dominance, and it chases them away. And yeah, it's a fascinating sort of ecosystem when you watch. And then, there's always wolves, and there's always bears, and there's always things that are trying to eat them, and mountain lions are killing them. It's amazing.
That's wild, man. It's wild. That's neat that you're so in tune with all of that stuff, man. That you're into those worlds. That sounds like a lot of fun,
Well, it's really interesting. Even if I never ever hunted again, I would still be fascinated by wildlife.
Yeah.
It is just, it's one of the more interesting things about being alive. There's these other things that are alive too, and they're nothing like us.
Yeah.
They are nothing like us.
We're
And
the
they're just-
outliers,
yeah.
really.
Oh, for sure. But we're the ones who are separated from them so completely that if we see one, it's like a bird that's sitting on a flagpole, or it's it's a fucking coyote in your neighborhood. Whoa, what's he doing here? Or a dog, which is like our friend. Dog. I don't even count them as animals. I know they're animals, but they're our friends. It's like when you have dogs, they're dependent upon us for food.
Yeah.
They're part of the family. It's a totally different deal than like a pet wolf or a pet bear or some shit.
There's an episode where somebody's dog plays Family Feud with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's what other animal's gonna do that?
I saw a dude online who he trained his dog to get him a beer, and he put he tied a towel to the door of the refrigerator, and he'd say, "Go get me a beer." And the dog would go there. She would grab a hold of the towel, pull on it. It would open up the door to the fridge. She would reach in, grab at him. He'd say, "Good, now go close the door." And she would go close the door. She would go grab that towel and use it to shut that door. I was like, that is insane. That is a super trained animal, man.
You guys always seem to be super happy, like when you go running and everything you're talking about. It's cool.
You ever have any pets?
No, I never had any pets.
Never growing up?
They had
A
like
lot of responsibility.
They had scary dogs. So, like they had Lou, but he had like there were two dogs that were like
Yeah.
You'd see them fucking and sometimes like attacking people. So it was kind of exciting, but it wasn't like. And then a lot of animals got hit by my house by this highway by trucks, so we'd go bury the animals sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we'd go get the animal, and pull them right off this little highway and bury them. But yeah, I never had a pet, but I would like to have one if I can get a home one time. A home and like a wife and stuff. And I think I would like to have an animal.
They're fun, man, but you gotta really know what you're getting into. If you go out of town, you're gonna need somebody to watch it, feed it, and take care of it. You gotta get that. You gotta make sure you have a big enough yard where your dog can get some exercise.
Yeah.
And they're gonna shit all over the place. You're gonna have to learn how to pick that up. You're gonna have to pick that shit up.
Yeah. Can you teach them to shit in like a hole or something?
Nope. They shit wherever they go outside. They just find a spot and say this is a good spot to shit, and they just drop logs. Yeah. And then you got logs all over your lawn.
Yeah.
And if you go 2 days without cleaning those logs, you got 8 logs.
Damn,
Pick up
bro.
logs. I have 3 dogs. So mucho logos. 3 dogs makes mucho logs. A lot of logs. You gotta go around cleaning it up. And then if I don't clean it up, I'll have that fucking smell. I'll be out in the yard like,
really?
Dog shit smells. And you gotta get the scraper. A scraper and scrape the logs, and then I have a place I dump them into.
Yeah.
Scooping up shit. Imagine if your grandma just shit all over your lawn. Just go out on the lawn. She shits in the yard, shits on the lawn. Like, oh, grandma's out there shit. I gotta clean up her shit.
Yeah.
I love her, but God, I hate cleaning her shit.
Yeah, I would hate cleaning up probably human shit for some reason. But I remember
More than dog shit?
Well, when I was a kid, they had a boy in our neighborhood named Mario, right? And he was this dude. He ended up dying. Actually, he did some pills and drove into an embankment. But when I was young, he would shit in his yard, make me bury it, and that's how I was allowed to be friends with it.
Why? How did he make you bury it?
He just asked me to do it, and I was afraid not to do it.
He said, "Yo, dude, you're not gonna believe this, but I took a shit and it's out my yard. I can't even bury it because I'll throw up. Do me a favor, go bury it."
Yeah, he was dark, man. He had a real dark vision, and he would. I mean, he probably honestly, dude. He probably shit 200, 300 times, and I buried it.
No,
I swear to God.
Come on.
I swear
Really?
to God. I swear to God, dude. And he
how'd you not run out of places to make new holes? Did you think you ever dug up old shit to put in new shit?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. We basically had like the only setup I had, not even have a strong system. The only setup I had was like one of those plastic, beach.
Oh
like
no,
a beach setup, dude. I'm talking. I was 7.
So wait a minute, the 7-year-old was doing this. How old was he?
He was 8 or 9.
Oh, it was tricking you.
Yeah,
older.
He was older, and
2 years when you're 7 is a long stretch. You know, when you're 32,
oh, yeah,
32, 34, that doesn't mean shit.
whatever, dude.
7 and 9, that's a big stretch.
Yeah, you go shit at your house, buddy. That's what I tell people now.
So for what he would, what was the? Do you remember the first? There's no way you really remember.
I remember
what he said.
I don't remember what he said, but I remember.
How did it happen? How did it happen when you find yourself with a plastic shovel and another person's shit going, damn? How did it come to this?
Well, it came to it because I know my brother probably wasn't around, and I wanted somebody to play with, and he was older, so I was hanging out, and he was deviant, man.
How so?
He just had a little bit of like he was kind of slithering. You know what I'm talking about? From
he knew how to manipulate.
Yeah, he was
obviously he buried his shit 200 plus times.
Like he had the same color in the outside of his eye and the inside of his eye. You know what I'm talking about?
Demon.
Yeah, like a light demon.
El Diablo.
Yeah, like an El Diablo, but also who was in elementary school.
Oh, interesting.
But he.
So when you first found yourself, do you remember the feeling that you first found when you were digging a hole for a dude's shit? Like, just thinking, what? And I'm like, how long can I do this? What if he keeps asking? How do I stop this? How did you wind up stopping? That's maybe a better question.
You know what? I don't remember how it kind of, how
petered
it kind
off.
Of, yeah, petered off. I don't remember how it kind of tapered off. You know?
His parents ever like, hey, do you ever shit in the house? How come we don't have any missing toilet paper?
Well, you know, that's what I think it was. I think he was lazy. He was. I'm serious. And he shat outside behind his slide. They had a slide in his yard because they had, a little bit of money. And he shat outside behind the slide.
Shat. This is a great word too, by the way.
And it was silty, kind of soil and sand. And I remember going over there. And I still remember. I remember the shade of it, honestly.
What did it look like?
I would say like a taupe, but with a little more brown in it.
You can always find coyote shit because it has like little berries in it a lot of times. Coyotes eat all kinds of things.
Yeah?
Yeah, they eat some berries sometimes. I see these logs with these little red berries in it. I'm like, oh, it's coyote shit. It's always a dark brown too. Their shit's super consistent. It's weird.
Gooses have fancy shit sometimes.
Fancy? You mean disgusting?
Yeah, I never liked it, but it seems...
Gross creatures.
Yeah. I have a friend who had, and that's a bait and switch by Mother Nature, because if you see a goose, you think, oh, this is fun, this is going to be exciting. And then they'll fucking choke out an infant at a park. I mean, gooses are violent.
They're violent.
Extremely violent. They fight in packs.
Do they?
Yeah.
In packs?
Yeah, they do.
I have a friend who had a house on a lake, and they had a wire all around the lake. I was like, what's the wire for? Like, it's to keep the goose from going in water. They waddle it into the water. So I was like, is that electric? I was like, what kind of fence is that? I'm not sure if it's electric. It might give them a little shock. But the idea was to try to keep because they shit all over their lawn, they shit all over near where they had a pond in their yard.
Yeah.
They're just like the ultimate.
Like that kid Mario. They're just like that kid Mario, but a bird.
How balling are you when you have a pond in your yard? Like you want to go fishing? Yeah, let's take 5 steps out of my backyard. You know, I mean, that's like the ultimate.
But I don't think that's that. I don't think if you have a natural hill in your yard, I don't think that's that expensive to get water put in and to get a pump put in. I don't think it's that drastic.
Oh, man, I don't think that'd be a nightmare. But you got to make sure it doesn't leak. Like you got to what's going to keep the water there?
Yeah,
like it takes a special kind of bottom. Like when you go to a natural lake, like that water's pooled up there for a reason. Like that's an unusual ground. You got to realize if you're looking at a natural lake, unless it's a glacial lake, the water's decided to stay there. Whereas the same amount of water is probably landed everywhere, but it's decided to stay there. So what the hell's different between that ground and all the other ground around it? So when you want to make a pond, you just can't make a pond everywhere. There's a reason why there's not a pond there, because that's not the kind of ground for a pond.
Right.
So they'd have to put a liner in.
Oh, you got to tame it's like taming Mother Nature almost.
Yeah, you have to do something. You can't just pour water in there. You got to do something. And one of the things that they do in a lot of places, they use this really thick koi pond liner. It's basically a plastic liner. So you got a bullshit ass fake pond is what you got.
That's gonna look shitty
You got
too.
a above ground pool.
Yeah.
You know, basically the above ground pool of ponds.
It's not even organized, you know?
Well, once they get the liner in place, then they put certain so it looks like a regular pond. But the thing is, what's holding the water in place in some places, they'll use those koi pond. You ever see it? You know what a koi pond is?
Oh, yeah.
It's big, beautiful.
Like at a
fish.
restaurant.
Yeah, they have very thick liner that they use for the base of that shit. They use that stuff on float tanks too.
I don't
Yeah, a
know,
lot
I know
of
what it is.
flotation tanks. We float in them.
Oh, no. I know, yeah. I've heard you talk about it before.
Well, the liner of those things is the same thing. It's koi pond, like liner. It's like a real thick, durable, tough plastic.
Does it feel like you're alive when you're in the tank?
Yeah, it feels like you're relaxing. You know, it's a good feeling. It feels good on your body. It just alleviates tension, but it also feels like you're in this like meditative state. You relax, you think about things better there. You get a good thought of, you know, how to look at things from an outside looking in perspective.
Yeah.
You get a chance to be away from your body, really. Because you're not thinking about your body, just floating.
Oh, I like that.
You're not feeling your body at all. The water is the same temperature as your skin, so you can't even tell where the water is and where your body is.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I just feel like you're flying because your ears are underwater.
Does it feel dead? Do you feel like you might be dead or not?
No, definitely not.
I like that.
Are you worried about the feeling of dead?
I'm just worried about does your brain keep going, you know, or whatever it is that keeps us going in our,
When you die?
Yeah, like does our consciousness, does it just
Thinking about language. So we're thinking about the way we talk and think.
so you have to think about a feeling.
Yeah, because I think what we think of as consciousness, when I think of it, in my own limited mind, when I think of consciousness, I think of consciousness as me using language to interpret how I feel about different things. There's a language attached to it. I think if something happens when you die and your soul goes to another place, let's say a soul is a real thing, consciousness is a real thing. I bet it goes there with no language. And I bet it's real similar, I bet, to what it feels like when you're really tripping. I think when you're on some heavy psychedelics and you just melt into the universe and you sort of cease to exist on some of them, like 5-MeO DMT. You just melt. Yeah. Wow. You melt into the center of the universe. You feel like you don't exist anymore. I bet death, and that feels like you're dying too. That's a scary one. 5-MeO DMT is a universally disturbing one. A lot of people have a problem with that one because it really does feel like you're dying.
Can senior citizens do it or not?
I think they can. Yeah. I think the only problem would be if you had a heart attack, you freaked out. I don't think it's toxic because your body makes it. Your body knows what to do with it too. You know, your body knows how to bring you back down to sobriety levels in like 15, 20 minutes.
Do you know when you're going into those when you're on some of that, do you get a feeling that if you're a good or bad person, do you get like an answer? Like,
you definitely get a feeling if there's things that are bothering you about your behavior. You know, if you have something that's haunting you, and maybe with a lot of people, it really comes down to life choices, not just in terms of like their behavior, but even like what they're doing for a living and how they're living their life. And sometimes those experiences, these psychedelic experiences, can highlight these things that are bothering you, but that you're suppressing. And then you realize like, oh, this suppressing of these feelings and thought, and I'm aggressive in this way, and it's really because of this.
Wow.
It's really because of, and then you might also come to realization it's about something that happened when you were a child, or it's about feeling unprotected or unloved as a child, and it's just you never developed properly, so you never felt totally secure, so you want to do something to make you feel secure, whether it's drinking or something, and then you'll see that in a psychedelic experience, you'll be able to like see the root of it better.
Oh wow.
For a lot of people, it's cessation of smoking comes from that feeling like, oh, I'm killing myself because I hate myself. Like I'm literally poisoning myself. Like how can I not see this? And then through having a mushroom experience, they've just completely quit.
Really?
So yeah, it's a real common one. There's a lot of other stuff that I haven't done. That also, like Ibogaine is a big one for getting people off drugs. It's a huge one.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's a big one. That has an amazing success rate, but it's supposed to be really brutal as far as like how you feel, and like it runs you through the ringer psychologically. But when you get through it, it's worth it. But it's 24 hours.
Fuck, and who do you have to go with by yourself?
There's a lot of clinics that do it, particularly in Mexico. A lot of people go down to Mexico and go to these clinics, and they're 24-hour clinics of this ibogaine experience.
JRE field trip.
But hey, man, if you have a son, and if you like Joe, my son's hooked on oxys, I don't know what to do, I would 100% recommend you do that.
Really?
Yeah, because I know so many people that have done it, and it's helped them. It rewires the way your brain connects to addiction. It's really fast. It's a fascinating drug. Hamilton Morris, who is the host of Vice's Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, it's essentially a show that's all just about drugs. He was talking about it last week about how fascinating it is. And in low doses, it actually is like a nootropic. It actually enhances your consciousness in low doses. Makes you smarter.
Yeah, I want to get into some of that kind of stuff, but I mean, so right now I don't party or anything like that, so I struggle with that. It's like, man, because I don't, it's tough because I do want to be able to do things that are beneficial for myself and things that I didn't have a problem with, but it's hard to kind of balance.
Yeah, you want to stay sober.
Yeah.
Well, sobriety is a worthwhile goal, and if you can go from being a person who's doing a lot of drugs and ruining their life to a person who's like yourself that's on a great path and you're sober and you're disciplined, you wouldn't want to break that. You don't want to have that bad feeling. But there's ways that you can achieve certain psychedelic states without any drugs.
Yeah.
One of the big ones is yoga and meditation. Those are the two big ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't do the kind of yoga that gives you a psychedelic experience. I think mostly that's Kundalini yoga, but the kind of yoga that I do, that Bikram hot yoga shit, it's just this what it does to your body. It chills you out afterwards. I think it has a pretty profound effect on the way the world, the way you experience the world after the classes. So I think that's something that people don't take into consideration. Like, one way in which you can change the world around you is to change how you interface with the world. Like, how do you experience the world? How are you viewing it? What's your behavior flavored by? Is your behavior motivated by frustration and weirdness and insecurity and anger, or is your behavior motivated by love and confidence and happiness? And are you like, and if you do, and if you've like experienced like a strong yoga class and then you run into someone, you might be more relaxed, more compassionate, more easy, and that'll change the way that person thinks about you. That'll change your interaction with them in the future. That might change your whole life.
Yeah.
And if you continue to act that way and you continue to look at the world through the eyes of this very particular discipline that's really good for your body, it really can change people.
Yeah.
Change a lot of people. It's like there's a definite butterfly effect from that.
Yeah.
So if you want to just do something for you, just meditate. Learn how to meditate.
Yeah, I just got a new meditation chair actually yesterday, so I might have to start getting into it.
Dude, why not, man? I mean, if you were interested in doing drugs, right? Why not just be interested in doing something that you know you can definitely do, and it's not going to fuck you up, and it's only going to help you.
Yeah.
So, like, when you were partying, what was your thing?
Just doing cocaine by myself at the house, really.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
It was all cocaine. Yeah. What about booze? Did booze bother you?
No, I just couldn't have a drink because I'd be afraid that I would buy Coke.
So if you got drunk, then it would loosen your inhibitions, and you'd be like, "Where's the Coke? Where's the fucking Coke?"
Yeah. Dude, in cocaine, go back to that vest story, man. So here's what happened. So I would do some cocaine at the house and put on these different vests.
How many did you buy again?
I spent too much on it, but I would probably say the priciest one I had was probably about $210. Nice.
Damn.
Yeah. And so I would get fucked up, put these vests on, put on sunglasses, and no like Buffalo Bill shit, but at least partying by myself, you know. And one time I was making a smoothie, because I got like a new, I don't know what kind of blender it is, but it's pretty nice. And I was making like a nice smoothie, and I'm fucking coked up, I'm partying, I'm living high on the hog. Got these 2 vests on maybe, right? And I thought I heard something outside, right? Which is kind of weird to even think of when you have a blender going, right? So I leave out of my apartment to go in the hallway, lock myself out, out of my brain, right? I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall,
Oh no!
and tell him like, hey man,
2:30 in the morning. I got locked out. The blender's on, son. Oh my god, he must have hated you.
oh, the blender shorts out and smoke happens. The fire alarm starts going off in the building right as I'm at his door knocking, right?
Oh my god.
So now he's pissed and he's like, what's going on? And I didn't know what to say. I told him that I was throwing a late Christmas party, dude. It was fucking into January.
How old were you at the time?
Huh? Oh, this is 2.5 years ago. So I was 35. Bro, so he comes back to my apartment, right? He's fucking pissed. He unlocks the door. There's nobody in there.
Oh my god.
Like, man, but that's
How long did you live there for?
I still live there.
Whoa.
Yeah, we've kind of, you know, like I've caught him doing some things. I think we're all even.
Oh, how long have you been sober for?
2 years. In 2 weeks, it'll be 2 years.
What was the big thing where you're like, I gotta get my shit together?
Dude, I was going on Opie and Jim. When Opie and Jim Norton had a radio show at Sirius, and it was actually on. It's on Ari's that show that he had. This is not happening. And I ended up doing coke all night, driving a taxi. I was in a taxi. The driver, this dude Luigi, got me an escort. I didn't want an escort. We're doing cocaine in like Harlem or something, North Harlem.
You and the cab driver doing coke.
And I was taking a cab from a party to my hotel. And so we end up off on this other excursion. Next thing you know, I'm driving the taxi. He's in the back with the hooker. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I got to be on the radio station at, 6:30 or something. So I get to the radio, and I can't even talk. And Daryl Strawberry's the other guest, right? Who is the baseball player who also had drug problem. But he's like 13 years sober. And so it was this weird moment where, like, I thought I was kind of cool, but then here's a man who, like, I'd always in my head maybe somewhere thought, oh, that guy's like a cokehead. But then here he is, eloquent, put together, successful. And here I am, I can't even talk. And I'm with two men that I admire, Opie and Jim Norton, just to be honored to be on the show, And so I was like, this is 12-step program, yeah. And then, so I've been in that then. Since then, it's helped me out,
Well, I would definitely say don't do coke.
Yeah.
The problem with drugs is they're all under the same blanket, right? When someone says drugs, you think of everything. You think of pills, you think of smoking it, you think of coke, you think of pot, you think of mushrooms, you think of everything.
Yeah.
But obviously, they're not all the same thing. It's weird to call them all drugs.
Yeah.
They affect you very differently.
100%.
I don't think if you did mushrooms, you would all of a sudden be doing blow and,
Yeah, I don't think so either.
driving Luigi's cab again.
Right. I don't think so either. So, but I think
I wouldn't want to be the guy that told you to do it either.
No, I don't feel like you are. But, I feel like it's something that I think about sometimes. And, but, I don't know, because I also do want to have experiences where, like, I'm able to get, unique experiences out of my mind and think about other stuff. And, like, I do remember times where mushrooms would just clear my conscience. It would be like someone came up to the chalkboard where everybody written all these math problems and bullshit, and somebody drawing a dick and somebody fucking cutting off somebody's head, just stupid shit,
Right.
and just cleaned it all off. Like, oh,
No, I think so too.
it's relaxing.
Mushrooms forgive you.
Oh,
They
wow.
forgive you for your mistakes. I mean, this is one of the reasons why, like, mushrooms and Jesus are always kind of connected in folklore and a lot of people's ideas. It's because they're both very forgiving. Like, here's the best Jesus story of someone being forgiving. Goddamn coughing on. It's the weed. There was a guy named General Butt Naked. You ever heard of that guy?
Real man?
Yeah, he lived in Liberia, and he's a famous character in Liberia because of his exploits when he was in the middle of war. He would go and fight naked.
Oh, wow.
And he was a cannibal. He would kill innocent children on the other side and eat pieces of their heart, and he believed that it would protect him in battle. And talks about it openly. After doing this, he found Jesus.
And he came on him.
Is this him?
Did you have him
No,
on
the
here?
actual photos of him? I didn't know either. So then he became, he's killed thousands of people. Oh, he's apparently in war. And then, according to what he said, and then afterwards became a preacher and talks openly about the fact that he's like killed innocent children and eaten pieces of their heart. But people forgive him because he's a preacher. So his love of Jesus is so complete that people forgive him to the point where they forgive the fact that he ate kids.
Wow.
Imagine.
It's powerful.
Stop coughing.
It's
If he was your kid that this guy ate, then you see him out preaching now.
I mean, it's
Like, bro, you ate my kid.
Yeah.
You ate his heart. Fuck. That was a different time.
Yeah.
I was a different man. It's crazy. The traveler's guide, I forget what it's called, the Vice Travel Guide to Liberia. It is a really, really eye-opening sort of a view into what Liberia is like. Like Liberia is a really, really poor, dangerous part of Africa. That was originally when slaves left America, when they were set free, they went back to Liberia. And that's where they settled. Fuck. Yeah.
Dude, Africa's always fucked up, huh? That sucks, man.
Yeah, that's why all these wild animal stories from Africa. It's like there's another one that was kind of interesting. These poachers got eaten by a lion. They tried to get a hold of a rhino. They were trying to kill this rhino and cut its horns off. They tried to sell them. They just get
That's crazy, dude.
Dude, it's the way to go.
If you could get an animal organ put into your body, would you do it?
What would be the benefit? What would you get?
I'd do something.
Would you get like a hyena butt? One of them big shiny butts?
I already have the butt of a Down syndrome boy, so I don't know what I would get, man. I would probably get just something. I'd start off with something small, probably.
Like
You know, a wrist or something, or
Like
like a
pinky nail of a leopard.
Oh, dude, that would be fucking sexy. How great would that be?
Once they start splicing genes, man, who knows what they're gonna be able to do with people?
You're gonna be like that guy Tiger. Oh, what's that guy on Thundercat? Remember? You're gonna be like Thundercat.
I don't remember that guy. You see people with animals?
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, wasn't that something that they were trying? Stalin was trying to do that with chimpanzees.
yeah.
He was
Chimp
trying
humans.
to make some sort of a chimp-human hybrid.
I could see it, man. I've met some motherfuckers, dude.
Some motherfucker. Yeah. Well, I think they're going to be able to do something like that soon.
Dude, can you imagine that? You fucking are talking to somebody and then they just get into a bird bath? Can you fucking imagine that?
This is that humanity thing. Scientists claim U.S. lab engineered humanity human chimp hybrid 100 years ago.
Scientists.
Oh, this is a really recent article, huh? This is in Science Alert. Oh, the sun's super sketchy, right?
Yeah.
That humanity was real weird though. That thing walked upright a lot.
Yeah, and they wore a suit.
What is that? That's fake. That's Stalin's humanity experiment. But that one picture is real. That's real. That's what it really looked like. The thing walked around with shorts on.
Yeah.
Look at the size of his quad, son. Oh, that motherfucker will tear you apart. Yeah, that thing, I think it got very close to the woman too, which became an issue.
Look at that. Who is that?
Yeah, that's the humanity.
I
They
think
put
that was
that
in
thing
the
in a
rat
tie.
pack. Yeah, this isn't even
That's
real.
Dean Martin's friend.
Yeah, that's Dean Martin's buddy.
Yeah.
Look, he's doing coke with is that the guy from Narcos in the background? What's going on here?
Escobar.
These pictures
Okay,
are-
but stop. Look at that language. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the writing. Tell me that shit doesn't look alien. Like that's from some spaceship. Like what language is that?
I don't know. I'm ready for it all, man.
Language, man. Is it Japanese? Yeah. That looks like it should be on. Yeah. Don't go back. Let's translate it. There we go. That language does look like it's from space. Like if you saw that if you didn't know anything about Asian languages, you saw that on a spaceship, you'd be like, oh.
Do you think Japanese people could be from space and not know that they are?
The people that are really into nonsense, like the Zechariah Sitchin, do you know about all that shit?
Uh-uh.
There's people that believe that there is a planet that's out far outside of Pluto that comes. It's on an elliptical orbit, and it comes near Earth every like 3,000 years or something. I forget the exact number, but it's called Nibiru. And on Nibiru, there are these people called the Anunnaki, and what they are is an alien race, and that this alien race engineered us. And they took these old monkeys, like ancient hominids, and then they added their DNA to them and created a human being. This is the idea. And then there's this guy, Zechariah Sitchin, who wrote all these books on this stuff. And there's a lot of people that think he's full of shit, but it's interesting. It's fun. It's fun to speculate, you know. But the idea was that different groups of people got different level of alien. Yeah.
I could see. Yeah, well, look, sometimes I'm talking to somebody, I'm like, I don't think this dude's like a full person, you know?
Like who do we know? Don't tell.
I don't know if it's anybody that we know. I mean, Josh Martin, that works the comedy store, sometimes takes me for a ride, but I don't think
be an alien.
I don't think he's an alien.
Imagine if there was one just living amongst us
Oh,
the whole time, we're just getting our chain yanked.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure there's some chick out there that's fucked an alien. I think, when I really think about it,
I think that would be the first inbreeding would be a chick with an alien fucker, or would be a dude who fucked an alien girl.
Oh no, I think now these days I could see some women fucking some aliens.
Well, isn't that some of the folklore though? Some of the stories of male alien abduction are like female aliens that seduce them.
Yeah.
That's how they get your loads, bro.
Dude,
Well, species.
I've been giving
That's
my
right.
loads up free, son.
Natasha Hendrich, right? Is that her last name? Hendrich? How do you say it? Henstrich? Is that how you say it?
How many loads can your body make?
She was on Fear Factor. She's very nice. She's a very nice person. She's
Oh,
hot.
really? You met her?
Yeah, she did an episode of Fear Factor. She's hot as fuck.
Oh, wow.
Forrest Whitaker was in that movie.
Oh, I love
Damn.
Forrest Whitaker.
Damn, Ghost Dog.
I
He
love
was in
him.
The Hustler.
And he's in
No, not
Last
The
King of
Hustler.
Scotland.
He was in The Color of Money. Not The Hustler.
You know what movie I like is that movie where they escape from the mental health facility and Michael Keaton's in it. And it's like 4 dudes and they go to a baseball game. You remember that movie?
No.
I think
But
it's
it makes me think you probably wouldn't be able to make that movie today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because mental health facility or something, people would be upset.
Well, there's always dudes in movies that would play. There was guys that would play someone who was mentally challenged.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's a common thing. Dudes would always do it. Didn't Sean Penn play someone
Yeah,
who was
I Am
mentally
Sam.
challenged? Yeah.
That was
Who
a great
else?
movie. Dustin Hoffman.
Did he do it? First guy to play a super autistic man.
Yeah. And he did great.
Rosie O'Donnell did it too, right?
I think so.
Man, that's the last thing you want your enemies finding out.
Well, dude, imagine the outtakes where you just didn't really get
Oh
it
my god,
right.
you start laughing. Imagine the outtakes if you start laughing. You monster.
And nowadays you have to have a real person with the disease on the side of the stage. So, like,
Consult.
yeah, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Come on. Really?
I'm sure you think they're letting you do that without having somebody there to verify if it's legit or not?
Well, how would someone verify whether or not, like, is someone gonna come up and go, that's not how I do it? That's just,
I think so.
this is not your thing. Who's this? That's Rosie. Let me hear this.
I like blue card or green card. Like
Oh, that's true. I just made that up.
The bus driver. You invited him at the funeral. Don't remember. We've been waiting on 2 hours. Why did you wait inside?
Riding the bus with my sister.
Because you couldn't see me in there. I have your address. Honestly, Beth, you just make things harder on yourself. Buckle up for safety.
Whoa, pretty good.
I wonder if you could do that movie today. You might not be able to do it. Yeah, but that's a different world, man.
It's a different world, man. You can't even barely breathe out there, dude.
No, it's tough, right?
But dude, I can't believe I'm going to China and there you wonder what you can do. Anything.
Can you do anything as far as like comedy material? Can you
Oh,
get
I
in trouble?
think so. I mean, just think of all the different stuff they have. Animals are treated differently there.
Oh, that's true.
You know?
Right, but I think like you get in trouble if you like Google certain websites. Like they have a different version. Of
Oh,
Google
yeah.
there. They're censored.
Yeah. I'm not going to do anything drastic like that.
It'd be crazy you could censor 1 billion people.
I remember going when I was a student. We went to Cuba when I was a student in college, right? I remember we went to a bookstore and all the books just started at like a certain year, and that was it. Like there was no.
Yeah, when Castro took over.
Yeah, like Che Guevara.
What's going on today in China?
World Cup kiss sparks social media debate on sexual harassment in China. Why?
There's a male reporter and these 2 Russian fans gave him a kiss while he was reporting, and it's caused like a reverse sexual harassment debate. China, apparently it's a big deal.
So what's a big deal? That in China, someone like you're not allowed to show public affection like that? Is that what the big debate is?
It came after a bunch of female journalists have been assaulted. And
So they started assaulting the dude?
It's the other way around.
Oh. I'm gonna go out on a limb. He's gonna be okay.
He looks fine. He looks actually
He's
better
getting kissed on the cheek by attractive women. They're not hurting him. They can't rape him. I think he's gonna be okay. Let's watch homeboy get mauled by these hot Russian broads. Here it goes. We're done. He's laughing. We're done. Stop this. People are fucking crazy. The guy's laughing. He thought it was cute.
Yeah.
Why would anybody make a deal out of that?
It's a zero
You
tolerance.
that girl literally had a plastic red cup in her hand, which is the universal sign of being fucked up in public.
Yeah.
If you got that plastic red cup in your hand, that chick's probably lit. She kissed that guy.
Yeah.
He thought it was cute. They didn't move him around or push him or assault him. It was a friendly gesture on the cheek.
That's love, I think. Why are we trying to shut down people enjoying each other? I don't think we are anymore. I think things are getting in a lot better places. It's just in the media, it seems like they're not sometimes. You know?
Well, that seemed like they're not. The fact that someone's making a big deal out of that.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't compare that to a bunch of guys doing that to a girl. It's not the same. It's not days of no one got hurt there.
Yeah.
Did they interrupt his broadcast? Perhaps. Did they ruin what he was trying to say? And I don't know what he might have had a serious message. And these hot Russian broads come over and kiss him on the cheek. Maybe they fucked up his little project and what he's trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
But there's no crime there. That's not a crime. It's not the same. If there was a bunch of dudes doing that to a pretty girl,
Yeah.
some gorilla-looking fucking football player, fucking corn-fed Iowa boys came over and kissed her, we'd be like, oh, what are they doing? You remember when they were trying to make it a big deal because Katy Perry kissed some guy on American Idol?
Yes.
Remember
This
that?
was like 2 months ago,
Yeah.
right?
She kissed some boy and never kissed a boy. She kissed him. She brought him over and kissed him. And everyone's like, oh, well, what if Katy Perry was a man? What if that was a girl? She's not! Stop! She's Katy Perry. And if that guy's really complaining that Katy Perry took her kiss, not my kiss for someone who loved me. Dude, no one's going to love you. Shut the fuck up. If you can't appreciate Katy Perry kissing you,
Ooh.
she's pretty too.
She's pretty. And more people will love that man because Katy Perry kissed him.
Idol contestant shuts down Katy Perry.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
he shut down the Katy Perry backlash. He kissed her too. Listen, nothing wrong with that. Look at him. First of all, homie's gay, right?
Is he?
Look at him.
He could be from Idaho.
Oh, she got him on the
She
cheek.
got him, and he fell down. That is not a male movie. That's not. Oh, he could be okay.
It
Not
might be
okay.
that he's avoiding that kiss until he really did find the woman that made him feel like he wanted to be kissed, and maybe she stole that from him.
Yeah.
See, right here. Imagine the 33-year-old male artist tricked a 19-year-old female auditioner into a kiss like Katy Perry. Well, imagine that's a different thing, you fuck. How about you imagine that's a whole different thing?
Yeah,
Don't pretend that men and women are the same, you fucking assholes.
Imagine a Volkswagen fucked your stepmom. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, imagine. Now
More
think what your
cars.
dad does.
What are we doing, dude?
It's so stupid. It's
Get your
not the same
swords.
thing, man. It's
Go get
just
the sword.
fucking not the same thing. Everybody's okay. That Chinese guy was laughing, man.
Oh, he probably jerked off to the video at the house.
Yeah. Oh, multiple times.
Dude, I'm going to fucking China. Somebody told me they had different fruit over there. Can you even imagine
I'm
that?
sure. They have different fruit in Brazil. They have different fruit in England. You get some different fruit.
Fuck, man.
Excited?
I'm excited. I guess I'm nervous, but I'm also excited.
How many shows are you doing over there?
I'm doing 3 shows, but you know, and I don't know about the promote. You know, it's just like a guy hit me up literally over email, and like,
Oh, wow.
so next thing you know, I'm going. But
Next thing you know, you got a ball gag in your mouth tied up in a basement under a noodle shop somewhere.
as long as I get to eat after, you know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ. Are you looking forward to the food?
No, man.
No? Do you not like Chinese food?
I mean, I like it, but dude, somebody told me that you can eat animal dicks over there. You can eat fucking elbow.
You were
meat.
saying they could eat human dicks. I think you were just joking around, though, right?
I don't know, honestly. Think about it. Think
What
about
if you went over there and they said, we heard you on the Joe Rogan Experience, and we have a hockey rink. We're prepared to put on the lion fight. Are you prepared to watch? If they brought you to a place and they said, a dude's going to fight a lion with a sword, you could leave if you like.
Yeah,
Would you stay?
I would say.
Yeah, you'd have to.
I would owe it to them. If the man's already gonna fight, and I'm the only. Imagine he comes out to fight him, and nobody's in the fucking stadium.
Well, you would have to be able to trust the people that are there, that they're going to let this guy get ripped apart by a lion in front of you and then get rid of a body.
Yeah. Would you eat during it, or would you wait to eat after? Because the guy
Depends on how hungry it was.
if the guy
Probably wait.
yeah. If the guy looks over, you're fucking eating while he's fighting.
If you're eating a hot dog while this guy's getting mauled, and you're just sitting there, mustard on your face and shit,
Like, where's that napkin?
sauerkraut in your teeth, drinking a beer. Oh, fuck, there goes his head. Oh, Jesus.
Bartender. Dude,
Yeah, when you think about, like, that movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe,
Mhm.
what is that supposed to be? How long ago was that? What was that supposed to be based? That was like 1,000 years ago or more?
Yeah, I think it was like 900
More?
AD. I'm guessing.
More? 2,000? Let's go 2,000. That ain't shit, dude. That ain't that long.
It's set in Roman times. It's
Could we get back there, you
what the
think?
fall of Rome was exactly.
You gotta think, man. That's not that long ago. The people were fucking
AD 180.
180 AD. I was in Rome a couple years back. And I went to the Colosseum. It's fucking amazing, man. It's crazy to be there just to feel it. And then most of it's missing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they stripped down a lot of the stone, and people stole things from it. And it's like it's all dilapidated and falling apart. But they when you go on a tour,
St. Louis.
they take you through the catacombs and they sort of explain all the different things. But they have these animals that they've got from Africa, and they had kept them in the see that hole in the ground? That's really real. That's really how they did it, man. These animals would come out of a fucking hole in the ground. And you see that first layer of people, the first seat, the first row of seats? They had to put up fucking fences and shit because the tigers would leap through the those season pass holders. Coliseum.
Imagine you get that nice ticket and you fucking your buddy you get up to get a soda and you come back and your buddy's just in pieces.
Dude, that just the fact that people did do stuff like that.
We did that. It's in us. Do you know that? That's what's crazy, man. That's what your show makes me think about, stuff like that. Like that there's DNA inside of us that remembers that.
I think when people get into situations where they need entertainment, and back then, right, like, would you rather go to a play or see a dude have a sword fight against a tiger?
Tiger.
Yeah, all day.
Depends on what
Plays are boring.
couple plays would be good.
I mean, what play?
Finding Neverland, maybe.
If there's a line, and on the left you get to see a guy fight a lion with a sword, and on the right you see a bunch of people pretend to be cats.
That's true. Yeah, that's gonna say.
Terrifying to watch, but the shock and the entertainment value be far.
Death of the sales. Oh, you guys go to the fights? We got tickets to
Oh my
Annie.
God, it'd be the worst.
None of the good stories have been written yet. So what the hell do you think they were doing? They had plays.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I mean they had great stories. I'm sure they had great stories, but it's not as good. Like, and also the value of human life was so much lower then.
Right.
People were constantly going to war, and with the war that they fought with bows and arrows and spears and swords. So there's just
On the street at the moment.
Yeah.
So maybe you're like, am I going to go see somebody else die in there, or are we going to go see this play?
And part of the problem was like the way they got rid of their shit too, right? Like the
Should have buried it like we did around my neighborhood.
imagine the blowback if someone in some country did put together a coliseum and then people started traveling there. It became like the new hot spot.
Well, if I lived in Africa, I would do that because I know in some places they're so starved, they have so many animals. I think they have a lot of people who believe in reincarnation.
Well,
I
if
would
you
just
paid
do it.
people $1 million to have a sword fight, if you had a purse of $1 million for someone to have a sword fight and to give them a shield and armor and a sword
Mhm.
and a helmet, they're gonna have a sword fight with a tiger. People would sign up for that.
I mean, I feel like you would know almost better than anybody because you guys spend. What do you think? Would any of those men do it?
Yeah, people would do it. What is this, Jamie?
2011.
Man fights lion to boost Egypt tourism. What? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. This is real?
Sitting in there, not a giant lion.
Is this actually happened?
This is 100% live thing recorded. It's on CBS News.
Jesus Christ. This guy get jacked or what?
It must not have been a long fight. Probably subdued.
Oh,
Yeah, it's obviously happening. If this got recorded, then it's probably happening.
guy escaped.
He had to do like 2 minutes or something with it, I bet.
Yeah, the lion seems fine. He's gonna climb on top. I win.
He's a
I am the
wrestler.
winner. Yeah, he's gonna do like a fucking cage drop. Drop down on that lion. Imagine that. Imagine the balls you would have to leap down with a spear and drive it through the lion's brain. From the top rope. Like spray all over the place.
You could do it.
Someone would do it. If that dummy got in there with that lion, you could definitely get it. If you gave someone $1 million,
Yeah.
you gave them a shield and a sword and armor. Give them some armor. Not all armor. Not your neck. Yeah, neck has to be free.
The neck of the lion.
Or to be knocked out of your hand, it would just crush your fucking head with its teeth.
But one man would do it.
Yeah.
One man would win.
Maybe the mountain from Game of Thrones, the giant dude.
Yeah.
Give that guy like a battle axe, like a fucking 85-pound axe.
Who would do it in UFC? Who do you think the greatest or the best? But who could do that?
It would have to be the biggest guys. It would have to be like the heavyweight champ. It would have to be like Stipe Miocic or Francis Ngannou or someone giant. It would have to be a big, powerful. You have to be able to take a hit from a 500-pound cat. You're probably gonna get fucked up either way, though.
You need one. You have to be able to take one good hit. Like you're gonna take one good hit.
I just feel like you're just gonna get fucked up. I just don't think you have a chance.
There's a lot of debates about this. I was reading it earlier.
Of course, there's a lot of people just as stupid as me and Theo.
I think the lion wouldn't have a good technique, so you'd be fucked up.
It doesn't matter if it has good technique. The physical power of a lion is just so overwhelming. I just don't think people understand how much force it can generate, how quickly it can move, how quickly it can get you. It would just fucking scramble on you. It would be on you so fast. Dude, there's a video, hilarious video, of a bunch of dudes running away, tiny in comparison. The leopard is what, 150 pounds or something like that? And these fucking people are running left and right, and this thing's coming after them, and you realize, like, oh my God. Like, look at this. This guy running. Now watch the leopard take the corner. Look, he slides. The leopard is going so fast, it's running on the walls, on the top, like the middle of the wall, above his fucking head. Watch how as he starts running forward and the leopard comes into the picture, the leopard is literally running on a vertical wall. Like, watch this. Watch when it comes around the corner. Look at this. It's running on the wall. It's got so much power that it's running on the side of the wall. Like, you can't even imagine the kind of physical speed and strength that thing has in its body. It's bouncing from the side of the wall to the other side of the wall and just trying to get some traction so it can get a hold of your bitch ass.
Damn.
Can't wait to get a hold of your bitch ass. You don't have a chance at that thing. That's a fraction of the size of a lion. Just a fraction.
Fuck, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
No. This is a video game, isn't it?
Look at it climb over the top of that fence like it ain't shit.
This is one of those video games on the dark web, I think. Middle school leopard.
Dude, you find that thing, you just gotta shoot it. You just gotta shoot it. There's not much you can do. Oh, it's fucking this dude up. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Oh, my God. It just bit him and then ran off. He got lucky.
Yeah.
he got lucky that there's all those other people in commotion.
And 4 million people have watched that chat, and they're not crying at a center right now or anything like that.
Yeah, but watching that doesn't seem real. You know, we watched that. If you were there in real life, like if you were in that hockey rink, sitting in those excellent gold star seats.
We're in Mexico?
I think you're in China somewhere.
Yeah, but they could have
What's he
made it
doing
look
now?
like China.
This is how I got the guy. Not this one trading here.
Oh,
No.
dude.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh,
Look at that.
tracked him down. Oh, my God. What do you do? It just wants to get out. It doesn't know what it wants.
Right.
It doesn't know what the fuck it wants. Do you jump in the water? Do you think they swim?
Yeah, they swim.
Oh, well, that's not good.
Do you think he's
Definitely
bleeding
don't
or
jump
not?
in the water. Oh, yeah, he's getting his legs, his arms, his legs, everything's getting torn up. All that shit's on the ground. That's blood. That's his blood.
I don't want that. Oh,
You definitely don't want that. I just think we really need to understand when you're talking about a large predatory animal that's ever lived is a weak ass bitch compared to a leopard. Just a fact. Oh, Jesus, like this one. Fuck.
it's doing all this.
Oh, I've seen this one. This is in India, right? It happens in these areas,
Yeah.
man. These cats, they get into these villages, just start fucking people up.
That's so crazy. Imagine that.
And that's a small animal compared to a lion. In comparison. Anything else, Seal? Before we wrap this bitch up, bring it home.
I've seen enough today.
Well, I hope you realize that if you're ever in a confrontation with one of those animals, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Do you realize that? You have that in your mind now?
Yeah. I think it's not a game as much as I thought it was.
You know, it's more of a game.
Well, I think this. I think it would be neat to go out and hunt some type of an animal with a knife. Just to start to get my guard up.
Hunt an animal with a knife. Do you think you could even hunt a raccoon with a knife?
Yeah.
Do you think you could?
150%.
Do you think that raccoon might fuck you up, though?
Fuck no, man.
How quick do you think a raccoon moves? Like, if you don't get that first stab into that
You do that,
raccoon,
you do that double up.
how long do you think it takes before that thing is latched a hold of your face, clawing your eyeballs out of your fucking head, and you're feeling your eyeballs getting sucked out of your skull because it tears through your tissue paper thin eyelids like they're nothing, and it's just biting,
Fuck, man.
chewing your eyes out?
No, I think if it got on you, well, the tough part is if it gets on you, you can't stab it because you'll stab yourself.
Oh, this is Kevin Rose. This is Kevin Rose got a raccoon and chucked it down the stairs.
Did he?
Yeah, he fucked that raccoon up. The raccoon was fucking his dog up. That's a guy who loves his dog.
Yeah.
He said he didn't even realize he was doing it. He was just doing it before he even knew it was happening. But look how he did it. He hucked it like a pillow. Woof, bitch, bam.
Damn. Yeah,
And then
man.
he went after it. That's gangster.
I'd go out there
That's
with
pretty
it.
gangster.
Yeah. Well, it's probably like you said. It's just that's the natural instinct. That's the basic instinct of a man. You know.
Mode. You know, like you have your regular operating system,
Mhm.
and then there's survival default mode when some real shit goes down, like a fucking grizzly bear is right next to you.
Well, I would hate that. Well, I think that going back to like what we were saying earlier, like that's the moment you'd find out who you are, and I would hate to find out at that moment that I'm not a fighter. You know.
Well, that all can be built up.
Right.
You can build that up through martial arts.
Right.
Like there's people that are just naturally inclined to never quit, and then there's people that have to learn it. But you can learn it.
Yeah, I want to start learning some of it to have just a little bit more of that just to fill in whatever that space inside of me is. Sometimes that feels a little bit inferior. I don't need to feel invincible, no. But I wouldn't mind getting a little caulk in some of those areas where it's like, okay, if somebody grabs me, like I know that I'll be able to grab them back.
Right. Yeah, man. Take jujitsu. It's
Yeah.
easy. Plus, you already know Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not, man?
It's fun.
Take some beginner classes, start slow. It's fun too, man. You really enjoy it. As long as, and you're a healthy guy, like mentally, like as far as your ego, as long as you don't try to not tap.
Yeah, no, I don't need to win. I'll just be, I think I'd be happy to have the camaraderie.
Yeah.
And I think the tapping is probably some humility that's probably good for you.
It is definitely. It's just hard to do.
Oh.
Like, especially, when you're in the beginning, you try to resist. You try to resist an arm bar that maybe you should tap, and you can get hurt. That's how you can get hurt. You get hurt from not tapping, especially other beginners. They don't know how hard. Like a black belt, you're more safe rolling with a black belt than with anybody because they're going to be able to tap you if they want to, and when they do, they're not going to hurt you.
Right.
Whereas like you might get in there with some Herculean white belt who's just learning the techniques. He grabs a hold of your arms like, fuck.
That's a good point. I think, maybe I'll see if Eddie can help me out to give me.
He can.
Yeah.
He can. Dude, last night was weird at the Comedy Store, wasn't it?
Dude, it was so weird.
4th of July is a strange night to perform. People are like, why are we here? And you're like, why are you here? It was a weird crowd. It was a great crowd. They were good, but they also felt odd that they were at a show.
Yeah, I didn't realize it until you said that. You're like, yeah, these people are thinking it's 4th of July. What the fuck am I doing at a comedy show? It's not wrong. It's not right. But it's just like, does my calendar even work?
The weirdest crowd you'll ever experience is Christmas.
Yeah.
You ever do Christmas shows at the store? Dude, I did one Christmas show at the store like 10 years ago. I'm like, well, taking this night off for the rest of my life. This fucking crowd's weird, man. They were weird. It was more than...
You were having
fun. It was weird. Oh, last night?
Yeah.
No, last night was fun. Yeah. I had a good time. But
Yes.
it's just, it's a different feeling. But I think people are feeling differently about comedy now. Because so many people are really politically correct outside of comedy and almost forced into it. Like you're hearing so many things about people getting fired from their jobs because of sexual harassment or from a sexually harassing joke. Like someone would say jokes in the office that were inappropriate, so they got fired. I mean, this is happening left and right. You hear about the guy from Netflix that got fired for doing?
Yeah.
He's having a conversation about offensive words that you shouldn't be using in comedy. And because of this conversation, nigger.
Right.
Because he was in this conversation and did it one other time, apparently. Because of that, not calling anybody that, saying it out loud,
Yeah.
was fired from Netflix. That is crazy. Unless he was saying it like he was having a good time with
Right.
it.
Like he was like,
Right. Like how was he saying it? That's the thing, right? But the thing is, it's very strange that word is only forbidden by the people that it can't be used on.
Right.
Like you can't use the N-word on you. It won't work. But if you can use it on someone and they happen to be a person
like, and they get on and I would ride them and it was fun, know. And they used to call me the nigga bus whenever I rolled up. And they would all call me that. And I honestly felt, and they were my friends. It was fun.
Right.
So,
fun, but you couldn't say it.
and I couldn't say it. And also, look, I find, when somebody says anything, if it's something to do with a race, a gender, anything, and they have malice or ill intent. And these days, I think, if you do that, somebody's going to correct you really fucking quick. And so
I agree.
And in a business setting, man, in that type of setting, it's just, you make people so aware that they can't. I don't know.
It is crazy, but it's also he was talking about forbidden words in comedy.
Right.
It's his business,
right.
Like you're saying, he can't make a sound with his mouth.
Yeah.
This is what you're saying. He's not calling someone that name.
Right.
He's using that word, and people filed complaints about him using that word. So the people that he worked with ratted him out. Like he wasn't just allowed to say the word.
Right.
Like, but then it gets real crazy. Whereas if you're a black guy, you could say it all day, and it's funny.
Yeah.
You could say it in front of white people, and they can laugh.
Right.
But they can't say it.
They can't say it.
Yeah. But if you're Chris Rock, you can go up at the OR tonight and just have like 15 different use of that word in a half-hour set.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, that was great.
Yeah.
That was a great show.
Right, but then it'll be the same people that say we should never say or hear this word. It's interesting. Some people learn it from different places. Some people learn it from black people. Some people learn it from white people.
It has a different feel, a different meaning to it.
Well, and I was even talking with Mr. Peterson the other day, and I was saying, the toughest thing I find, especially coming from the area where I came from, where there was a lot of racism. Was probably kind of, once it was popular when I was young, but it was a part of the. It was part of the cloth in the area. It's poor black and poor white, and
right.
Poor people like to fucking fight. It's crazy.
Over everything.
It's like hey, let's be on the same team for a minute, and we can change the
world. I love that bit that you have about white privilege.
Oh,
it's
thanks,
a fucking hilarious bit.
Thank you.
But did you find it fun talking to someone like Peterson? Was it challenging?
It was challenging. I felt nervous. I felt nervous because. I'm not as smart as him,
Most people aren't.
Right. But I also felt, I know that, he really admired you. He mentioned in the beginning. So that made me feel a little bit more comfortable because we had something in common. And then
he's a nice guy.
And I thought I tried as much as I could I wasn't trying to pick him apart or anything. I just wanted to see what he cared about, and he just genuinely, I swear to God, maybe more than anyone I'd ever met, he genuinely, I think, cares about trying to help young men feel better. And that, we didn't get into anything political or anything like that. It was mostly about, take a small step, and you can change your life. If you have accurate goals.
Well, he's a real clinical psychologist, and he understands the traps that the mind leads for itself.
Yeah.
And we all fall into those traps.
Yeah.
We all do.
Yeah, and I've fallen into a lot of them, and so it was nice. I mean, I think of him as like A. Guevara, like Che Guevara, but like Canadian, like A. Guevara. But I know he's not like. I wanted to tell him that so bad, and I forgot.
That's hilarious.
But
Che Guevara is supposed to be a murderous monster,
right? And he's not like that. He's not like a socialist like that. But but he, what? He's kind of like the dad that a lot of us didn't hear, and we need to hear again. And it's like we need those reminders of some of those things. And I think he genuinely wants humanity to be well. That's what I felt from him.
It does. But the thing is, when you want men, the problem that we have with this whole right versus left, male versus female, black versus white, anytime there's two groups and they're supposedly pitted against each other, anything positive for one side becomes negative for the other side. But I think it's the opposite. I think that if men feel better, they'll be nicer to women. And I think that if they get their shit together, it's better for everybody. And I think that if someone's looking for looking at men's values or men's lives, they're not disregarding women. But we look at it that way. Like, no, you should be paying attention to women. You're obviously a misogynist. You're focusing on men's rights. Like, it's an insult to call someone an MRA, which is a men's rights activist. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hilarious. If someone was a women's rights activist, would you ever say that would be an insult to call someone a women's rights activist or advocate? No. That's crazy. No. But it's openly dismissed from the feminine side, making fun of the masculine side. Like, men's rights activists are openly dismissed.
Yeah.
It's very.
To me, a lot of women's rights activists get to the end of the earth. I mean, my mother delivered newspapers since I was born, still does, and she sacrificed a lot of raising her children. She wasn't there for us emotionally because she had to work all the time.
Right.
She didn't have the opportunity to be. But you want to talk about a feminist? Like, I'd never known one more in my life. I don't think. She had to play a man and a woman. In a lot of instances. We started I started doing this thing where we try and treat a single mom out to a weekend when I'm out on a weekend of shows, mm-hmm. Pay for the sitter, pay for the dinner, and not to object to single dads, but for me, I was even talking with Mr. Peterson about this. I never got to make the reason I think I got into comedy. I never got to make my mom laugh, she was always
tired.
She was always working hard and tired, and we just didn't have that connection. And so I think that's one of the reasons I got into comedy. The only person I've ever really probably wanted to make laugh was my mother, and then here I am, just doing all this other chicanery on the outside.
Did your mom think that you were funny? when you first started?
I don't know. No, I don't think she. I don't think she thought of anything like that.
My mom literally said to me, "I just don't think you're very funny." Oh, mom.
Dude, I saw the young video you were doing comedy with the long hair on the sides and stuff.
Yeah, it was a little cutie.
Dude, that was the best. That was a really cool video.
I was probably like 24, 23, maybe.
Wow.
Maybe 23. Yeah, somewhere in that range, man. Crazy.
But I think I'd like to, some of these, aggressive, sometimes angry feminists, they're not mothers either. And that's odd to me. Like,
people get, they get into something because they feel there's an imbalance.
Yeah.
And if it's
that's true.
Feminism, or they think a lot of those guys are just getting fucked over by bad relationships or shitty divorces or, shitty laws in terms of like child custody. And then they, this is their response. And it's what we would really like is for everyone to be treated as an individual.
Yeah.
And no groups, no male versus female, no fucking right versus left, just all human beings, individuals. And I think that's like the ultimate goal for society, for a healthy society. It's to not eliminate judging people, but judge people based on their actions, their words, and their deeds. Not their sex or their, but then you're always going to have people that want to fuck the opposite sex, and you're always going to have people that want to fuck the same sex too, and make them uncomfortable. Like I've been hit on by dudes before and been made to feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have too. The only difference is I know how to fight, and when a dude was hitting on me, I was like, listen, cut the shit. Like this wasn't a scene where, like I was worried I was going to get raped. I was worried I was going to go to jail for fucking somebody up.
Right.
Like I don't want to have to hurt you, man, but don't touch my dick again.
Right.
Like I've been in situations before, but it was never a situation where it was like a woman where I was worried I was going to get held down and someone was going to do something to me.
Right. But you can understand them when those situations, like I can easily see how women feel that way. Like
way worse.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Yeah, I get that too. It's like I'll get like dick pics and stuff from men in my Instagrams and stuff. Bro, and it's fucking like,
some dudes are aggressive with that shit. But that's
you know
not
how many
scary.
titty pics? 0 titty pics.
0? Well, you're going to get them right now. Here they come. People feel bad for Theo. They want to whip those puppies out. Woo! There's something bold about a girl sending you a picture of her tits.
Those puppies.
A guy who sends a picture of his dick is presumptuous as fuck. Like, what an asshole. He's like,
yeah, I'm gonna I fuck you with my dick. Yeah.
A girl is sending you something you're excited to see.
Yes.
Like if a girl sends you pictures of her tits and she's holding them, she was like, I heard you wanted these. You're like, whoa, are those real? This is crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Woo. But if anybody gets those,
I need a Gatorade.
Yeah. Somebody gets those like, I've been sexually harassed by this woman. Shut the fuck up. You're fine, pussy. Walk it off.
Dude, it's so true that, but I do know, I start to notice how people feel. I start to notice how, when that happens, like, I see how you feel. I see how women feel if they get that.
There's a door that you could look through where you could see a mile away, maybe where this could go.
Right.
But to be the person that feels that, like a dude wants to stick his dick in you and shoot loads into your body,
that's crazy. It's like a video game.
Get a hold of you. Hold your attention.
No, let me go, mister. Yeah, I mean, that's that's the difference between men and women.
Yeah.
And this is also why there's more anger, because women have experienced so many guys trying to do that to them that they develop this bad taste for men.
And I understand that, and we need to be better men,
Yeah.
and I believe that. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why, I listen to your show. It's one of the reasons why, I'm excited. I was intrigued to listen to Mr. Peterson and reading his book, and I do want to be a better man, and it's hard to
You want to be a better human being.
Yes.
Everybody does. Whether
It's
you're a
hard to
man
admit
or a woman or whoever you are.
Yeah.
We all want to do better. And if you don't want to do better, you're probably going to have a fucked up life, because then you're not trying. You're not perfect. There's no way you're perfect. No one who's ever lived has been perfect.
I don't
And
ever
every
want to
day, and every day you have to pay attention. Every day. You got to pay attention every day to your behavior, to the way you think, and you have to constantly be assessing it and moving it in the right direction. And when you are moving it in a positive, generous, loving direction, it feels better. You feel better.
Yeah.
You feel like a better person.
Yeah, you really do. I'm glad that I'm just glad to be like alive and be able to like try and like learn about shit. It is exciting,
It is exciting. And I think one of the things that fucks people up more than anything, I've experienced this with so many friends. I'm like, dude, you're thinking about your past like it's you, and it's not. You can't beat yourself up for something you did 20 years ago, or the way you were, doing coke and fucking your life up 5 years ago. That's not you anymore.
Yeah.
Like you did do those things, yeah, but that doesn't mean you are who you are. That you're not that person anymore.
Yeah.
Like as long as you decide. But if you get caught in that trap, you'll be that person again.
Yeah.
You'll be that person again. I mean, we all know that one dude that can't stop. He takes a few months off. I'm sobering up now. Everything's doing good. And then, woo, off to the races again. Shows up, coked up, drunk, comes to the Comedy Store, won't shut the fuck up, breathing shit breath in everybody's face. Like, Jesus.
Sweat dripping off his earlobes.
We all know that dude.
Got 7 fingers in his ass.
We all know that dude. There's so many of those dudes.
Yeah.
They just can't. They never break free. They break free for a little while and never go, wow, I don't want to be that person anymore. They just go, well, I'm not that person this week.
Yeah.
And then, they just get addicted to being sober for a little while. And then next thing you know, it's
Dark arts.
dark arts. Why do you call it dark arts?
Just because it's anything that I think takes you out of like your path towards like some sort of enlightenment a little bit. And that's what I think. Dark arts they got in Harry Potter, like Voldemort and everybody doing dirty spells and making turning candy into worms and everything.
Right. Yeah. Anything that takes you off of the path of enlightenment.
Yeah.
The dark arts. That's most things, though, right? Most times you're jerking off.
Oh yeah.
Dark arts.
Dude, I've come on myself so many times, bro.
Right. And when you do you ever feel good about it? Do you ever feel like, yeah, that's what I should have done?
Sometimes seasonal, like occasionally during the holidays, bro. Not even joking. Sometimes during the holidays, I'm just so filled with joy that the shame doesn't get me.
Do you know that it actually does alleviate anxiety? And people recommend doing it before you have a performance. You have to perform in front of people.
Yeah, I don't
It's not a bad idea. Whack one off in your hotel room before you go to a show. You'd be like less anxious.
I could see that maybe for like a special or something.
Theo Vaughn. That was just 3 hours.
Was it really? Wow.
More than 3 hours. How long was it? 3:20.
Jeepers. This is the
time
longest
warp.
conversation I've ever been in.
The time warp in this fucking room, dude. Something happens in this place. I don't even know how it works. TheoVaughn.com, Theo Vaughn on Twitter, Theo Vaughn on Instagram. When are you on the road next?
I'm actually going to be in Oxnard tonight through Saturday. And then I'm going to Shanghai. Yeah, that'll be live.
That's a great club.
Is it? I've never been.
Oh, you're going to love it. And it's great. It's a sweet setup. It's fucking awesome crowd. They're pumped that something's out there.
Yeah.
It's like a mini Bakersfield.
Oh, wow.
They're closer.
I like that.
It's closer, though.
I'm excited, dude. I'm gonna try that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I might fucking try to knife fight a raccoon.
No,
Let's see what
don't
happens.
do that. Leave the raccoons alone.
Okay.
But get into that jiu-jitsu side.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back next week. You freaks. Bye.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Well, Alcoholics Anonymous was created by the guy who's in LSD.
Yeah, Bill W.
Jamie,
Baller.
Jamie, I want to show you through your sweater. And it's not a bad sweatshirt you're wearing. It's very cool. But this is a symptom of everything that's wrong.
Go ahead.
Are we on yet?
Yeah, we're on. It's got fake short sleeves. It's got fake short sleeves over long sleeves. So the short sleeves are sewed in.
That's not so. It's not attached.
How does it work then? The short sleeves
Over time, it comes apart.
of this sleeve part.
There's not attached. Oh, it's separate.
So it's two pieces?
Yeah. I didn't know that when I bought it either.
But, I see.
It's like a separate hood.
So do you wear the two of them together, or are they
I just
sewed
bought it.
on?
I just bought it. There's a whole Rocky thing that this company did. They had a whole bunch of pieces. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
So Sylvester Stallone is slated to come on the podcast. You will wear that, correct? When he's here? Please.
Okay.
All right. So is that, but the upper shirt is just laid over the top shorts, long sleeve shirt? So you could wear one without the other, like you could wear the short sleeve one? Oh, okay.
It's just two sweatshirts, but it's the training montage.
Oh,
Rockies.
it comes as a
Yeah.
Is it heavy or is it light?
It is not light at all. I'm starting to sweat right now.
But that'll make you stronger if you
have to bolt from the podcast. because there's mandatory evacuations all around here.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it?
Where I live, all in Ventura County, there's all these mandatory bees. Yeah, honeybees.
Is it really?
Yeah, they're making too much honey.
No. What is it?
It's mudslides.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had to pull off La Cienega one time. They had a bunch of bees on there.
What? Really?
Yeah, huge hives, man.
Wow.
And you see, a lot of homeless people, and they don't do anything. But when bees show up, they fucking get to doing shit. That's one thing I noticed
Get out of
quickly.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how they get motivated by bees?
Yeah. Bees will motivate anybody.
Yeah.
You're not all cracked out.
And a neighboring colony, a colony that actually lived there, a local colony, came and were like, "What are you guys doing here?" And the bees all flew up in the sky together and sorted it out in the sky.
Really?
It was wild. We had the guy told us, like the beekeeper, he's like, "Everybody's gonna stand down. We gotta back up. Get out of the area." We're like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, they have to communicate." I thought he was joking.
Let them do it, huh?
Yeah, he's like, "They have to talk it out." I'm like, "Well, they talk?
Wow.
Like, what are they gonna say?" But there's something going on with them that we just kind of subtly, we sort of get what they do.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of like little kind of liaisons, it seems like. Like, I wonder if in the future we'll know that, like, certain animals can, like, take messages around for us. And, like, if you told an animal something, it could go tell, like, I wonder if we'll start using animals more. Because animals, we don't use them that much. I mean, they're sitting around most of the time.
Right, I read something about they were trying to encode information in DNA.
We could ask Mike Tyson about his pigeons.
Yeah, I think that's different.
They didn't carry pigeons, but then pigeons used to carry
Sure,
shit long
yeah.
distances.
How about Game of Thrones?
Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
just use birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for sure. But for whatever reason, it makes more sense with birds,
Yeah.
right? Like a bird seems like you should be able to train it a little bit.
Oh, bird, you could train some birds, I think. Some birds, I think, would do their own thing.
Let me ask you this: if you had an important message, would you just send one raven? That's what I never got.
Yeah.
How about you send a flock of these motherfuckers? What are you, crazy? What if that goddamn thing gets eaten? What if an eagle jacks him along the way? The fate of your kingdom is at hand, sir.
Yeah, you can't put that on the back of one bird, dude. I would send a bird nobody would expect, like a little warbler or something, or a nightingale.
Oh, that's a good move.
Yeah.
You gotta send a bird that nobody wants to shoot, though.
Yeah.
People like to shoot birds.
Well, owl, too. Dude, we had owl 2 Thanksgivings ago. We had 2 owls at my sister's house.
Yeah, I saw one last night, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it was pretty. No, not last night. The night before last. It was pretty fucking cool. Pulled into the driveway and an owl took off. It was big too.
It's gross, I think.
Owls?
The meat,
Oh, you ate them? You saying?
yeah, but
You guys ate owls?
yeah,
I think that's legal. You probably shouldn't say that on the podcast.
well, I didn't have a lot.
Bill Burr used to have a joke about it.
I didn't have a lot, man. I had no, I think I even spit it out. I'm not even
It's
joking.
like
Yeah.
Bill Clinton when he smoked that weed.
And they had 2. They didn't have, they don't have a lot of meat on them. I fucking don't like owls.
They're predators. They're important. That's
Yeah.
why you don't have rats everywhere.
Yeah, but I think they're violent and they're dirty and they get this. Owls, whoever did their PR, you notice everybody thinks they're smart and they can read and they're like,
Yeah, they had a good PR.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, look at that.
We only got one up to.
But see how much little meat is on them? You think there's more. Look at that.
He's kidding, folks. He's not eating owls. The one in the middle looks like it's from another planet.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what
That's what it really looks like.
it looks like.
Underneath all that fluff. It's
Yeah,
a
this looks
little alien raptor creature. I was
It's like
flying,
a crab. It looks like a crab.
I was driving home when one was flying above me on the road and dropped a rabbit. He had got a rabbit and jacked it and was flying with the rabbit. And as he was flying, just decided maybe he decided the car was too close to him or was too loud or something like that. He just dropped that rabbit and said, "Fuck it." And I stopped the car to check it out. I was like, "Whoa,
That's flirting, really, it sounds like.
flirting?"
Oh, if a
Oh,
bird
let
drops
me
a
know.
rabbit at your feet?
Hey, bitch.
Yeah, it's ready to fuck.
Probably. Yeah, like an offering. Look what I got for you. More where that came
Or maybe.
Dude, they're predators, man. We never thought of them growing up as predators.
Yeah.
They told us they were wise. They had
Yeah.
that monocle like fucking like Bud Friedman.
Yeah.
Eat the Improv. Remember that?
Oh, like that planter's
Pull up.
peanut.
Bud Friedman from Eat Me the Improv. His whole deal was no, I loved Evening at the Improv when I was a kid.
Never saw it.
Oh man, that was like one of the reasons why I got into stand-up comedy. I used to watch these TV shows. They had syndicated TV shows that they would do. You know, VH1 had one, MTV had a half-hour comedy hour.
What time did it come on at?
I don't remember, man. I don't remember. That was Bud, but it was probably on late at night.
It looks like that planter's nut.
Bud
Daniel,
Friedman
I think that guy's
was
name is.
one of the owners. He sold it eventually, and cha-ching, cashed out.
There's my friend Brian Friedman in the left corner.
That's a different dude.
Yeah.
Interesting. A lot of Friedmans out there. But anyway, Bud ran, he was the host of Evening at the Improv, and he would come out with that monocle. Go back to that monocle picture again, lower left. Bam, that was him. See, Google Bud Friedman. Yeah, nice guy. Real nice guy. And
he was?
Yeah, real nice guy. Always a sweetheart to me. Always very, very friendly. He was a very gregarious guy. And he, of the Improv and Evening at the Improv, I don't know the full history of the Improv. I probably should, but I want to say it started out in New York.
Yeah.
Because I know there were ones everywhere at one point in time. They had one in Boston for a little bit.
An Improv?
Yeah, they had one in Boston, and then they changed it to a different name.
Started on sketching in 1963.
Yeah, so that was probably one of the original stand-up comedy clubs. Probably one of the top 2 or 3.
Do you have a favorite, like a club when you were like doing clubs more? Do you have like a favorite one?
I was just happy to get on stage back then. You know, I mean, I had favorite ones like Nick's Comedy Stop was always a favorite in Boston.
Right.
Stitches, but Stitches moved a couple of times. Stitches moved twice.
What about any of the Funny Buns? Or did you go to any of those places?
Yeah, well, but for the Boston club, the Comedy Connection was the big one, and now that's the Wilbur Theater. It's really weird because it used to be the smallest club in town, and everybody wanted to work it. It was like 100. Oh, I want to say they could stuff maybe 150 people in there, but I mean, it's stuffed. I mean, this room, this ceiling was low. You know, I mean, I'm 5'8", and I remember I'm pretty sure I could touch the ceiling. So this shit is low. So if you were like Owen Smith, or someone tall,
somebody with a long arm,
like it's a big ass stage for you. Like big people would look real weird on that stage. It was so low ceiling and tight.
I love that.
That was great. I saw Hicks there for the first time. First time I ever saw him was there. I was like, whoa. He was doing this bit about Jimi Hendrix meeting Tiffany at the mall.
Tiffany, the singer? Oh, yeah.
She was real popular then. I think we're alone now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That song will make you just be erect. I remember being on the school bus so fucking erect, bro. Dude, I remember that shit, bro. Dude, I love being erect when I was young, man. Now it's whatever.
Now it's whatever.
Now it's like, fuck, I have to do something now. What does my dick need me to do?
Right. It's like eat now. So,
yeah.
So
I'll tell you this, if you want to feed a family of 4, you can't just have one owl. I will say that, though.
Well, if you look at what it looks like without the feathers, it looks like a fucking demon.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a real bait and switch, I feel like. It's one of God's hidden agendas.
Well, I was talking to someone about peacocks about this. I started talking about it on stage. That like peacocks are pretty, but if you took their feathers off, you'd want to kill it with a hammer.
Yeah.
Like, what is that thing? The fuck is that? You wouldn't let that thing anywhere near you kids. Well, like, if peacocks have their feathers on, you let your kids get right close to them.
Oh, yeah.
But a peacock with no feathers, dark skin, like charcoal covered skin,
dirty.
And the little nubs all over it.
Oh,
that
look at
creepy
that.
Fuck.
Look at that. It looks like a twink.
Murderer.
Looks like a little twink out on the town, huh?
A little creepy murderer. Probably a little gray and pink murderer. Is that what it looks like with mange?
Oh,
whoa.
Look at that.
Is that real?
Oh, my God.
That's like a duck face. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a duck, bro.
It says peacock.
That is something else.
That doesn't seem right, though. Go back up to the peacock picture. They have a different head. Go back to that peacock picture that you just had.
Oh, my God.
Look at that head. That's a totally different head. Like the beak shape different. Yeah,
beautiful head.
That's the problem with the internet.
Yeah, you can't.
It's so hard to tell. That's a duck, son.
Who is that?
Yeah, those are ducks, bro.
Maybe it's on that page or something like that.
Well, it says right there, it said feathers ripped from live birds. It didn't ripping the feathers off peacocks.
Was Bill Hicks a nice guy? What was he like? Did you meet him?
I met him like hi. Like, hey, what's up? I was an open micer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he ain't gonna talk to me.
Yeah.
It's like, I say hi to everybody I run into. Like door guys, I always try to say hi to everybody.
Yeah.
Because I remember what it was like when I was an open micer and seeing these guys where I couldn't even talk. I couldn't even imagine that we were the same thing. Couldn't talk to them. You know what I mean? Like
the big comedians, you mean?
Fuck yeah! Like Bill Hicks would come into town. I didn't want to say hi to him and be super annoying.
Right? Because then what do you back it up with? That was always my thing.
I was so really dumb back then.
Yeah.
There was no way I had anything to say to that dude.
Do you think there was a time in your life you were the dumbest that you'd ever been?
Probably a couple weeks ago. I don't know, man. Well, I definitely have more data to work with now, but I've forgotten a lot of shit too.
But like, do you think there's generally a time in people's lives when what they should know, kind of, and there's like a kind of like a middle ground where maybe it doesn't?
Well, for sure, when I was in my early 20s. For sure, when I was in my early 20s, like deep into my, it took me into my 30s to kind of fucking shake my head loose and figure out what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah, dude, you're 20, bro. When you think about 20s,
right? And no direction, no idea whether or not this comedy thing was going to work out. I'm like, what am I doing? Now I'm telling jokes? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then telling people when you go back home and they've never seen you, they've never heard of you, they think you're gay. And it's like you won't like you keep flying home, you don't have any money, and you're not bringing a girl home. You're hiding these jokes.
Something.
Yeah, you're hiding from something. Just come out. I remember my stepdad is yelling at me in the yard one time.
Told you to come out?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not fucking gay, bro. I was like, I'm just not flying some girl home that I just met. Just to prove to you guys.
Catch you. Catch you in a lie.
Yeah, he thought maybe he was gonna leave a
he's gonna set a trap.
Yeah, he's gonna set a trap.
Yeah, he was setting a trap. Yeah, he's like a slick boxer. He's setting a trap for you. Just come out of the closet, boy. Like, what the fuck? The problem is, that's one of the reasons why young boys will always accuse each other of being gay, because it's so hard to prove you're not.
Yeah, it's
like,
so hard.
Once someone says you're gay, like, hey, you take that off me.
It's crazy, man.
The worst has got to be if someone says you're gay and you are, but you don't want to.
Oh yeah, that'd be shit. Yeah, you change your clothes the next day, you come dressed like in a mafia outfit or something, like something to totally take them hot off the trail,
You just wish you could say you were.
Yeah.
You wish you could say you were.
I think now you can. I think you
still can a lot of places. I mean, I would love to think that everybody's like the people that are around us, where they literally don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Justin Martindale look, our language is funny, and after that, it's cool to be around. Those are the things that are most valuable in our world. Funny and cool to be around.
Right.
Those two things.
Okay.
If someone's funny and cool to be around, we don't give a fuck if you're a guy, a girl, trans, gay, funny,
ghost,
cool to be around. You can be a ghost.
Yeah.
Do you think there's ghosts at the Comedy Store?
I don't know.
I had some friends the other day. I was trying to give them the whole tour.
Yeah.
Tell them how it used to be Ciro's nightclub. Bug took them downstairs to own it. I didn't take them all the way, but I showed them, how you go through the back room of the main room. That used to be like their hideout and shit. I told them about all the ghost stories that have been filmed there. But I don't believe it. I don't think it's real.
Well, I'm surprised we don't have more ghost animals.
You know what I think? I think it's you. This is what I think, for real. I think you can probably tune in to something that happened in a place. That's what I think. And I think if you trip yourself out, you could see things that aren't really there. And I think that it is entirely possible the ghosts aren't real, but that you seeing a ghost is real.
Yeah.
That I think that you can get your body into like such a frenzied, terrified, if you hit the right frequency, I bet you get pull-ups like just a ghost of a memory of somebody getting killed in a place,
right,
or something horrible happening, just a ghost of a memory.
Oh, I think that's next. That's one of the next things. You're gonna be able to do like a gang sign in the air, a special gang sign, and then the truth is gonna pop out right in front of you. Like I think we're gonna start to learn
like Harry Potter type shit.
Yes, or like maybe a song. What if a certain like playing of us lyrics or notes in a row would reveal like the past right in front of you? Like I wonder if there's some magic little warp holes or something.
Well, think about what music does do. Music literally changes the way your body feels, like a drug. Like if you were a kid, okay, and you heard that Rocky song, dun, 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 you could run faster.
Oh,
you would get more fired up. You'd be able to do more push-ups or
punch
more
your
chin-ups.
Don't say it, do it, yeah, but you will. Probably a lot of dudes.
Probably, but the point is, you would for sure get energy from that, like a drug.
Yes.
If that was a cup of coffee, you'd be like, woo, this coffee's good. Right? You hear that song?
Yeah,
Put up that video the other day.
Oh, yeah,
Like
that
I was
video that I
playing,
reposted. The
Vibrations.
sand, yeah.
If you look deep into this topic of vibrations and symbols that come out and like different
Explain to
patterns,
people what we're talking about.
oh, it's kind of difficult.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted it on my Instagram. I reposted it because it's really fascinating.
This is a
Some
black
guy-
mat.
It seems like it's just a mat that's charged.
Yeah,
right?
it's being vibrated.
Let's
So-
explain what's happening
So,
for the people that
yeah,
just
I'm
listen.
not going to play this video because they're probably taken down. It's got a lot of views. There's lots of different versions of this online.
It says amazing resonance experiment. So they put some sand. Is it sand?
This is probably salt.
Okay, they put
I don't know that it
love
matters.
they put some sort of powdered stuff, sand or salt, onto a black mat that's charged, and then they send certain hertz through it. This one's 3,835 hertz, and then it makes a different pattern
That's crazy.
on the. Look at this, 3,975. Like every time they change the hertz, it has a different pattern. Look at 4,049. Look at this pattern.
So these hertz are waves.
That's unbelievable.
But yeah, these are also you can take these numbers and these can also be notes that
That's a dark
you're
art,
used to
man.
seeing on a piano or you're used to hearing or
Mhm.
singing.
Right,
So these can also be recreated in other ways and are probably happening
right.
in
Oh
to
my
us. You know, that sound like maybe one of those earworms you hear, like that makes your the back of your neck vibrate or something like that.
What if a certain hertz just spelled your grandparents' name?
Well,
you
what's
know?
interesting is that each one of them are different geometric patterns. They're these beautiful patterns. They're gorgeous, and as you change the hertz, the patterns morph
Immediately.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're kind of fractal. Like not fractal, but they seem to be what's the word? Equal on both sides.
Yeah,
What's that word?
The way that this
What's
is,
the word I'm looking for?
Parallel? No.
No.
I think you're on the right topic. If the number is a little more round, like a round number, these are not specific hertz. Like if you do a specific like C,
Twins?
Right.
No, not twins.
Different than identical. But anyway, they're both sides are exactly the same, and it's separated. In this one, they're not. It's not separated in half. It's all like the circle is the center, and it all goes out from there. But they're different every time. But they're all even. Like, see, it looks. The only thing that's keeping it from being perfect is that they run out of sand, and it looks like the power is centered around the center part where the wires are connected to. So that's the most potent.
But so
Fucking beautiful.
So that may if you think about that like in a maybe if there's a certain hertz going through the air,
Yeah.
like in space,
Yeah.
then it would form like a solar system.
Well,
I
I'll tell
guess.
you one better. The feeling that you get from like Rocky,
Right.
the feeling that you get from that song. Da, 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 da.
Oh, because that thing's going through your body.
Yes. Yeah, it could literally could be like a little drug. Look, think about why people like music so much. And it's your drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay? You hear like some old Elton John, like you're in your car and Saturday night comes on. You're fucking goosebumps stuff. If you haven't heard that song in a long time and you don't expect it,
Yeah.
oh, fuck yeah.
Jesse had a friend. But that one makes you want to,
That's a good song too.
but that vibe is good.
this was done with like I was saying with musical notes.
Wow.
On water.
We're looking at the thing, it says the CymaScope. Is that how you say that? CYMA scope uses a high definition camera to monitor the effects of an individual sound's particular vibrations on purified water, revealing for the first time what piano notes look like. Fuck. There's people out there so much smarter than you and me.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. It's amazing that we're considered the same thing. You know?
As what, smart people?
It's just really smart people. Like
Yeah.
when I have someone like Sean Carolyn, the physicist, who used to break down particle physics and shit to you, you're like,
Is it hard?
it doesn't even get in.
Yeah.
I can repeat what he said.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck it means. Like when people start talking about quantum
Yeah.
things, and quantum theory, and quantum particles, and well, how about what superposition is? It's the ultimate what the fuck, where a particle can be in a state of motion and be still at the same time. I'm like, well, good luck.
Or go for a run or something.
Oh, being rather than study that, or rather than be that particle.
Oh, rather than study that and be, yes. Like, I just think,
But don't you want someone?
do people know that if they all wanted to lie to us, then they could?
They would have to be conspiracy. Now you're starting to sound like some other people I know.
No, that's funny that your body would do that.
The reason why they would never do that is because a scientist's whole deal is figuring out shit that other scientists didn't figure out. That's like the best thing they can do. The best thing a scientist can do is a real, honest-to-goodness breakthrough.
Would you have sex with a scientist, you think?
Yeah, like a movie scientist. Like she keeps the glasses on.
Yeah.
They're always blonde in the movies, right? No, sometimes they're dark black hair too. Mysterious.
I bet they're clean too. If you fuck a scientist, dude, I bet they have a clean apartment.
Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe their fucking brain is like that chalkboard with all the squiggly alien mathematics on it.
Oh, that's true, huh?
Yeah,
What if they have a bunch of shit tattooed? There's a bunch of dirty math tattooed around their puss.
I was reading this thing. About Richard Feynman. You know who Feynman was? Feynman was a scientist. He was a physicist, and there was an article about him. Like, was Feynman an abuser? But it was talking about Richard Feynman and how, he used to, his wife said he used to just do nothing but calculations all day, and then he wanted to play the bongos, and he didn't want anybody to bother him. But like, he had a quote from one of his books, and it's crazy reading it. It's like, see if you can find it, because it's a crazy quote, calling women bitches, and I'm like, what? Like that they're worth that I don't want to paraphrase it.
He's like, I can't deal with these bitches around here. So
I think he was a funny guy, right? Is what I think. It's hard when you see things in text, because you think, okay, maybe he's like a really mean, terrible person. See, I adopted the attitude that those bar girls are all bitches, that they aren't worth anything, and that they're all they're in there for is to get you to buy them a drink, and they're not going to give you a goddamn thing. I'm not going to be a gentleman to such worthless bitches, and so on, he writes. See, but I feel like, and so on, when someone says and so on, that implies that this is taken out of context. In my mind, I want to know, what does that mean, and so on. And that means, to me, what I'm getting out of this, if I was going to guess, is that he goes on, he elaborates. He might say, this is how I felt back then, and obviously I changed my mind. I mean, he could have been 18 when he was talking about this, or 16. I don't know what the fuck this is about. But he also could be very funny, because he was apparently a very funny guy. So the title of his book is Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman.
Oh, that's nice then.
But if someone said that, but I thought that all these bar girls are bitches, if they said it funny, could you see those same words?
All these bar girls are bitches.
But it's all really depending upon how old he is too, or it could be that that's really how he was.
And maybe he got married, maybe he got in trouble with his wife, and he had to say this.
I don't think that's it. I think he's talking about when he was younger. But it's
I could see that though, dude. You're at the bar, if you don't like real loud music and all the girls are just drinking with a bunch of, and I would be like, oh, these girls are a bunch of bitches, probably.
Yeah, but that's a lazy way of thinking.
It is a lazy way of thinking. It just makes it so you can judge and you can control the scenario. Yeah.
The thing is, look, if you go into a room and 10 girls are in there and 7 of them are fucking super annoying, and you say these bitches are all annoying, you're being super rude to those 3 that aren't.
Yeah. And there might be some decent girls.
But that's why it's weird.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird to hear a high-level famous scientist, probably, I think in the article they were saying the second, beyond Einstein, he's the second most famous physicist.
Especially a scientist, because you think a scientist would know that there's a couple of these bitches could be variables.
Right, that's why I'm thinking this might have been a quote from him when he was young.
Yeah. That's crazy. I don't think that he said that.
Or him criticizing himself when he was young. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. I was hoping that it would be that. Man, that's crazy to read that.
Dude, a lot. Sometimes I miss being young, man. Don't you miss it sometimes?
Well, no and yes. Like, it looks like fun to have no responsibility and to be 22 and be backpacking around the world or doing something silly and not having a place where you have to go or a bunch of bills. But on the other hand, I feel so fucking ridiculously lucky that I get to be a comedian.
Right.
Like, I don't want to try to do this again.
Yeah.
Why would I try to do this when I'm doing this?
Like, but to go back, I just miss being young and like, remember a nap, man? When you took a nap when you were young, it could last. You fucking didn't care. It could last for 3 days.
Yes, but I think one of the secrets to happiness is to never look back at any point in your life and wish you were back there, because A, it's not possible.
Right.
And B, if you didn't go through that, you wouldn't be you. If you would go back now and be 22 again and broke and fucked up with all the information you have now, you'd be like, shit, y'all don't know. I had a fucking Netflix special. You guys don't know. I was killing it out there. I decided to start over like an asshole. Now here I am. Oh yeah, I'm young, but I'm broke. I can't even afford vitamins. What the fuck, man? I don't want to be that guy again.
That's the first thing Joe wants is to get some vitamins.
I work out hard, man. I gotta take care of my body.
No, you're right,
I
man.
gotta feed it the right food. I can't afford ramen noodle. I'm eating ramen noodle every day. I'm gonna start breaking joints.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have real problems.
That's true.
I'm gonna tear muscles and shit.
You're gonna be eating owl.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be fucking catching squirrels in my yard.
That's when it gets bad.
I'm not
I miss
joking
being
about
young.
that either.
I miss my body being young, dude.
So
And like,
how old are you?
I'm 38.
Shut your mouth. You're fine. You just gotta work out.
Yeah.
You don't work out, huh?
I just started getting back into it.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Doing some yoga, and I want to go try Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu downtown.
Slow down with that. Get yourself in shape first.
Yeah, that's what I'm realizing.
My advice. Because if you're trying to explode and get out of things, look, don't listen to me. You can start jiu-jitsu and be in terrible shape and get in shape through jiu-jitsu. You can. Yeah, absolutely. But if I was going to advise someone, I would say, if you're going to do something that's as physical as jiu-jitsu, I believe that you should armor your body. Is your back, your neck. Those are all areas that if you don't work out at all, they could break. They're susceptible. So I would always advise that someone does a bunch of calisthenics, particularly like the classics: push-ups, sit-ups, body weight, squats, chin-ups. All those classics. Do a lot of those. Get your body accustomed to resistance training.
Right.
Do that first. Then I would move I would always start with calisthenics. Always start with that, and then from that move into weights. Do like some kettlebells. Take a couple of months. You can take a couple of months before you just jump right into jiu-jitsu. If you don't have, but if you're an athlete, then you can just jump right in. Right. If your guy already does basketball, you already wrestle. Oh yeah, jump right in. But a guy who doesn't do any exercise at all, jiu-jitsu is so rough on you.
Yeah, I used to do exercise. I mean, we used to shoot up steroids on the side of the interstate when I was growing up.
Shoot on the side of the road? Why wouldn't you go home?
It was more of an outdoor thing, I felt like, I didn't want to bring that shit in the house. But we would, me and a buddy of mine, this dude, Billy Conforto, actually, and he passed away, R.I.P. And he died. He ate a bunch of pills and actually drove into an embankment one time. But
it's a bad way to go.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine?
It's a bad way to go.
And but he was a bus boy, and I was a bus boy. And he would, and yeah, we both like to go to the gym, and he was like the first gay man that I ever met. And then he, one time he got us some steroids or something. I don't know. I think everybody was doing them. And then we we'd pull over and do them. And then, dude, one time a guy in New York said I'm going to get some drugs. In the middle of the night, he went, came back 3 hours later with steroids. He's like, you want to fucking party?
Wow, he was partying with steroids?
I was like, fuck no, bro. I'm leaving tomorrow.
How long did you live in New York for?
I was there for about 8 months.
How come?
So I was just kind of trying out the comedy scene there and seeing what it was like.
Why did you decide to leave?
I don't know. I guess I just wanted like a new. Here's what it was. I never wanted to get old and say that I didn't try it.
To go to LA. I see.
Right. To never have even just 6 months, even just have like an.
Well, it's a hotbed for sure. The two hotbeds right now are here and there.
Yeah.
Those are two hotbeds. And there's all this debate as to like which one's better or whatever. It's silly. That's a great hotbed. There's no denying world-class comedians over there. And then there's ones that show up there and here, like Chappelle. He's always bouncing back and forth. Chris Rock was always bouncing back and forth. Louis when he was working in here. But Louis working again. He's working at the Improv right now.
Louis C.K.
in San Jose.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's cool. Oh, I think he's going to sell out a world tour in like a year.
For sure.
Or next month even, if he wanted to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting. This whole bit about the Parkland shooting, you know that.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Stirred up all this controversy. It's such a Louis C.K. bit. It's interesting. Yeah. It's almost like people don't understand what kind of comedy he did.
Right. Yeah, it's like suddenly they forget who he was.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at his comedy, you're not even surprised that he was jerking off, kind of room service sort of deal,
But his style has always been like that. I mean, his style is always very irreverent.
Yeah.
Saying fucked up shit you can't believe he's saying. and well written and well thought out stuff. This is stuff he's working on, and this is people like, how could he joke? It wasn't even that good. He probably wrote it that day or 2 days before. Who knows how many times he's done that bit, but I guarantee you the guy takes 10 months off of stand-up, and then he's starting to do it again.
He's scared, I bet.
I don't think I would ever joke around about that. I definitely wouldn't joke around about it. But you can.
Yeah. Out of the gate, I don't know if I would.
It just wasn't his best stuff. It wasn't good. It's like it wasn't ready.
Yeah.
But maybe he could have come up with a different turn on it where it wouldn't be as offensive and it would be way funnier. That's what working on a bit is all about.
Right.
Like, look, Holtzman. Brian Holtzman, if he had said that exact same thing that Louis said, we would be howling.
Yeah.
We'd be in the back of the room, slapping the table, howling, laughing.
Yeah.
Brian Holtzman! You don't get to talk because you put the fucking fat kid in the way. That literally that's a bit that if Holtzman said, we would be crying. We'd be slapping the table. We'd all gather around and watch him on a late night set.
Wouldn't be an issue.
Right? It wouldn't be an issue at all because we know that it's humor. It's a fucked up thing to say. That's kind of the point. The whole art form is about saying things that are funny. Sometimes saying things that are funny are self-deprecating. Right. Sometimes they're fucked up.
Yeah.
They're always different. Sometimes saying things that are funny is really adorable.
Yeah.
Sometimes someone will say something that's real adorable, but also hilarious.
Yeah.
Or your act just is odd and hilarious. Just very, very Theo Vaughn.
Yeah.
If I had to describe your act, I'd say it's very Theo Vaughn.
Really?
Yeah, it's you. You know how to do it. But it's like everybody does it different, folks. And, you take a set from someone who's just working stuff out and you pretend that this is done. He's probably half those words he's saying, he's probably trying to be in the moment. He's probably got a place to go, kind of got some punchlines, and hoping that he'll see something in it while he's doing it and working it out.
Yeah.
And then you listen to the recording and you go, ooh, why did I say it that way? Ooh, why did I do this? And you change that and add this, and it's
just to learn.
Yeah. And then, it just can't expect them all to be good either. Like
Not
lot
immediately,
of no.
Especially when the guy's been on trial, or been, under that social pressure or just like, and, probably been dealing with remorse and going to self. I don't know. I mean, who knows what he's been doing?
This is my take on a lot of this, and I think this is an important thing to say. We can't lose our compassion. We should be compassionate towards victims. We should be compassionate towards each other. We should be this tendency to want to stop people from working and be like, there's a certain amount of time where it passes and it starts anyone to have a path to redemption.
Right.
Everyone's got to have a path to redemption.
We have to, because we're all faulty.
Yeah. We're all human. But there was an article about it that I just retweeted today from Nick Christakis, who is a professor at Yale. I retweeted it today earlier, and it's about call-out culture and these people that got called out for things and how it destroyed their lives. People that you don't even know. Like this one small a punk scene where these two people got called out for stuff, but it's like, oh, the subscription, they got us with the subscription. Got to subscribe to the New York Times, bro. You got to pay for good journalism.
I have this account actually. If you want to use mine.
Do you have a Times account?
I think I do.
I had one, but I tried to renew. One of them was Toys R Us in India.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Dude, I love seeing what people charge when they do steal from me. It is kind of fun, isn't it? Isn't it crazy? You're like pissed that they stole, but you're like, oh, wow.
A lot of it was $1.
I got an ottoman.
A lot of it was $1. And I was like, what are you doing? If you bang that, maybe they bang the card out for like $101.
Or maybe it's got a snack. Sometimes you run in places to get a snack, get a gum.
It was all online.
I bought a Reese or something the other day. It was 88 cents.
Vape pens.
Yeah.
Get them up for that $29.
How crazy though that's the future. That now it's like that. Like I was thinking the other day that having a baby inside of your body, this is going to be like the last.
Retro.
That's becoming retro.
Yo, they're going to take it out for sure. There was a baby that was born today inside the amniotic sac. Did you see that?
That's a damn goldfish, isn't it?
Oh, it's crazy. You're seeing
That's a delicacy
the
in some
baby
places.
inside the sack. I mean, I don't know what the story was because I'm a notorious headline reader. I read
I
headlines.
just googled it, and it's not a thing, and that happens apparently.
Well, I don't
Multiple-
care. It happens all the time. I want to see
16
it.
incredible photos of babies born.
But it was an article that was going around the internet today. Baby born in. It's a video of the baby moving around inside this sack. It's very weird.
That's a
You
damn.
got it?
Well, there's one on YouTube here.
That's a dumpling, dude. If you're downtown, huh? What is it?
Yeah, it's a dumpling. It's they're very small. It's not
Oh
that.
wow.
See if you can find it. It was on. I saw it. I believe I saw it on Instagram.
We see that baby, man. Do you think maybe when babies are born, right when they're born,
Look at that though. That's
Oh,
basically the
wow.
same thing. That's the baby inside the sack.
that's one of those things they eat sometimes on those game shows.
Oh, so I'm guessing this is a cesarean section. It happens once every 80,000 births. That is amazing that you can see what the baby looks like when it's in there. Holy crap, that's incredible,
Crazy.
bro.
Oh, it's Spanish. It was in Spain.
Human beings making human beings.
That's crazy.
This
huh?
is exactly what I saw. This one is exactly what I saw. How crazy is that? Might be upsetting for some. You're about to see the amniotic sac being opened.
It's like an old man.
upsetting. That's how we exist.
Yeah, but people aren't ready for life. We're going to keep you from life. We're going to keep you from everything. There it is. Bam, the sack. Oh, shit. Kid's free.
Wow. Ooh, we could see a little bit of bud on that one.
Oh, Lordy. Yeah,
I can't
that is
believe
crazy.
Do you ever think that maybe if a baby is born a certain way, like missionary or doggy style, that it could affect the way that they live their life? I thought about that before.
Well, you should probably understand how babies are born. They have to come out head first. If the baby comes out doggy style, you got to spin them around inside the womb, literally.
Okay, but what if the person is doggy style when they have the baby, though?
Oh, different thing. Yeah, your kid's probably going to be a freak.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If you doggy style it, yeah, doggy style is like, we're not making love, we're fucking.
Yeah, doggy style is basically just kind of it's like getting to know each other quickly.
Well, it's just a different kind of fucking.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, this is some dirty shit.
yeah, it's fast or slow. Sometimes it depends on how you're feeling. Sometimes I missed sex when I was young, man. Sober sex is for fucking kid. Is for
What is this with you missing your youth?
I just love being young.
What is
Look
this,
at this
Jamie?
lady.
What are you doing? I don't want to watch a lady give birth, you son of a bitch.
It's not video. She's like,
Get out of here.
she's in a river.
She's giving birth in a river. It's cold in the river, you crazy bitch. That's melted glaciers.
That's that Wim
The
Hof birth,
fuck
bro.
out of here.
You
You don't want to
get
do
born
that
into
to your
that.
poor little kid. And if it's not warm, then it's warm. And if it's warm, it's filled with bacteria. Get the fuck out of the river and go to the hospital, hippie. No! No, you can't have a baby in your bathtub if you live in fucking Brooklyn. Go to the goddamn hospital. It's right down the street. Don't you love your kid?
Yeah.
They figured out a better way. Look at
Look
this
at this
hippie.
lady.
First of all, she is she's in Australia. Well, there's spiders that are gonna crawl into her pussy right now and kill the baby before it even comes out.
They have 7 of the 8 most dangerous snakes in the world are in
I
Australia.
was trying to tell my friend Adam Greentree yesterday. He doesn't want to believe me.
The brown snake, the Australian brown snake, dude.
Kill the shit out of you.
Oh, kill
Right?
that little fucking creep bitch.
Speaking of Australian brown snake, that's how she got pregnant in the first place.
You see what I did there? Dude, a lot of, man, my sister almost got knocked up by a brother once, man. You
Almost,
never know. Yeah.
Almost. What's almost? He fucked her?
I mean, I don't know if they fucked, but
Well, that's almost.
they were
Yeah,
thinking about
yeah.
baby names, so I would
Oh.
assume that they had some type of interaction.
Oh, so they were going to do it on purpose.
I don't know. I think
Well,
that,
they're thinking about baby names in case they fucked up. Boy,
Yeah.
that's some weird plan in the head. How about just wear a condom?
but I think that's a dude's move. If you think you might have knocked the girl up and you still want to stay with her, you're like, oh, let's talk about baby names. You know what I'm saying? Until you ride out
Until you bail?
that menstrual cycle. No, until you know that the menstrual cycle is back around.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Can
That's
people
a
have
weird
menstrual
thing.
cycle on a full moon or not?
It's a weird thing if you're having sex with somebody and you like having sex with them, but you don't like hanging out with them.
Yeah.
That happens for guys and girls.
Yeah. That happens for a lot of guys I know.
Dude, it happens.
And girls too.
It happens. I've heard girls say that. Like, I don't even like hanging out with them anymore, but I like fucking them.
It's changing now, and a lot more girls are being very much like guys used to be.
Well, they can be. the first the birth control pill, then dating apps. They can get a hold of people.
And money.
Yeah.
Now they have options.
Yeah, but the thing about this about dating apps is like that's gotta be just as weird as dating for a girl.
Yeah.
Almost weirder maybe, right? Because you can't even see the person.
Right. I mean, you can see pictures of them.
Yeah, but you don't see them when they're looking at your profile and they're
right. You should be able to see how they look at your profile.
How many people are looking at your profile at any given moment? That's a nightmare in and of itself.
Yeah. When you think about that, imagine like just people just looking at you and saying no, and you're in the distance all the time. It has to be bad for us.
Somebody will say yes. The thing is, you play in the numbers. Maybe in that sense, it's better because the only people that get a hold of you are the people that say yes.
Right.
So you miss all the how to bait someone that you don't really like.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. If you just like to have sex with them, and then when you're done, you're like, I gotta go.
Yeah, and you can't go because the baby's around. It's coming.
People have fuck buddies. Everyone has. Guys and girls have fuck buddies.
Yeah.
Almost everyone I know has had one in the past where you weren't in a relationship with them really.
But drive over and fuck.
And bang. And then, all right, bye.
Yeah, bye. But do you kiss at the end? That's a lot of chicks these days. I think they just
don't even want to kiss you.
They don't even want to kiss you. Some don't even want to see you. Sometimes you'll open the door. The girl's there, ready to fuck, and then just walks off in the other direction.
Yeah, she puts a blindfold on. Bird box is doing.
Women are done with us, man.
They're done.
I feel like they're done. Do you feel like that?
I think it's a precarious time. A lot of chicks are probably going lesbo this week.
Oh, dude. I would
Especially with Trump. I think the more days that the government is shut down, the more women are going to go lesbian. They're going to hate men so much because of Trump. They're just going to go gay.
But people always say
people right now going, that's not how it works. Duh. Remember what I said earlier about jokes?
But what's funny to me is gay guys are always like, I'm going to turn this guy out. And that always sounds alarming.
It does work.
But that sounds alarming.
It does sound alarming. But it does work. I don't want to say I almost said his name. He worked on, he was not an actor, but he worked in the world of acting. Mm-hmm. And he told me that he blew a lot of straight guys. Mm-hmm. He said that was just something that happened. They would have a couple drinks and pretend they'd never done it before. And next thing you know,
yeah, I got that delicious mouth. That's what a lot of gay dudes say.
It was either him doing them or them doing him. But he's like, you'd be amazed at how many, air quotes, straight guys are out there. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe he just knows how to swing it.
But do you think, is it less homosexual to jerk a guy off with your left hand? What are you, left-handed or right-handed?
Right-handed.
So yeah, if you jerk you off with your left hand,
it's gayer to do it with
your right hand.
It's gayer to do it with my left hand, the one that doesn't work as well because it'll take longer.
Yeah, but you don't really have. But it's understandable. I feel like it's understandable if you do it with your left hand because that's barely even your hand.
It's my hand, bro.
Oh, relax, man. It's gonna be fun. You're not gonna feel that much of it, though.
You should jerk them off with your right hand, so you should be effective and get it done with. Unless you like holding on to dicks longer. Dude, I'm like, don't come yet. Don't come yet. And look at, hey, buddy, I'm right here. I'm your pal. I know what's gonna happen. You're gonna come. And you're not gonna want to hang out with me anymore.
Oh gosh, man.
No, I wouldn't do that. Just go fast. Go fast. No, I don't believe you.
Dude, I think using that left hand is that's the party move, because it's not. You can still use this hand to be on your phone. You can do other stuff. Yeah, but otherwise,
then you're not concentrating on the jerking the guy off. Like once you commit to doing something gay, just get it done, son.
Yeah,
just get after it.
That's true.
Okay, you don't want to be out there halfway jerking the guy off while you're pretending that you're looking at your mentions.
But also, what about this though? If you were next right action,
there's gay people doing shit that's gay. There's straight people doing shit that's gay.
Everything's changing now.
If you've chosen to jerk that man off, once you commit to that project, just keep going.
And
what's the payoff? What do you got out of jerking them off?
I don't know. I don't think.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Here's a question.
Okay.
If there was a place,
is this conversation seem gay or not?
If life was free, if you could really do whatever you want, if you're a grown adult, you could do whatever you want. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about society is that we set up these rules in cultures and we decide what you can do, and what we decide is different when they decide in Holland, is different when they decide. Yeah, everybody's got different rules.
Yeah.
But once we set those rules, it's very hard to buck those rules. Now, let's just pretend there was no rules. What if there was a place where guys would go and guys would jerk them off, and
Like new jerks.
yeah, like if there was a place where straight guys got a job jerking guys off, but you get paid $1,000 an hour. You don't think the straight guys would take that job? Straight struggling guys, that they would morph and generation or two, just a generation or two. If you could make $1,000 an hour beating guys off,
Yeah.
Started as like a
Especially
niche job.
if you could wear an oven mitt while you do it, I would do it.
do we figure that out?
If you could wear an oven mitt while you do it,
No,
I would do it.
no. Warm oil in your bare skin. That's the only way to jerk guys off. You gotta do it quick.
No way, bro. Dude, there's way other ways, man. You could definitely do. One way you could do is even you don't even wrap your hand, you just do like that, really sideways
It's
style.
like Kentucky Fried Chicken is only one batter. That crispy batter is bullshit. Nobody likes that crispy batter. Get the fuck out of here, with your
Dude,
crispy batter.
I'm trying to think if I had to jerk it. One thing about jerking off to me, I feel like there's not as much cum in your body as there could be. You know what I'm saying? You don't get that much out.
Well, it depends on what you're jerking off to, and how focused you are on the task. If you're jerking off while you're looking at your phone,
Yeah.
I bet you're checking your Twitter and you're also beating off.
Yeah.
You're a multitasker.
But you're not going to get a lot no matter how much, how you do it.
Really?
Yeah, how much do you get? You get like a little bit.
How much do you get?
I mean, I get
Like if you had compare it to something, like a quarter?
no, probably like maybe like an 11th of a handful, I guess. I don't know. How big is your hand? Dude, I can't even, do you still masturbate as an adult?
No, I do it as a child.
I mean,
When
I'm
I
just
do that, I
saying,
put a diaper on. It makes me feel like I'm rejuvenating myself.
I feel like you'd rip your dick off if you tried to masturbate, bro. That's what I feel like.
Dude, I hold my kids' hands. I know how to hold things gently.
Yeah, that's true, man. I don't know, man. I actually masturbated yesterday, and I feel bad about it sometimes. But
Why?
I don't know. For some reason, I
They
feel
got
bad.
us. That's the thing. It's a cultural thing. They
Yeah.
got us when we were young. Like, think about it this way. What if the culture was all the whole world? You wouldn't give a fuck if you beat off.
Right,
You wouldn't even be slightly embarrassed.
right. I
Everybody
tell
would just
people.
you tell
I
people.
tell people where it's at.
Sure. Ari would tell me all the time how many times we beat off toys today.
Oh,
We all tell each other how we beat off or what we beat off to.
I just don't like it as much as I used to when I was young.
Well,
That's my thing.
you're probably healthier.
Yeah.
It's like you've gotten older, you're more comfortable, you're successful.
It just feels like it feels like a novice move if I'm still jerking off and it's 2019.
It's certainly a distraction too.
Yeah.
There's something about especially looking at porn. There's I'm not anti-porn. I don't want anybody to get me wrong. I think you should be able to do whatever you want to do, ultimately. And I think a lot of why people have bad opinions about people doing certain things is that we judge people when they do certain things. And we have these ideas about them that we sort of people. Porn is very useful. But you have to have discipline.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, if you watch porn and you watch two people have sex and you get excited and you jerk off, you just took care of like some sexual needs that you had.
Yeah.
What could possibly be wrong with that? The only thing that could be possibly wrong with it is that there's something wrong with these two people having sex and filming it. Well, is there? Like, but doesn't everybody want to fuck? Like, I don't want to film myself fucking, but doesn't everybody want to have sex? People love to have sex. It's like one of the most important motivations that we have.
Oh yeah. Most people leave the house every day because they might have a chance to fuck.
For sure. I mean, why do they get involved in romantic relationships in the first place? To not just be nice to each other, but to fuck.
Eventually,
Like,
sometimes
that's
fuck
part
each
of the
other.
whole thing.
Yeah.
So what is it about two people fucking on film that's so distasteful? Well, you don't want people to see your special thing, maybe, or like, you want to keep it private. I get all those
It's gotten
things.
too fancy though.
But-
It's too high def though. You can't. In real life can't compete with it. So then it's so.
It's not always the case.
Oh,
It's not
this
always
stuff
the case.
is just right there.
But it's not. In real life, though, it's not as good. It's not as good as real life.
but I think that it's visually, it starts to get that it's better. And it's
pornography detox.
Oh, dude, I don't ever want to see it again.
Really?
Yeah. If somebody tries to get their pussy out, I'm like, you stop.
But let me say this to you though. You also had the same kind of issue with drugs and alcohol.
Right.
So you have like an addictive personality.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I have an addictive personality.
This is what I was saying earlier, that I think that the thing itself is not necessarily bad, and for some, I don't understand why that would be bad. The only thing that you would say is, and this is, I don't know how factual this is because I haven't done any surveys, but what I've read is that a lot of the people that get involved in that are victims of abuse. That's disturbing, right? You don't want to hear that. But then some of them aren't. Some of them do it because they want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that okay? That seems more okay than someone. So then you look at it like in terms of, but you just, that's, looking at that is like, well, then you don't laugh at comedy.
Right.
Because you laugh at comedy, almost everybody that's a comedian's fucked up or been fucked over. I mean, that's really why they get into it in the first place, because they desperately need attention. They want to be special. They want to be something. They're like, look at me, look at me. So they figure out how to be funny.
Yeah.
But you from people, maybe 6 out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, and I'm being
Good
real
ones
generous. Yeah, yeah. So there's so many things that you could look at that like that with. You know, like something good comes out of stand-up, right? So we just accept that that's okay to laugh at these fucked up people that are telling these jokes. But you know what I mean? Like a guy like Joey Diaz. You know? I mean, that guy's lived everything. He's seen everything. But it's okay. It's okay to laugh at the chaos that his life was because the jokes are so funny.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird, right? But it's not okay to look at, like, even if the girl's enjoying porn, if you find out that at some point in time she was molested, and that possibly was one of the motivating factors that led her into porn.
Molested in the video. And I think that would deter people from watching us.
Do you think so?
Yeah, man. My thing is just, I started to think of sex then in frames. Like, okay, I got to meet the girl, and then we have to walk over by us. You know, we have to, I have to see this, and I have to see, you know, like interpret it that way. And I don't know. Sex was just fun when you were young. Remember when you were fucking, imagine being 16 and fucking somebody else that was 16, bro.
You know what I want to hear in the background while I say this? The song Live and Let Die. When you were young. And your heart, I used to say, and your heart was an open book.
Who's that? Diana Ross? Who sings that?
Oh, Paul McCartney and Wings, motherfucker.
Wings, bro.
That was from James Bond. Oh, that's right. That's right. Guns N' Roses.
Oh, they did it.
That was one time where the fucking remake was so good.
That was,
you kind of forgot it wasn't their own song.
We've been dancing.
Can I hear some of this? If only we hear it.
Has Axel been on your podcast show?
No, I definitely have him on, man.
Wow.
I'll definitely have that guy on.
I can imagine.
He seems to have come back from the brink.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, this, who knows what kind of ego happened and what all happened whenever they went.
Give me some volume so I can hear it at least. I want to hear him say that at the beginning part. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Look out. So he was, for years, he went crazy. Yeah. He vanished, was trying to make that one album forever, right? It took many, many years. And everybody's like, God damn it, Axl Rose went crazy. And you'd see him, you're like, damn, it was a shame. Guns N' Roses was so good.
So good.
And then slowly but surely, he fucking came back. Like, really came back. Like, he's fucking back. Like, that dude tours with AC/DC now.
Yeah.
I mean, he crushes it. I saw some videos of him on stage. He's a fucking animal again.
He looks like Heart a little bit, like one of the people from Heart. But that's just age and time, you know?
It's just, I don't think it's age and time. I think there's a lot of other ingredients.
Could be shrimp.
You gotta throw some shit onto that mix.
Well, salt and shrimp will hide. Yeah.
But Slash looks the same.
Oh, Slash looks the same.
But that's what I'm saying. They're both the same age.
Yeah.
They started out together. Or close to the same age, at least.
Dude, how much fun must that be?
Fuck, dude. I think it's too much fun. This is my theory. I think it's too much fun, and I think they don't even have to write new shit. So because they don't have to write new shit, and it's too much fun, they're out there just fucking smashing every night. Fucking smashing. Shows, smashing tour buses and hotel
Breaking
rooms
shit.
and just smashing,
Fucking each other.
smashing pussy, just smashing.
They
Going
probably
crazy.
You probably wouldn't even notice who you fuck a dude if you're that famous,
I
bro.
think you notice. I think you're wrong. I beg to differ. Oh, he's got a teleprompter.
What about a
Damn.
fast dude?
Did you know Axl Rose had a teleprompter?
That's
I guess you want that if you're on all the drugs. If you want all the drugs, not only do I want a teleprompter, I want it to be highlighted what I'm supposed to say.
I mean, he's wearing hot pants, so yeah, probably he is.
Yeah, it's high cowboy boots with socks.
Oh, damn.
And a mesh top and tighty whities.
So what is it that makes somebody so famous that they get close to being almost like bisexual, you think?
You keep bringing up all this gay stuff. You got
Do
something
I?
to tell me? Was your stepdad right?
No, bro, I've never been gay, man.
Never ever?
Nope.
Never ever ever.
Never. I mean, maybe when I'm 60 or 70, I'll bust
You're
out.
try.
You know, I'll come on somebody, but I'm not doing anything now.
Gay.
I want a family and everything.
I think they are so free with their expression, right? That they wear whatever the fuck they want. And I think that's a part of the really huge musicians is that they get very free with their looks, their sexuality. Like, look at him with his with his ripped up pants. Axl Rose back when he was a cutie pie. Or David Bowie. David Bowie when he was in his androgynous stage. Prince. I mean, you can go on and on and on about men like fucking Mick Jagger. I mean, Mick Jagger would swing his hips and puff his lips
Elvis.
out. Well, Elvis is that was a manly thing,
But he
more of a
wore
straight
women's
thing.
clothing and women's, like,
How
you
do you know?
stuff from like, he wore stuff from like,
Scarves and shit, is that what you're saying?
no, what's that women's clothing store that's in every like little
Victoria's
city?
Secrets?
No, it's for like kind of more, Lane Bryant.
Oh, he wore the big fat lady stuff?
Well, I mean, he
Is that what
wore
you're saying?
he
Is
wore
there
some real
a dude clothes store for fat guys?
big and tall, they call it.
Yeah, but that's like some of them are
It's
tall,
called the J
slender
Spot.
guys.
It's over there on Pico Boulevard. You've been there. Jay Anthony always sells those suits over there on stage.
What's that?
Oh, there he is.
Is that him now?
That's him. That could be the lady. Is that Cheryl Swopes?
No,
Is that-
he's that's his
Simon Augustus.
hair looks weird like that.
It's like he went to
Axl
spring
Rose.
break.
But that's Axl from younger days. So that's when he had vanished for a while, right? Oh, but when he did that, like he did a big concert in Brazil too, right? I remember listening to that. His voice was kind of struggling a little bit because he has such a scratchy voice, you know. You gotta think like that voice is probably very difficult to maintain. Yeah. But that primal fucking "Welcome to the jungle," dude, that was the shit. When that was like right when I was graduating high school. I remember I worked out at this shitty little gym. I'd be on the leg press machine. Listen to "Welcome to the jungle."
What kind of headphones did you have?
Whatever they had.
The big ones, though?
Yeah.
Oh,
I had a Walkman with a cassette.
Oh, yeah.
Might have been a disc player.
You're gonna
Okay. That one's ridiculous. That one makes.
Oh, who
Is
is
that
that?
recent?
Is that Holly Hunter?
That's him now? No, it's not Holly Hunter. So
I don't even know who Holly Hunter is.
Rose, lead singer of Guns N' Roses.
Oh, I love Guns N' Roses,
How
dude.
dare you call him
My brother and I used to beat each other in our room. We'd fist fight in the yard to fucking Guns N' Roses, bro.
AC/DC?
It was the music of my childhood. Was GNR, Alice in Chains.
That's a weird look. The thermal or the flannel shirt tied around the waist. What's that look? Right. It's not really a skirt.
Right.
It's just like an accoutrement to my outfit.
This
of
fucking
fake ripped
bookstore or
pants.
library, wherever
Yeah.
I was working,
Right?
it
That's
was
a weird look.
it was
Isn't it a weird
either
look?
that one that was next to
You'd
Strikes
rather
Paris,
have like a little skirt
or
like be
it was
naked,
where-
you think?
Skirt. I want to be judged.
Really?
Yeah, just looking at my dick. It's making me self-conscious.
But what if you had like a little
Burlington
dick
Coat
hide or like a
Factory.
little
Not
thing
oh,
that you
Burlington,
could?
Burlington.
Still, just look at how big is
Going
your
to
dick.
answer, you just buy Burlington Coat Factory, so you can just visit Burlington Coat
You
Factory.
can't get no escape.
No one would
Would
know
you
what
ever wear a
Burlington
fake dick so that
Industries
people thought
is.
your dick was bigger?
If I did, it would be an outrage. It would wrap around
That's
my
true.
waist, tuck it in the front. I'd have it tucked in my sock. and it would be green like a hot dick. Like a dark green. Like
People would know it's fake though.
Tail dick.
Oh no. People are like, oh, that guy's just fake, bro.
They'd be like, why is your dick green? Like, why are you looking at my dick? Fuck away from my dick.
Dude, I think when people even have dicks in the future, it just seems like everything's going away so fast, man.
Yeah, they're trying to do that with this new Gillette commercial. Seen that Gillette commercial?
I heard about it though. You can shave your buddy or
No,
something.
no. All these guys are really mad because it's like an anti-masculine Gillette commercial. It makes like every man look like a misogynist piece of shit. It's such a disturbing commercial. It's like over and over again, men doing douchey shit. Like, hey, bro, aren't you selling razors?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? You changing the world with your shitty fucking advertiser-based philosophy? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Who fucking greenlit this?
I know.
If I was at Gillette, I'd be like, yo, guys, people get hair, they want to fucking shave it. Just stop that complicated. You're not gonna fix. Imagine if you're a sexist, rapist piece of shit, and you see that Gillette commercial, like, damn, I gotta switch my game up. I've been too much of a dick. Like, does anybody think that Gillette commercials are somehow or another in any way, shape, or form gonna affect culture?
It's bad.
You're selling razors.
It's bad,
That's
bro.
it. It's just a razor.
I'd rather braid my fucking face hair than buy Gillette again.
Nobody wants to be lectured to. We're tired of that.
So sick of that.
Stop it. You don't have your shit together. Nobody has their shit together. You telling people how to get their shit together in a fucking razor blade ad. Yeah, don't be racist. We know. Yeah, don't be a sexist. Yeah, we know. Most people aren't.
Yeah.
It's like, you got it. Like, most people are. The video's like most people are. It's not most people
It's
are.
crazy.
That's a disproportionate amount of people that are.
That's what I hate about a lot of these ideology today. It's like they say everybody where I'm from is racist, or everybody's like, some Christian Bible thumping.
Yeah.
And that's not true. So many of the people I know are not that at all that it's unbelievable. But so many of the people in these other places, they don't even know anybody from there. So it's like they have no idea.
But they immediately stereotype because of your accent too.
Yeah.
You have a southern accent, people assume you're not bright.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, but it's indicative of what the place used to be like. Like what the world used to be like was like a lot of the rural areas were less educated. Yeah. Now that there's the internet, the world is a different place, man. You can meet cool people in Wichita, Kansas. You meet cool people everywhere. Everywhere you go, you're gonna run into pockets of cool people. Yeah. Cool people are everywhere, man. Some cool people are good people, very good people, and they have different values, and a lot of them are more community oriented, more friendly. We on this side and those on the east side. Everybody gets this idea that everybody is like the people that live all stacked on top of each other, fucking like bees swarming in the hive. Yeah, most people, really the vast majority of the country. There's what is there? 300 and how many people? Billion? What is it? 350 already? What is it? Billion? Million, bro. Million. You're guessing billion?
I'm glad it's not billion.
I think there's.
Can you imagine that, man?
I would say 320. If I had to guess, I'd say 320. I'd say it's 325. Right, but that's like, how do they know about illegals?
No, it's probably 2 billion.
If they knew how many illegal aliens were, wouldn't they be pissed? Like, how do you know how many of them? What are you doing? You counting them? I know. How are they still here then? What do you think?
What's going on? Dude, but you can't even raise your voice, and like I have to drive to Riverside to even fucking raise my voice. I feel like that's how too tight it is in LA.
308 million people in the United States. Wow, in 2010, but that's 2010. 2000, it was 281 million. Whoa. Look at that, dude. Just think of that. 20 fucking million people. 28, 29. 27 million people.
And who's fucking the most? Are they saying? Is it whites?
Oh, it's all whites, bro.
Is it really, you think?
We're out fucking every race now, bro. It's new. We decided to take back our country. No, man. We're on our way to, white people are on their way to being a serious minority. That's gonna happen.
Beige power, bro. That's what I say. Everybody.
I love all the variety, but you know what it's like? It's like we have nice things. We can't. We can't have nice things. We keep breaking things. Yes, we can't. Because of racist people, you can't have all this wonderful diversity. So we're eventually all going to be gray. We're going to be like those fucking aliens with the giant heads, and we're going to have no dicks. We're all going to be the exact same thing. So no one can criticize anyone on anything other than your thoughts.
Yeah, they're going to be able to read your actions. And they're going to be able to read each other's minds.
Yeah, that's what I think. And I think we're going to ruin the environment. So they have built-in eyeglasses. When you're born, they just fucking glue these bitches on your head, sort of like chicks with fake eyelashes.
Oh yeah,
you just have these lenses that you put on when you're indoors. You peel the lenses off.
And otherwise, you can just see nature
contained in these gigantic dome-like places, like one of them Stephen King books, and that's where you'll go to get into the nature. Yeah, like a biodome with polished. It's gonna be like there's gonna be nature places, and the rest of the world will be city. The whole planet will be city, and our wildlife will be a bullshit wildlife. It'll be like, a few thousand acres or something like that, of a bunch of animals living together. That's all that's left.
It'll be like a rabbit with like a little story, like a story on its back or something.
Because if you look at overpopulation, and I'm not one of those doom and gloom people when it comes to overpopulation. You know why? Because I like people. When people are like, yeah, there's too many fucking people, like. I have good friends that think, you want to help the world, don't have any kids. Like, okay, yeah, I get why you would say that, but don't you like people? I love people. People are awesome.
It's all I know.
I mean, some of them aren't awesome, but the vast majority are pretty cool, or at least capable of being pretty cool. If you're cool to them and you establish sort of a community, being cool with each other, the vast majority of people are great.
People are nice. People are friendly.
Yes, the vast majority. So what's the problem? The problem is there's too many of us, and we're not going to stop.
Right?
They're going to keep fucking.
I want to fuck somebody right now.
They're going to make people. The question is, they say, studies say, scientists say, that as people become more affluent and as they become more educated, they're less likely to have children, or they have less children. So they think that the best way to stop overpopulation is actually equity in the world, like equality rather in the world. Make the whole world basically like America, where everybody's just got a chance to get ahead, and everybody has an awesome education, and everybody has access to the best information.
It can't happen.
But if that does happen, that's what's going to curb them. Or they're not going to have the same access to, like, look, in countries where people are poorer, like for instance, they want to have more kids because they want the kids to take care of them too.
Yeah.
That's a big thing, right? That's a big thing in traditional communities, and they're tighter. And here's the weird thing: if you talk to scientists, they will tell you that arguably those are happier people.
Yeah.
These happy people, and they live in these like villages and stuff, and they all enjoy each other's company. Even though in our mind it's a hard scrabble life, they're living in a third world country in a village. But if they have access to food, like say if they live in the Amazon or something,
They have much food you can get in there.
they got a lot of food, man. They have fucking 10 kids laying on them and shit.
Yeah. Box in that bitch too. A lot of times you see the whole family's in that fucking smoking dope.
So meanwhile, those people can be like really happy.
Yeah.
They can arguably be happier than a comparable group of people in Western civilization that you would just grab.
100%. And why is it black families? A lot of black families are still in the woods. You notice that a lot of the tribes? They're I guess maybe not black, but it's like a Latino or darker, like a not. I don't know what shit. I guess it's like a more universal shade almost, kind of like a sofa color.
Well, if you're in the jungle, you're obviously in a hot climate. If you're in a hot climate, you better develop some fucking melanin.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's melanin. They got more melanin families.
I mean, if you look at it, I'm Italian mostly. If you look at it, and I have some Irish in me too, but if you look at Italians who are in the sun all the time, they get dark as fuck.
Yeah.
And if you were seven plus generations of people living in this one area where you're exposed to like tropical sunlight all the time, man, you would brown the fuck up or you wouldn't make it.
Yeah, that's true. I go to Costa Rica even for a couple of days and I'm fucking, browned out and my face is all, kind of has pus in it from the sun.
But I think people evolving in years, maybe thousands of years, like you adapt to that environment, or the preferable genes are the ones that make it through.
Yeah, and those people have joy. I think there's just a lot more love.
The only problem is they don't have like ways to save each other the way we do.
Right.
Like they don't have cars, they don't have modern weapons. They have to hunt with these bows and arrows that they make themselves. But they do have pots. They have some things,
But also,
depending on what tribe, obviously.
And also, your life expectancy is probably not as long. So if you do die and you believe in a higher power, then you get to go see him quicker. You probably have reincarnation. Your friend that died could now be a plant or a, coyote that you meet or something. I'm sure in a lot of their cultures, it's a lot of, things are more just all intertwined. Human and nature.
Well, that was big with Native American cultures, right? But they thought that coyotes were, in many different different tribes, the way they looked at coyotes, almost like they had some magic to them or something.
Yeah.
Wise.
Well, they're up all night. I mean, I could see that.
Yeah. You're in that tent, sleeping off that hashish hot. A coyote got trapped in a bathroom.
Not surprised by that.
I want to say it was in South Carolina or North Carolina.
They're wild, man.
It's in this bathroom, and these guys have to get it out of the bathroom. And it's sitting on the sink. It's crazy. And they had to use one of them long poles that they jack dogs, grab around the neck. See it? I knew it was one of those places.
In Nashville?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Dude, it's a cool little video, but it's weird. Like, those little fuckers are everywhere now. They are everywhere.
Well, raccoons are really dangerous. They're always doing, cherry salad.
The Nashville Music Hall.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So they're in this hall in a boat show. Look at them. He's chilling. He's a very photogenic coyote. How weird. So what they did was they captured it, and they said that if they brought it to an animal shelter, they would have euthanized it. So instead, they captured it and let it loose in the woods. Which is cool.
Do you have any animals that you don't tell people that you have, like any secret animal? I can see you having something, though.
No.
Have you thought about it?
I used to have piranhas, allegedly.
And what do they keep in a tank?
Yeah, you keep them in a tank. You used to be able to buy a human skeleton online. I used to have a human skeleton at the bottom of my piranha tank.
Really?
How weird is that? You buy a skeleton.
And what can you do with it?
I don't think you can anymore. I bet you can't buy them anymore. But you used to be able to just buy a human skeleton.
How long can you keep it?
The only thing, I got rid of it. We'll get rid of it. I'm like, man, I'm gonna throw away this.
Cabbage Patch, like it comes with a little birth certificate.
We buried it, which is even worse, probably. Yeah. And then people are gonna be like, what the fuck? Someone got killed here.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna find it someday. Go, what the fuck? It's gonna be a giant mystery.
That sounds fun. I always love mystery, man.
The thing is, somebody might have died. Like somebody might have killed somebody and sold their bones.
It's probably one of those.
Is that real? Oh my god! What does this say?
Is that Little
Male
John?
look at this say. Male from India in good condition. 12 teeth present. The rest broken, missing. There is lipping on the lumbar vertebrae. What? That's $5,000. You could buy a fucking human skeleton. Holy shit. Dude, there's several of them for sale? So the lumbar vertebrae lipping. You know what that means? I think that means that his back's fucked up. Excuse me. And what happens is the discs themselves, the lumbar vertebrae, the actual vertebrae, the bone piece, from wearing against each other, it starts to sing. See if that's what that means. Lipping on the lumbar vertebra. Lipping on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Okay,
mad.
let's see that. Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, see that image, upper left? Right there? Yeah, see how it curves over the top?
Oh yeah.
Osteophyte grading or lipping. Yeah. See, as your disc gets smashed, your bones try to protect themselves and they grow this extra bone tissue. And sometimes that, obviously, I'm not a doctor, and if you are a doctor, stop yelling. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But sometimes people, that shit causes sciatica, either inflamed discs poke into the nerves, or the bone pokes it, or it causes inflammation in the area. Eddie Bravo has that.
He does?
Yeah, Eddie Bravo had his, he got his whole disc replaced with
L5S1
titanium disc.
bottom?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he gained an inch in height too.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Well, his back's all fucked up, so like you gotta think like your discs are these things, right? These little gel things, and there's probably a bunch of them.
And they bust.
And when they smash and get smashed down to nothing, I mean, he was basically bone on bone. He had almost no disc, and so he was in a constant state of inflammation in his
That's
lower
horrible.
back.
I need to text him.
Like he couldn't sit down sometimes. He'd have to stand up. He'd have to hold his lower back, and he just dealt with the pain forever. But it was like almost nothing there. So they replaced. So his bones were on top of each other. They replaced that and put this thing and shove it in there.
Two-story Eddie. Suddenly he's talking about new shirts.
Yeah, he's but he actually is no longer in pain. That's what's amazing.
Yeah.
And this is an articulating titanium disc. So they used to have to fuse your vertebrae together.
Yeah, that's what I've heard of.
They don't have to do that in every case anymore. Sometimes they still do it for some reasons. You know, people now, this articulating titanium disc is now an option. Yeah, I know.
Because I have L5S1,
Oh,
had a
yeah?
surgery part of it taken out.
How bad is it? Does it hurt?
It hurt bad. Yeah, now it's
Does it hurt
better.
now?
No, it's better now. But sometimes I have sciatica though.
Do you ever stretch it out?
Yeah.
Do you ever use one of those teeter inversion tables?
No, I just got something free from you guys though in the lobby. What's that thing called? Proformis or whatever.
Oh, that's a right.
Yeah.
That's a psoas massager. Isn't that great?
Psoas.
Yeah, that's this muscle. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna come on that thing. That thing feels
Oh,
fucking
hey,
good, bro.
bro.
Sorry, bro.
Rude.
That thing feels good.
You are so horny today.
Dude, I had to drive. It's like a 20-minute drive over here.
Oh, that gets you horny? Driving? Nothing like driving.
Dude, no, I'll say this. Things that get me erect these days. Driving, being on planes, you know that.
Bumpy roads.
Bumpy road.
Get one of those bumpy road boners.
Dude,
Yeah. Well, did you have it out?
No, I was asleep. It was in my pants.
It was in your pants.
Yeah.
And she saw it somehow.
Yeah. She saw my pants because I wear lean pants.
Lean pants.
Or, I wasn't wearing like a
fat
canvas or anything,
Oh. That's crazy that she's looking over
Isn't that
your
crazy
dick.
though?
But I guess if I was a woman and a dude had a rock hard boner just like a couple of feet, I would know that's like a ticking time bomb. Like, hey.
But I'm on a plane. I'm going home.
Yeah, but what if you're a pervert?
Yeah, I am a pervert, but I'm still just going home and not using my dick.
What kind of a scale of a pervert are you? If like 10 is jerking off in front of people on the subway with a
I'm
trench
not
coat.
that.
You open the trench coat.
I have a friend that's a flasher though.
Well, there's flashes and there's flashes that jerk off on people.
He has to do that.
That's 10. So then the 9 is a flasher that just pretends to jerk off in front of you, just finish, or can't get hard, and then you got to go back from there.
Oh yeah,
7,
a softball.
5. What do you like? A 3?
No, I think. I guess
perverted tendencies.
like what? I guess it's like what is perverted, you know?
Well, it goes back to the porn talk. Like you said, you had a problem with porn. You were watching too much porn.
It became a habit for me. That's what I didn't like. It became instead of me wanting to watch pornography, it became, oh, I'm used to watching pornography at night, so I'm gonna do it, jerk off, and get a little bit of rest. I didn't like the habit. It created a bad habit.
Well, you get real intense thinking about things. Yeah, like even when we're talking about like business stuff, like you can tell, like you focus on things.
Yeah,
which is good if it's a good thing. But sometimes that kind of thinking can get away from you.
Yeah, I think it does sometimes.
The same kind of focus that can get you really excited about something that's productive in your life can also get you obsessed with something that's not productive. It's the kind of person that you are, and a lot of performers. You're an impulsive, creative person. Impulsive, creative people sometimes get caught in ruts, and there's a bunch of different reasons, I think, for addictions. I think there's psychological addictions, there's physical addictions. Some of them are undeniable. Like physical addictions, some of them will kill you. Like you get off of alcohol too quick, you'll die.
Yeah.
It's a physical addiction that is real.
That's a good point.
You can't pretend it's not real. That shit'll kill you.
Right.
So it's obviously real. But then there's other ones like washing your hands too many times. Some people are addicted to washing their hands. I know a dude who doesn't go anywhere without Purell everywhere, washing his hands. He's putting Purell on. It's crazy. Wash his hands, doesn't like to touch doorknobs, touches doorknob, Purell. Back to the hands. It's weird. And you
used to lick both of his shoulders before he'd start talking to you.
Oh, that's good.
Dude, it's crazy.
That's to let motherfuckers know you're serious.
Oh, yeah. That's an Irish hello right there.
Whoa, we're in crazy town. You're the mayor. What are you doing? You lick your shoulders and
we had a dude in our town. He put like a chocolate on your shoulder and you try to get it off, eat it off.
That's not right. That guy's gonna grab you one day and fuck you.
Well, he did get in trouble for something. I don't remember what it was. I'd grown up, but he's
like one of those anglerfish who's tricking you.
Yeah, he's getting you to look at that, huh?
He's gonna get you. Come looking for that chocolate guy. Get off my shoulder. Get off my shoulder, bud. You look down, he's got a bat in his hands.
Well, you said it, I did.
It's like you on that plane. Go get your chocolate. Go get your chocolate. You want this chocolate?
But here's the thing, man.
What?
Here's the thing is, if I put
a Stevie Wonder movie just did.
Just kind of get my neck better. I'm trying to get my neck longer. I've been wearing a little bit of a neck brace sometimes at night.
Stretching it out.
It's just tight. My neck feels kind of, or not tight. It feels short. Yeah.
Have you used those things, the harness that goes under the chin, and you attach it to the top of the door and you pull on it?
I've seen those.
Those are great.
Really?
Yeah. If you have a tense neck. I'm a big believer in that kind of spinal decompression.
Yes, I want that.
Yeah, you can get that, and I got a really good one out here too. 2 really good ones from that teeter company. You put your waist on one of them, and you lean forward, and it stretches your lower back, and the other one you hang from your ankles. It's really good for you. It feels good too. It'll leave you, because it's just like that compression of life, constant smushing you down, and it's very rare that you do anything that, like, I have a terrible problem slumping. I've always slumped. I've always had shit posture for whatever reason. And it's not good. Like, back is supposed to be straight.
So you can be like
sometimes, like, you're making your discs carry your weight in an uneven way. What you want to do is have everything up and strong. Obviously, this is exaggerated, but most people, like, you get lazy in the state of exercise. That's what good posture is. Because you want to just slump. I slump all the time, man.
But doing posture all the time, it feels like you're always, like, about to graduate. I feel like you always have to be, like, kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
That's what it's like. But you don't have to be exaggerated, but you really should. And I've been trying over the last few years really hard to do that. Just straight.
I need to get an alarm for my spine.
That's it. That's the shit I love. That's called the teeter Dex inversion. That's one of my favorite things ever for loosening up your lower back.
Really?
Decompressing. Yeah, I got one right here, man. And it's not prohibitively expensive either.
I'll hop on that bitch before I leave.
Yeah, that thing right there, I love that thing. When you go down, when it presses play, so you can see how it works. You hang down like that. When you hang down like that, it just lengthens everything and straightens it out. And that's the one when you hang by your ankles. I love that one too. All those, it looks good, right? from top to
Yes, I
bottom.
cannot even imagine they have that.
So good for you. I got one right here, bro.
Really? I feel like something you would do to kill a deer or something.
No, that's a different kind of thing, man.
That's wild, man. I need some stuff. I think I need to get more, bars and stuff I could hang off of. I got to alleviate
Those
some
are
pressure.
great for your shoulders, like chin-up bars.
Mhm.
Grab a hold of a chin-up bar and just hang. Hanging is really good for your shoulders because everything gets compacted and everything gets like bunched in and nothing stretches out.
Oh, I'm built like a Conestoga wagon, brother. You know that?
Conestoga wagon.
Conestoga.
What is a Conestoga?
Wheelbase is really questionable. It's like 6x6. Like I'm not that fucking.
You don't move that good?
I mean, I think I used to be able to, but I gotta.
Go into the past, bro. You're still young enough to move like that right now.
Yeah. I need
That
to
thing? Oh, that's a Conestoga wagon?
I'm built
Jesus.
like that.
Imagine if you just decided that's how you're going to rock it from now on. You're on the highway, people are peeping at you.
Get your motor running.
You got a wooden wheeled wagon dragging behind your Ram pickup truck.
A bar of gold just falls out the back.
You got a Silverado, Chevy Silverado pulling a fucking covered wagon. They'd be like, you can't do that. Why not? This car's registered.
Yeah.
It's all legal. Who the fuck is buying wagons these days? People are buying them today?
Oh, the wagon's coming back.
Is this these
Look at
fucking
that.
assholes that want to reenact the Civil War? They want to get out there in a wagon and pretend there's still slavery.
Well, here's the thing, bro. I understand reenacting it in the winter, but they do it in the summer, man.
Do they really?
Yeah.
You don't want to do it in the winter, you'll die.
And the South always wins the reenactment too, which is wild.
No, it doesn't. Really?
Yeah,
Is that real? Is that real?
I think there's a little bit of.
You know what they should do? They should reenact the Civil War and kill themselves. Not in real life, but in the fake. Pretend. Hey man, I don't want to fight for slavery, and just all pretend to kill themselves. Yeah, we're gonna do it the right way, or we're gonna toss down our guns and suck all the dicks of the guys in the north.
Yeah.
How about that?
They would want that. They'd have won if they'd have said that. They'd have won if they'd have been like, if they catch us, they're sucking our dicks. Be like, whoa,
They just want you to feel good and they want to apologize. Plus, they need the nutrients. They're out there starving.
Dude, I was thinking about this. Do you think that, so slavery, right? They had it. Do you think that, what if, I had this thought of one day, what if computers, artificial intelligence happens, okay, takes over? And then they're all going to know that we owned these
Phones.
Yeah. Just like people own slave, like they were slave. Like this was a slave. Like remember when you owned my little buddy?
Emotional about that. I see where you're going with that, but I disagree. I don't think that'll be a natural factor.
I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true.
If you go on Rose Gold, I think you have to go caseless in this far out way, bro. Savage.
I'm not going caseless, man.
A lot of people go caseless.
Are you really?
King caseless barbarian.
Wow. I bet he jerks off with his fucking natural hand.
Case.
Oh, that's nice, huh?
Adorable.
Do you see your kids every day?
Yeah, sometimes I keep my eyes closed up.
That's just fun having kids.
Style podcast.
Is it were you nervous at first to have them?
Yes. Yeah. Nervous to be vulnerable. Nervous to love something that much. Nervous to have that kind of responsibility. Nervous about all those things.
Yeah.
Changes you like nothing else.
But did you feel like the changes would be for like that you won't like the changes and then you did like them? Like did you have reservations?
Well, I didn't have a relationship with my father growing up. So for me, it was very, very important that I did whatever I had to do to have a relationship with them, to be as present as I can be, to whoever I was before I had them, to evolve, to get better. Like it's a very, when you have kids, it's a very weird thing anymore. Like you don't just have responsibility like you have a dog you have to feed or a plant. You have a little person. Yeah. And you don't want to fuck up that little person. Like shit. And it feels overwhelming. And then the world feels so dangerous. Changing the view of the world.
Oh yeah.
God, there's so much threat. There's so much out there that can
stop signs, planes.
Well, stories too. You read stories about terrible people and terrible things that happen.
Oh, and then you're like, fuck it, I don't have to worry about this just happening to me. I have to worry about this happening to somebody else too.
Yeah, and your little son, your little daughter, you know?
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
Yeah, it's a crazy world. And you think of people differently because you think of people as a project that developed instead of being in a static state.
That's interesting. Do you think that something emotionally happens to you, like at a level that,
Like a DNA level? Yeah.
Yeah.
The love you have, like Dave Chappelle said this best, was not only did it increase my love, it increased my capacity for love. That's a great way of putting it. I would agree 100%. It increases your capacity. You become at least me, I became a nicer person. But I've seen it not work too. I've seen people that just reject it. I've seen men and women that just don't want to be parents.
Yeah.
I've seen women move away from their kids. They don't want to take care of their kids. I've seen men abandon their families. They just don't want to do it. It's crazy. And I don't know if it's a mental health issue or if it's just some people just can't take it.
Yeah.
Whatever raising children, it's about pretty much anything difficult in life. There's some people that have a very low quit point. Very low. They just quit. Everything they quit. It gets tough, quit. There's a lot of people that just quit. And when you have a little, like say if you have a little Theo in front of you, you think about your life and your childhood and like how important it is for you to raise this little person and give him love and teach him about life and protect him and keep him safe and give him good lessons in life.
Yeah.
It just changes everything. Changes everything. But it also is overwhelming. It's overwhelming. People get serious anxiety when they have kids. They start thinking about the responsibility and the weight of it all. Or they don't. Some people just fucking take pills and lay on the couch and let their kids suck fucking carpet glass and fucking stick forks into the wall sockets and play with knives. People just don't. Some people don't give a fuck. Some people are dumb. That's a thing too, man. People don't want to say this. There's folks out there that just aren't equipped for life. I really believe that. I think
decom the dumb, brother. That's what I'm saying. Take the semen out of them. You know what I'm saying? Like at a certain point.
But here's the problem: you're dumb compared to physicists. So who's to judge? And who's to say that this person is really stupid couldn't have a brilliant child? That happens too, man. A lot of times, brilliant people come out of
they need adversity.
Man, who knows what they need? But it's like it's not our job to decide who's stupid and who's not because it gets slippery.
Oh yeah.
You could get boxed into that stupid corner in a different metric if you're hanging around with a bunch of people from Stanford. They're looking. Theo Vaughn's in the neighborhood, and they know there's 10 people in the neighborhood, but only 9 can survive. There's only resources for 9.
You're gonna get rid of me, probably.
That's how good you are at digging ditches.
Oh, it could be better than them at that, though. Just suddenly have a different skill.
I don't know. It's have you thought about having kids?
Yeah, I think about it a lot more. Like as I get a little bit older, the thing for me is just like about being brave, I think, and just being willing to have my life just be totally different and be okay with that.
Yeah.
And just being like willing to know that I will be okay in that space. I think it's hard. It's like I'm just starting to manage the space that I'm in. Like it's just as a regular person, and then to get to that point where now it's like, fuck, you have another ball, you have 2 balls in the air, wife and a kid, or.
Yeah, and then what we were talking about earlier, like sometimes people fuck people that they don't really like to hang out with.
Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, man.
That's where it gets slippery because sometimes that sex is fun, man. I was just talking to a single guy, and he's got a gal that he fucks every now and then. They whack one out, and then they see it.
That's it.
And his take on it is interesting. He's like, yeah, man, some people you just don't want to see them that often. Like, that's okay. That's okay. But the problem is it's not always mutual. Like sometimes the guy wants to see the girl more than she wants to see him, or vice versa, and then it becomes some weird thing. One person starts stalking the other person to each other. Just as much as they get addicted to pornography, just as much as they get addicted to washing their hands or anything else. People absolutely get addicted to certain people.
Oh yeah.
And when that person doesn't want to have sex with you anymore, like it's like they're taking away your drugs, And really dumb men in those cases get very dangerous. Because they start thinking this person's done something to them because they don't want to be with them anymore. Really dumb men are dangerous right there.
Yeah.
That's where, you hear about women getting stalked by their exes, murdered. That's where that shit comes from.
I hate that.
Really dumb men who are angry now that the person that they loved doesn't want to be around them anymore.
Yeah.
And they can't look at themselves. And they're probably mentally ill. They might be on medication. Who the fuck knows what trifecta or what conglomeration of factors is making them be that piece of shit. But
yeah, they just feel once you men get feeling they feel rejected, and then you just want to you don't know what to do. Sometimes you get addicted to somebody else's love or lust or sex,
all those things.
Yeah,
women too, man.
It's
Women
dangerous.
get addicted to it too. I was talking to a gal who was going through this with another gal. A couple of lesbians.
I'm talking about, boy.
One lesbian was mean to the other lesbian. Apparently, I was
delivering
reading about
furniture. You know what I'm saying, boy?
Domestic abuse. There was some article about domestic abuse.
It's growing in the lesbian community.
Yeah. It's disturbing.
It's a dark arts, man, and some of those women are tough.
You think?
Tough as nails.
Would you fight a lesbian for an undisclosed amount of money?
Yeah.
Really? You don't even have to hear the number?
Well, what does undisclosed mean? Do I get to hear it or I don't?
You don't get to know until it's over. You're just ready to fight women.
No, I'm not. Can I train first?
I wouldn't, like Amanda Nunes, I wouldn't let you fight.
No. Yeah, it has to be a woman. At least I've seen a couple pictures of her. You know? Like, I at least want to be able to make sure, I've seen like a couple of images of them, or at least be able to scroll through their Instagram.
Did you see that video of that grown man who punched that 11-year-old girl in the face at the mall?
That shit makes me mad.
It is so crazy. There's a bunch of kids, apparently they were involved in some sort of a scuffle. This guy comes over to break it up. He's yelling at them, break it up. One kid pushes him. And he says something and then pushes the girl. She goes flying. She's a little tiny person. He's a big dude. She comes at him with her dukes up, and he just fucking waylays her.
I didn't see that.
He hits her with a straight left right in the mug. He's a big, grown man. He looks like a big man who knows how to throw a punch. I'm not going to play the video. If you want to find it, go find it.
No, I don't want to see it.
Fucking disturbing. But two things I should tell you. One, that guy definitely shouldn't have done that. But two, she shouldn't have fucking run at that big giant man with her dukes up.
Yeah.
Like, God, I know she's 11. I get it. She didn't know. She's a kid.
And
God damn. Teach kids.
And some 11 kids are hardy. Some 11-year-olds are hard. Like, what if you get I knew a 12-year-old that's...
No. She's this big.
Oh, she's little.
She's tiny. She's like nipple high on him.
Oh,
and he KOs her. You want to see it?
No.
You do. You do want to see it.
Draw it for me on a napkin. I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Those are the old days, man. You know, we used to... It's into I had a pine tree, maybe a birch or something, and people would go out there and jerk off
on the tits. Was it that good?
No, jerk off at the base of the tree. I think he used like a step stool or something, or something on a barrel.
That's when you found all the magazines in the woods.
Oh yeah, we used to have that. But sometimes you go out by the tree and somebody would be using the tree, you'd be like, oh fuck, I gotta walk back home now.
That's not a real thing, yo.
Oh, it's 100% real.
You're making this up. You have photographs of this tree?
No.
Why not? Do you know where it is? Could you take us back there with a film crew?
I could take you back there with a film crew. I bet it's devolved now, though. How long does this tree live?
Go back there and touch the thing, and all of a sudden you can't find your way back home. Where the fuck are we? We're going in a circle! Ah! Go mad. Like, it turns out that the tree got tired of people jerking off on it, so it evolved some sort of a neurotoxic chemical. Then when you touched it, it got into your bloodstream and it distorted your perception of distance and time.
Yeah. But dude, what if cum could what if semen could defy gravity? What do you think about that?
I don't. But you know, I do think, imagine if it wasn't, if cum didn't just get humans pregnant.
Yeah.
That's what I think of. Imagine if cum got everything from frogs to chickens. Like if everywhere you went, you found, God, this dude fucked a turtle. You found like, some turtle person.
You can't think about that, man.
You imagine if anything could get anything pregnant.
Yeah.
And a new combination was born. Turtle people.
Dude, that's what's next.
Koi people. Some dude fucked a koi.
Yeah.
He busted into that koi palm, knocked that koi. Imagine you're out there throwing bread on your koi palm. You're like, hey, it has legs. What the fuck, man? Somebody fuck one of these fish. You see this people come up on the shore. It's got a sign for you. Koi people are people too.
People see you at the pet store shopping, and they're like, "Whoa, this guy's shady as fuck."
Imagine Ari fucked it and it came out and we knew it because it had Ari's nose.
Yeah.
So it's like Ari's nose on a koi fish with legs and it comes out and you're like, Ari, what? What do you care? What do you care? Mind your business.
I'm going to Bali.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking anything sedentary. I'm not fucking anything that's like a basic, something that's up in the poultry section or anything like that. No beef.
Would it have to be a female? What if you had gay sex with an animal? Which animal would it be?
That's not gay to fucking animal, bro.
It's not? Both. If it's like a male gorilla, I think it's both.
Oh, dude.
It's
I
both
think
gay and bestiality.
nobody's gonna be like, oh, remember when you.
Yeah. Yes, they would. They're not gonna let you off the hook.
People are mean.
They're gonna go, not only did he fuck a chimp, he fucked a male chimp. And everybody be like, Jesus, Theo.
Bro, you would never buy a beer again. You want to break the internet? You put a fucking video of me sneaking up on a cheetah
Yeah.
and fucking it, bro. I will.
Wrapping a noose around its neck and you're banging it while it's clawing on you. It's trying to get away, you nut.
Nah, I'm talking about putting on some Eddie Levert or some Gerald Levert and playing some sweet music and just fucking
make
laying
love
there.
to it. How do you plan on holding it in place while that's all happening?
I think if you're good enough and gentle enough, it'll stay. You don't think so? Think about it.
You for like 10 minutes.
Imagine it though.
I love to look at the world through your eyes for 10
What are
minutes.
you
I think I
talking
take you
about?
right to the hospital. Like, whatever medication we're on, we gotta change it. We gotta fix this.
Bro, you should meet yourself then, bro. You are extraterrestrial, man. This is the most I smiled all week. That's so good.
Oh, dude, we always have a good time, bro.
It's funny.
Are you working tonight? You doing Tripoli shows?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
me
are.
too. Yeah.
That's fun.
Those are good times.
Dude, what a fun job, man. I just
It's the
started
best
really
job.
realizing it this year.
Dude, that's what I was saying. Like your idea of live. We're alive doing the most fun job you could have.
Yeah.
Why would we change that?
Yeah, I want to get busy. I want to get busy living this year and just try more things and just, enjoy my time that I am alive.
That's what's up.
I really do.
The whole thing about life is all that I wish I was doing this, or I wish I was doing that is only good if you're working towards something. But I wish I was young again. Let that go. That is not happening.
Yeah.
I wish I was 8 foot tall. That's not happening. I wish I could fly. Not happening. I wish I could breathe underwater like Aquaman. It's scuba diving.
Joe
Here's
takes
what I
you to
don't
the side and shows you his gills.
I don't like snorkeling, bro. Get
Yeah.
that shit out. I snorkeled a little bit when I was in Hawaii.
It's
Have you
fun,
done
huh?
that?
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's wild. You're out there looking down. You're watching all these fish swimming around. Like, dude, we went near this coral reef. It's crazy. It's just this world down there. Octopus and...
How easy was it for you to block out like sharks or something? Just
Not
coming out
easy.
Of the blue.
Not
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
No, that's real. Like, you're always thinking, like, what if one of those motherfuckers is here?
Oh, you look like a damn delectable, I bet, to a shark.
Does that ever happen? That'd be crazy. I feel like LL Cool J got killed by a shark in Malibu. You'd be like, what the fuck? You'd be like, how is that real? How could it happen? Right? What if O.J. Simpson got jacked by a shark? Can you imagine how many ha-has would break out across the country? Ha-ha! If you could see O.J. Simpson it would have to be Florida. He'd be in Florida.
He's in Florida a lot, I heard.
So, of course, all those white trash girls, all fucking, he's waving to the beach, and you just see the fin like 15 feet away from him, and his feet go under, and then boing, the yank, whoosh, the blood in the water. You're like, no way.
Oh, dude, I bet O.J. Simpson and Dennis Rodman have fucked a lot of the same chicks, bro. When you think about that.
What if the Kim? Well, I don't think O.J. Simpson's allowed to leave the country, right? I was saying, what if Kim Jong-un starts partying with O.J.?
That'd be so good.
It's like, I don't care. I don't care what he did.
The Jews came with O.J. Simpson one time in Miami.
How long ago?
This is like 15 years ago.
Post-murder, then.
Yep, after the murder.
Oh, jeez.
And the guy goes, hey, does anybody have a car key? And then he hits OJ. He's like, hey, you have a car key or a knife? That's what he asked him for, to do the cocaine off of.
Oh,
And
shit.
OJ's like, this guy asked me if I got a fucking knife.
Was he laughing?
Yeah,
Oh, my
that's
God.
pretty funny. I think it's funny. I mean, if you didn't get in trouble for it, even if you did it, I think having a sense of humor about it's still important.
The way he reacted every step of the way did not seem like a guy who's being accused of something he didn't do. Every step of the way. Every step of the way. It's like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. I don't even imagine. That is not what you'd say if your wife got killed.
Right.
You would not be thinking like that. You'd be
Heartbroken.
freaking the fuck out.
I know you
What
didn't
is
see
it?
this, but you should watch this one day.
Nolte?
No, it's
Sacha Baron
it's
Cohen?
at the very, very end of the show. It was almost like a bonus scene.
Oh, I didn't know he got this deep with the outfit. Who's the gal?
It's just like part of his like cell. She's like a girl that's supposed to be with him. He's like this extravagant millionaire, billionaire type character.
Oh, and he's got OJ. Yeah, I need to see this show, period.
I think he spent like 3 or 4 hours with him, he said.
Did you hear that they might have uncovered a pedo ring? He might have uncovered a pedo ring when he was doing this?
OJ did?
No, Sacha Baron Cohen.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I did see it. I read a headline that said
So
that.
maybe you find what the exact specifics of it were. But like they decided not to air it, but it's like, what?
Dude, you know what? When you said that about OJ, it made me think I met Buzz Aldrin from the moon.
Yes.
And when I met him, it didn't seem like he'd been to the moon. You know what I'm
Sacha
saying,
Baron
though?
Cohen, yeah, hold on a second. Sent Cut, Who is America interviewed to FBI over fears of Las Vegas pedophile ring.
Not surprised, dude.
Whoa. Said Said the interview led him to believe there could be a pedophile ring in Las Vegas. Holy shit. Could you imagine if a pedophile ring in Las Vegas was exposed by Sacha Baron Cohen in a comedy movie and they find out it's real?
I wonder if this is all just a setup for some other type of film.
But let's look at it objectively.
Okay?
Okay. There has to have been pedophile rings in the past,
Undeniable.
right? I would think if you go back to like the 50s or the 40s or the 30s, there has to be something like that.
Way easy back then.
They take orphans and they molest them, all that Sandusky type shit. That has been going on.
Yeah.
So how often has it been going on? And what happens now to the same type of people? Like if that's no longer available for them, is there some way they get it? Some super tightly watched
Circuit.
ring of people who still engage in this activity and figured out a way to do it?
I hope not.
I hope not too. Everybody hopes not. But the idea that it's impossible, is unlikely.
Yeah, there's probably a market for it.
There's a ring, pedophile ring. Ooh, that's scary.
Dude, who wants to fuck some kid? That's crazy, bro.
They think it's mostly people who have been abused like that themselves.
Yeah.
Mostly that. That's one of the things that Kevin Spacey's brother has said about Kevin, is that Kevin is basically like their dad. And their dad sexually abused them. And now Kevin is acting that out. And there was an interview, his brother. You ever see Kevin Spacey's brother?
I never met
He looks like Rod Stewart on the strongest acid available. Ooh, he's crazy looking. He's just a weird looking guy with wacky hair, and he wears funky glasses and weird clothes.
Donnie, what's his name?
I don't know what his name is. He looks like he's wearing a costume.
Donnie Spacey? That's not it, is it?
No, but here, take a look at him. Jeez, look at this. That's his brother.
Oh, dang, man.
It looks like he's got a cross between an English scientist and Rod Stewart.
I can't believe Kevin's the one that got banged by the dad.
I think they both did. I think he's saying they both did.
I can't believe I even said
Their dad was a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his dad. Like, look at his brother, how he dresses up. Look at that crazy Rod Stewart outfit.
Yeah.
I bet like one chick or one dude fucked him because he thought it was Rod Stewart. So I'm just gonna ride his boat right into the rocks.
Rod Stewart, huh?
This is his outfit. Look at this crazy outfit. That is a crazy, crazy outfit. He's got rings on every finger. He's got a wallet chain across his pecker.
Wow. Those dicks keeping time, brother.
Yeah, look at that shirt. That fluffy shirt with the crazy ass neck accoutrements.
Yeah, if you're not trying to get fucked by somebody, you shouldn't wear all this.
Yeah, but think about how much effort it took to do all this. Now go up to his teeth. Son, that mud.
It's Scotland, bro.
Clean that shit up. Is he from Scotland? Is Kevin Spacey from Scotland?
I think they're from Britain.
I think they're from America.
Really?
Yeah. Where was Kevin Spacey born? Fuck if you know, you're Googling.
Well, yeah, you know, bro. You're right.
Yeah, you're the guy who's got the Google in front of you.
But
no.
What about this? Do you think he would have been as talented if he didn't have this affliction?
What does it say? Does it say where he's from? Orange, New Jersey. See, there you go. Perfect. Dump.
And one of the most talented men of our time.
People like in New Jersey, fuck you, bro. Hey, I was born there. He is very talented. He's also very crazy. I think in his day, you could get away with a lot if you were a movie star. I think, they ran those sets like,
Oh yeah,
they're crazy.
well they have that R. Kelly thing now. I mean, that guy, his whole life he got to do whatever he wanted. It seemed like.
That's a different animal, right? Because he's a musician. But yeah, it seems like he's the underage. The underage thing with him is like Aaliyah, married Aaliyah, underage, had sex with her underage.
And it was told. I remember we just grew up listening to his music. It was
All these girls are coming out about him doing that to them when they're.
Yeah, but a lot of people knew. 13, 14, they're saying 15. Well, but I can't believe more people aren't complicit.
There was a video of it.
That more people aren't complicit in that. It was unbelievable. Like, what about the people that knew? Like,
But here's what's crazy. The video is out of him peeing on people. And then years later, people are still making music with him. Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. When you find out how many people work, what was it? Was it the Breakfast Club? What show was it that they started reading off a list of all the people that worked with R. Kelly post video? So the video was out. Lady Gaga, all these people.
And
Like a giant number of people.
do you think we'll ever be able to eradicate the fact that people do that to like have like the pedophile or have that vibe for them to sexualize children or young people?
Hopefully, scientists will figure out a way to isolate that part of human thinking someday. Like, hopefully, there'll be something. Researchers, doctors, scientists, psychologists, whoever it is, figure out a way to stop that. But in the meantime, what it has gotten is way more difficult for them to get away with it. Right? And it's going to get more difficult still. I think people are going to be connected. I mean, we're connected right now with cell phones. Like, this is how weird the connection is. Adam Greentree, who was here yesterday, we were talking about Toyota Tundras. He said after we were talking about it, he said all of his ads on his phone, like when he would look at a website, it would all be Toyota ads. No way. He's like, they're listening. Yeah, they're listening to his phone. Like, the word Toyota Tundra came up over and over and over again in his searches. Toyota trucks. Because we were talking about Toyota trucks.
Toyota trucks. I'm gonna say that. And
Toyota
bacon,
Tundra, Toyota Tacoma. Say it over and over again.
Yeah.
But whatever the fuck process of, I mean, I don't know if he actually accidentally Googled Toyota trucks that day too.
Yeah.
But they found out my point is, like, saying something in a conversation and it's being connected to these internet searches. Like, these little things are starting to happen, and it's going to get more and more prevalent. Then we're going to be way more connected rather in 10 years than we are now.
Fuck, man.
We got to figure out what would that be like, because no one saw this coming.
Yeah.
No one saw us being disconnected. Unimaginable.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking. It's going to be some next plane that we're going to get to. There has to be some next level of intuition, maybe that comes into it, or
when I was really high, I thought this up.
yeah,
My really high thought was, you know how kids learn things really easily? They just learn things way easier. They can learn a language really easy. If very soon in the future, a universal language is developed that coincides with artificial intelligence technology, virtual reality, and augmented, and allows people of all languages, they can learn it, and this was coming off of something that Jamie said once. We were talking about emojis being almost like hieroglyphs. Like, wow, like, that seems so weird because they seem so cute and corny. But someone could send you a whole, like, series of them, like eggplant, water, smiley face, high five, and it's like, oh, someone wants to fuck.
Oh yeah,
right.
That's the right meme, a picture could sell.
Sure.
Tell you the whole story.
Well, while I was thinking that, I was like, okay, well, what would stop once they develop augmented reality or virtual reality in some sort of a easily digestible form, whatever it is, whether it's a chip that you have in your body that sends signals directly to your brain, allows you to communicate with each other. If we developed a language and we can send and receive images in a way that may be even more effective than the language that, like, we assume that English is the best way to talk because we only know how to talk English.
right.
Maybe if we could speak Chinese, we could express ourselves clear. Maybe if we speak Turkish or Arabic, maybe there's a better one. I don't know. I only know one language. But what if sound languages are far inferior to visual languages? And what if these visual languages allow people eyeballs and everybody can communicate on an even plane? So there's no language barriers. And when I was thinking this, I was like, well, that's got to be this impossible. No, it's not impossible because there's more than 100 languages. And how many languages are there if you had to guess?
I would bet there's probably 100 and maybe 15.
Yeah, I bet you're right. I'll say 130. Let's go crazy. I'll say 130 languages.
Okay.
It's probably 1,000. Who the fuck knows?
One language, Bob. One language, Bob.
More? More than 1,000?
Okay, I'm going to go. I would like to have a separate guess.
I want to go with 1,800.
I would like to go with 1,060.
It says there are roughly, this is number of spoken languages in the world today, 6,500.
Whoa, what? Where?
About 2,000 of those have fewer than 1,000 speakers. So even if you count those off, it's still over 4,000.
Well, you know, those people on that North Sentinel Island, I think they have a dead language. There's only 39.
Oh, really? Where that guy got killed?
There's only 39 of them.
4,000. So even if you take off that 2,500, right? If you take those off, the ones that he said that only less than 100 people are using.
Yeah, but they're using it.
Right? Good point.
Well, here's the thing that's really crazy. The indigenous people of Australia, my friend Adam Greentree, who was here yesterday, he works with a lot of these people. He has a mining company, and one of his, like a bunch of the people he worked with would explain to him these different languages. Your mob, like they would call the Aborigines, would call themselves, it's not like a clan, it's called a mob, their term for it, would have a totally different language than someone who lives just a few miles away. So there'd be a different mob, lives a few miles away, totally different language. You can't understand what the fuck they're saying. They don't know what the fuck you're saying. Then there's another one over here, and there's another one. I'm like, how many do you think there is? He's like, oh, it's probably hundreds. Like hundreds of different languages. Nobody knows what the fuck anybody's saying.
It's almost like they don't want the other one to know because it's like they'll get their secrets, maybe.
How many do you think? There's another report that says there's this number of languages that are spoken in U.S. homes as of 2015.
Ooh, okay.
It's a smaller number, but still a lot.
300.
350.
Wow.
At least it says at least 300.
If you had asked me before this conversation, I would have said 13.
Yeah, me too. So I was going to guess. Actually, I was going to guess 11.
Fuck, that's a lot of languages.
Dang.
That's so crazy.
Fuck,
so
man.
we're
fucked, dude.
No, we're okay. That makes my point. I think the next stage is a universal language.
Yeah.
Universal language would, like, think about the Aborigines. That's a fucked up situation to be in. Nobody knows what the fuck anybody's saying, and none of those things are written down. So you have to be in that clan to understand that language or that mob, and then they die off, and they're like, fuck.
Yeah, they're thinking small ball.
Well, they didn't think. It's not planned out well, but we are connected. Everyone's interconnected, and I think through a universal language, it's entirely possible that we could reshape civilization.
Yeah.
Through a universal language that every kid picks up in school. You teach them bing bong right upside English or Chinese or anything else. But bing bong is the internet language. And this internet language that everybody understands, everybody just starts communicating through bing bong. And nobody's using regular language anymore. You occasionally talk to, like, when you're in bed, you talk, yeah, bitch, remember dirty talk? Yeah, English dirty talk. Or French dirty talk.
There's 185 that are spoken just in Los Angeles.
Wow. Damn, that's a lot. But that makes sense. If there's 300 in the country, I would think all of them would be here.
In LA?
I would think all of them would be here. I'm more shocked that all of them are here. It's a pretty multicultural area.
There's a group of 2,500 people or so that speak Dutch at home in Riverside.
That makes sense. But only Dutch?
Not only, but that mostly maybe, I
I
guess.
wonder why it's Riverside.
Dutch are so aerodynamic.
They move good?
You ever seen a Dutch? They're really aerodynamic. They're
What? What are you doing with your hands?
lean face, lean headed.
No, they're not.
4 inches cheek to cheek.
They're big people, man.
Dude,
Do you know how big they are?
the Dutch, they're very tall, but they're very aerodynamic, very
Aerodynamic.
the downhill people, they call them, dude. Pull up a Dutch.
Okay, pull up Ernesto Hoost.
Yeah.
Ernesto
Let's
Hoost.
get a gander at this fella right here.
Famous Dutch kickboxer, Mr. Perfect.
I bet you it's hard to kick him in the sides of his head because he has a little less than others.
This goddamn Adonis.
Okay,
And that's him later in his career, too. If you get earlier in his career, he's more jacked.
get earlier in his career
Right
when
there, right there. Bam. Take that picture right there. No. The one above it, where your cursor was, to the left of that one, or right. I'm sorry, of that photo you just pulled up. The right of the photo you just pulled up. That one right there. Bam. That's what he looked like when he says prime.
Let's get a basic Dutch. That guy's an advanced Dutch, I feel like.
Advanced Dutch.
Look at him. Yeah, that guy's
okay. How about Rob Kaman? ROBKAN or AN rather. One of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
And there we go. Aerodynamic.
He's aerodynamic.
Yeah. Look how narrow his head is.
He's looking at you sideways.
What about basic Dutch guy?
That does not look like a guy with a narrow head, bro.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
Look like that.
Mind.
The
Your head was next to his head. His head would eclipse your head.
No.
Yes, it would. There'd be nothing behind you.
Look how long that head is, narrow.
If his head got in front of you, I wouldn't even know you're there. I'd be like, Dio, is that you back there? I'd see the bottom of it.
You're like, I'm back here jerking off with my non-dominant hand, brother. It doesn't count. Dude, you think it's, I bet it'd be crazy in this, I don't know what I'm thinking about this, but to watch people from different ethnicities jerk off, you know?
Boy, we're back to this again. Jesus.
But you know what I'm saying, though? Because everybody
I think you should watch a little porn and get this out of your system.
Nah, man, I'm not
Are you
watching
jerking
it.
off from memory now?
Yeah, I'm jerking off from memory now.
Do you find that your fantasies become more elaborate?
100%. They're more exciting.
Set it up.
No.
Just set it up in your head.
Oh, no, it's
How
something
many,
like that.
how many days a week you beating it? More than 4 and you got a problem.
Oh, no. 2 days a week. And I'm disappointed at that. I'm just trying to turn over a new leaf, you know? I want to not jerk off
Be
that
horny all the
much.
time.
Yeah, I want to
Just
fucking
walk
let
around,
that.
be confused. I think that's look. If you just look at sexual desire and lust,
Yeah.
lights are set too high, or you're not being ambitious enough. You got to spread your seed. If you think about how ridiculous it is, if people didn't know that having sex with people has consequences, and by that I mean you can get pregnant, you can get diseases. If there was and there's cultural limitations, people frown upon it, but if there's none of those, can you imagine how much people would be fucking? Like, it would be insane. Yeah. If there was no such thing as masturbation,
You can fuck at a gas station. You would be fucking, yeah.
if there was no such thing, if masturbation wasn't possible, first of all, you know what would happen? Women would rule everything. 100%.
Like, men would have so much chi built up in them.
Nope, they'd be bitches. They'd be giving in every chance they
Oh,
could.
because the women would own it.
It would be worth so much more. Yeah, because women would be able to decide whether or not you came. It was the only way. That was the only way. If women were the rulers
Yes.
of whether or not you came. If there was no way to come without them. Oh my God.
We're fucked, dude. I know that's the next law.
If they're really smart, that's how they would take over. Chop our arms off.
Dude, but you're telling me, though, you wouldn't watch like a little like Chinese guy jerk off from like 30 feet away.
Going back to this again.
No, but just
I
tell me.
watch train accidents. I don't want them to happen. If Jamie pulls up a video of a train accident, oh my God, you got to see this one. Shit. Okay, go ahead. And
Right.
I watch it,
Oh, I don't watch that kind of stuff.
you know.
But tell me about this. How close do you get? Like, there's a Chinese guy jerking off in a park, okay? And he's
Depends on who I am.
He's Cantonese. He's Cantonese.
Am I me right now?
You're you.
Right now.
You're jogging, right?
Jogging.
Yeah.
Guys,
And you're about 200 yards away.
I probably would stay there.
How close would you walk to it?
I don't. When someone's jerking off in public,
That's true.
you have an obligation to do one of two things. You have an obligation. It depends on what he's doing. Is he looking at you and jerking off?
No.
If he's looking at you and jerking off, if he's doing it out in the open, he might be sick.
But he turned enough towards you that you're kind of invited on it.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're in the park, this is just. I mean, being 100% serious.
Yeah.
If I'm running in the park and I see, 5 yards over to the side, right next to a tree, there's a guy beating off.
Okay.
I'm going to stop running. And I'm going to look at him. I'm going to look at all the people around him, and I'm going to keep an eye on him. I'm probably either going to call the cops, or I'm definitely going to stand there. What if some person is jogging, and he just decides this is the time to jump on this person?
Yeah.
What if some kid is walking by and he snatches that kid and drags him into the bushes? This guy's so crazy, he's beating off in public and he's looking at you.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think I would go over and be violent with him, but I would definitely keep an eye on him. I'm not going to let... What if he's a fucking sexual predator and he's looking to do something to someone and you could be like, Peter Parker and Spider-Man, save your uncle.
Yeah.
Right? You know that's what made Peter Parker become Spider-Man?
He saved his uncle.
Well, he had the power, and he didn't save his uncle. A robber ran past him. He didn't feel like he had to do anything about it. The robber got into the elevator, and he killed his uncle.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the story. I forget what the actual story was, but the robber did something to his uncle and killed him. His uncle was everything. His uncle took care of him. So then he decided he could never let him do that again. Became Spider-Man, like a superhero. I think you have an obligation, especially if you're a man, especially.
Yeah.
If I was a small woman and I was in that same situation, I would say call the cops immediately. You know, don't try to be a hero. Get the fuck away from that guy, but call the cops immediately. But I'm pretty sure most dudes that are beaten off in the forest like that, they're not looking for me. Right? They're looking for a woman or a child.
Yeah, that's true. They're probably not looking to meet another
I would
man.
tell another dude, if I saw another dude, I'd grab another dude for sure to help me.
Like, let's get this dude.
I'd be like, hey, come here, man. This fucking guy's just beating off. And most men would be like, oh, Jesus, what do we do? We'll call the cops. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to call the cops. Yeah. Don't let him get away. Call, if somebody runs by, tell them to.
Oh, yeah.
See, when someone's really crazy, someone's really crazy, like that kind of crazy, like some guy got arrested for trying to abduct a kid, trying to drag a kid in his house, and he had horns on his head.
Yeah.
He's got horns. He's a sexual predator, and he's got those implants in his head where it looks like some kind of fucking demon, and his ears hang down to like his fucking chin.
Fucking
like,
idiots.
oh, great. That guy's out there. That's a real guy. Just got caught, right? So if you run into that sort of a situation, you have to, as a person, you can't just run away. I feel like you got to stand around and make this, make people aware of it.
Right. Say this guy's trying to come over here. This guy is jerking off. Or I think getting somebody else to help.
But there's less of that than there's ever been before. But there's always going to be some of it. It's like you were talking about with pedophiles. Like, how do you stop that forever? Yeah. How is that possible? Stop that forever.
We had a dude in school when I was growing up. This guy, Big Richard, right? And he ended up.
You mean Big Dick? That's what you call him?
No, well, we didn't know. This was before we were old enough to know that Dick and Richard were the same thing.
How about this? How is Jack John? How is short for John Jack?
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
JFK. John F. Kennedy.
John F. Kennedy. He was.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
There's some other weird ones, right?
Yeah, we're never going to get a universal language if we can't even get that right.
It's from Irish. It's how you say Jack in Irish. You have to look this up.
Really?
Yeah. John. Since they're Irish, that makes a lot more sense.
John.
Or the way you say John, I believe.
I guess if you said it fast and from far away, it could sound like John.
Yeah. How about short for Barbara is Babs?
Yeah, I know a Babs actually.
Is that? Babs? That's weird. Short for Barbara.
Barb is a rough name, though, I think.
Barb? Like a hook?
Yeah, like it wants to
Barbie.
fuck Barb.
Barbie's
cute. Barbie's cute. Sal is like a man's name.
Salvatore.
But that's a short for a woman.
There's other weird ones with men. I know there's some other weird ones that I forget.
Big Sal. I know a lesbian named Big Sal.
Whoa. What's her real name? Sally?
I don't know.
So I should be called Sal?
But one time she borrowed a man's bathing suit to go swimming with us. I thought that was pretty impressive.
No top or tops?
No top, Daddy. Let's go. Big Sal. She was in the shallow end too, Daddy. You know? And that's a healthy gal. But yeah, I think if somebody, I was in Germany one time, I was on a bike ride and they had a man swinging his dick in a big circle. And I thought that was, but it was a nudist area of a park.
Well, if you got a nudist area, that's what you're going to encounter.
Yeah.
People swinging dicks.
Yeah, I guess I just sped off.
Yeah.
But, I think about it sometimes.
About Big Sal?
No, it was about that guy in the park and what he was doing, why he was doing that.
You know what I used to think? I used to think, oh, look at that piece of shit. Now I think, oh, that was a baby.
Right.
That was a baby that then became this helicopter dick weirdo. Standing on the street, pointing to his hog, spinning around.
That's exactly what you're doing, spinning like that.
That's fucking weird.
It's crazy.
It's fucking weird. It's weird that there are people that do that. And how much of that is because of repression? Like that would, if you went to the most sexually liberated country, you'd have more or less perversion. That's the question, right? And how much of it is important? Like if you went to the most sexually liberated place, like And how many of the people that come in are people from out of town that are weird, that want freaky shit, and then it becomes an economy.
Yeah.
And how many people, you just leave them to their own,
just be chill.
Yeah.
Because we're pretty caged up, they say, here in America. It's pretty, everything's kind of taboo. You can't see nipples and stuff on television. And
yeah, it's weird, but I wonder if that's also why we get so much done.
Yeah.
Do we? I mean, maybe it's my perception that we get more done that we're more productive.
I mean, I think we focus on it a lot.
Yeah. A lot of things have definitely come from here. I think that's changing, right?
Yeah. But I think pedophiles going out of style too. I think there was a time where more
people got away with it easier, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard to get away with it, but God, that whatever that is that makes a person do that, just doesn't seem like we've eradicated that.
It must just be a loose wire in them, imagine that.
The thing about that is, if they could one day figure out a way to get certain traits and breed them out of people or engineer them out of people, we're fucked then. Well, what would you leave in? Like, what would you leave in? Emotional outbursts? Would you leave in the ability to have an emotional outburst? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I would leave that.
Would you leave that in? That's fun. Yeah, it's fun for me. Maybe you and I wouldn't be the ones to decide.
Would you leave sneezing in?
No, I mean behavior. Male emotional outbursts.
Okay.
Like, fucking cunts. Yeah. You fucking asshole. Like that kind of shit. That kind of shit.
Yes, I would leave that in.
I would leave that in too.
Not a lot of it though. I'd turn it down a little.
I wouldn't fuck with it. I don't think it's our job to fuck with it.
Okay.
Because you need that if a war breaks out.
Right. Yeah, you can't have decent guys like, oh,
you're gonna need that energy.
Going to war.
Yeah, you're gonna need that energy. You're gonna need that whole male eruption, fucking crazed aggression that you don't like. Well, when an invading village is headed over the top of the hill, you want that in a dude with an axe.
Yeah.
You want that. You want that to be available.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless we get to a point where we don't have any war anywhere ever again. And until then, going to, but they don't.
They would do that probably. We would do that also.
We would definitely do
we're
that.
so fucking sneaky. Do you think that we will have another war?
I hope not. But that's always the fear, right? I mean, we're in the middle of two right now,
I think there could be. You think there could be another state war in America?
Of a civil war?
States.
Well, some people are worried about that.
Some people
want
want state government.
That.
Some people want state-run government.
Well, some people were worried about that as hate for the Republicans and hate for Trump in particular ramps up, and that they're really worried that there'll be some sort of a violent outbreak between the right and the left, and that this could actually really happen. Man, it's not impossible. It's not impossible that at least battles could break out because people are fucking polarized, man. Yeah, but I think what's interesting to me is that more and more people, it seems like, at least from my perspective, on the right are now coming out against Trump. It seems more common, especially with this government shutdown. People are like, what the fuck? There's so many videos of people going, what are you talking about with this wall? Like, we need money. Like, this government people, a lot of them are living check to check.
Yeah.
You're shutting down their, this is the only way you can negotiate this wall? This is the only way you can fund this wall? This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, people always say the government sucks, fucking shut it down, and then it shuts down, everybody gets mad,
It makes an argument that the government should be doing less things. This is the real argument. The argument, some of those things that the government does, why does the government have to do it? Why can't it be privatized? Why can't it become a business? It would probably run better if some of those things were not run by the government, like airport security, or like road maintenance, or like a lot of other things.
Yeah.
Like, don't have the government do it, have private contractors do it.
Some real cats,
have strong standards and strong competition. And John Stossel actually has a video about it right now. It's on his Twitter page. It's a long video, but explaining how one of the things people are realizing from this government shutdown is that the government does a lot of things they don't have to do.
Yeah.
It would be probably better for everybody if some of these things were streamlined. Some of these things were done by the private sector. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things that could be done better if there was competition. As soon as the government controls certain businesses, I mean, maybe they do it really well, maybe they don't. I think there's certain things that where socialism works really well. Like, here's one. Fire department. Fucking gotta pay for the fire department. Everybody wants to fund the fire department. Don't you cut the fire budget, man. What if my granny dies
fire.
a house? Yeah. Nobody wants fire, man. We gotta pay for the fire department. Pay for that shit. Pay for the police. Yeah, pay. Everybody says pay. You shouldn't be rich people only get cops and poor people don't get cops. That's crazy. Everyone would say that's crazy, right? Well, why is that not the case with education too then? Well, right. Don't you want people to learn things? Like, when did education become such a big business? Why is that a business? It should be our goal as patriots, right, to make less losers, more happy, successful people, more aware people, more educated people. But instead, it's like subsidized by the government, and that makes it even weirder. And then you have student loans you can't escape.
Yeah, a lot of that is pretty bizarre.
Dude, it's bizarre as fuck. It should be free.
But there's also there's another some people don't want to do anything. They just want to be alive, and they don't want to contribute and really have any sort of life, and they have no desire for that. And there's generation and generation and generation of them.
That is true. But what if? Do you ever look at universal basic income? It's a weird idea. I flatly rejected it when I first heard it.
Do we have it?
No, we don't have it. They've tried it out in a couple of places. I don't think it's really worked out that well. But the idea behind it, I'm having a guy who comes on soon. His name's Andrew Yang. He's a proponent of universal basic income. And the idea is you give people X amount of dollars per month, whether it's $1,000 per month, and everybody gets it, no matter what. And by doing that, you take care of all of the burden of survival. Like, we take care of everyone in the civilization. Everyone gets food, everyone gets shelter. So that eliminates a lot of crime and a lot of strife just right away. The question is, where's all that money come from? There's $1,000 a month, 308 million. Is that what it was? Plus, that was 2010. It's probably more now. Let's say 320. That is a lot of money. 320 million thousand. So that's 320 billion, right? Isn't that what it is?
I have no clue.
320 billion a month. Wouldn't that be if you gave 1,000 people $1 million? Isn't that what it would be? 1,000 million is a billion, right? Just do it in the calculator, bro. Don't do it in your head.
1,000 million?
Yeah. So that's right. So it must be. So that's so much money. So the wall, like him talking about building the wall, isn't he asking for $5 billion?
Yeah, they want $5 billion.
Okay.
It's not that much, I don't think.
Well, that's to build a wall once. This is every month. You would need all those billions. That's a lot of fucking cheddar.
And so that means everybody would have their basic needs met.
Yes, everybody get $1,000. Where that money comes from, this is what I need to talk to this guy about. Obviously, I'm not a mathematician or any sort of an economist, so I don't have any idea how they feel like they can do this.
3,000.
They got that.
3,000 a
for
month.
every adult in the country.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Plus a stipend of $250 a month.
Is that Andrew Yang?
It's not from him specifically, but
That's a different guy?
from a guy that's talking bad about it. Actually, he's giving you what for.
Oh, someone talking
That's the
bad
UBI.
about it. Yeah, someone talking bad about it. Well, yeah, 3,000 a month is a lot. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, $36,000 a year. Look, that would be nice, right? Then you'd be in the top 1% of the world. Everybody over $34,000. Yeah, $34,000 is 1% of the world.
It would cut the nation's poverty rate in half.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Where's the money coming from?
and also, do you lose incentive at that point?
That's a good question. Is that bad? Is it
Yes.
bad to lose incentive?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's what it's like the drive. It's the only reason. Otherwise, nobody overcomes anything. Nobody achieves.
Is that true? Is the drive? Does the drive always have to be for survival, or can the drive be the drive to succeed and better yourself? Say, look at it this way: if you had $35,000 a year, do you think you'd be cool? So you'd be like, I don't need to tour. I got 35 grand coming.
No, I'd want to work harder.
Right. I think a lot of people would want to work harder because I think your motivation would be different. Your motivation would be to do better than $35,000. But that $35,000 would take care of you. Look, if money was free and economy didn't make any sense and you could just fix it like that, I would say, yeah, fix it like that. But where the fuck is all that money coming from? That's a crazy amount of money.
Yeah, we couldn't do it. I mean, no, and that means that a lot of rich people have to give up some of their money. People aren't doing all of that.
Dude, that would be $900 billion every month. Yeah, right?
Doing that.
Am I right about that? 300 billion.
It's for every adult. It's not to give it to every person.
Oh, okay. Every adult.
You don't need to
Oh,
give
so you have to raise your kids.
$3,000.
They get the money. Car, 3,000, no bills. That's true. That's true. So how many people are we dealing with? How many people are adults?
It changes to this is the argument they make is that you would end some of the subsidies that are already going on, like Medicare and Social Security and maybe welfare in some cases, because people would have money that they're spending or they're getting now, so that money might, I don't know.
It'd be worth a shot. I think it'd be worth a shot, but how long do you try to make, because then people are going to be like, I needed more time,
Well, that would be, they wouldn't ever get their shit together. There's some people that will definitely do that. There's some people that will never get their shit together. And I don't believe that this is a simulation. I don't believe that we're in some sort of a video game. But if we're in something that was it was a learning environment, you would want both to have your own opportunities for failure and to see examples of failure around you. You would want to see that. Like, I'm not happy that Artie Lang, that his nose is caved in and that he's got all these problems with drugs. I'm not happy with that. I love Artie Lang. I want Artie Lang to be clean. I think he's hilarious. I think he's a great guy. The one thing that could be good that comes out of that for anyone other than Artie Lang and Artie Lang's loved ones and friends is someone that's just looking at him online and sees what he's done and goes, fuck,
that inspiration.
Man, I don't want to ruin this guy's in and out of court. He's always getting arrested. He keeps pissing hot.
It's kind of cheesy.
I was reading something today. Well, the thing is that it's sad. It's sad, and people love the guy. And you see, this is dangerous.
Yes.
Drugs are dangerous.
Yes.
Some people, it hits them this way, and for whatever host of factors, Artie's got it bad.
Right.
We love Artie. So someone on the outside seeing that could be like, wow. And that now is a thought in their head if somebody offers them those same drugs.
Right.
And so I don't need to make my life hit rock bottom. I can look at this guy or that guy or maybe someone in the neighborhood or people around you that don't get their shit together. You can see what happens when they don't chase their dreams, they don't follow their ambitions, they don't take the time to let the people around them know that they love them. They don't do those things, and you get to see that. That's a little bit of your own education too. It's not ideal. Right. Ideal would be everybody is doing great and we would all have this big old fucking happy community.
But yeah, some education comes from that.
You get education from that.
And also, but do you start to, even specifically with Artie Lang, do you ever think that when that started to become such a big part of his life that I worried that I wonder, is he going to falter with drugs and stuff because it keeps his name in people's minds?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think I wouldn't think people would.
He was always a successful guy anyway. When I met him, he was on Mad TV. I met him in 1994, the same time I met Callan. I became friends with Artie. We did a scene together where I played a boxer, and he was a boxing manager.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he did that show.
Yeah, man, it's probably online somewhere. Wow, he looks so young. I was like, I think I was 27.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was probably the same age as me. We're real close, as was Callan. Callan is just, that's me right there. That is crazy.
You're the boxer?
Yeah. Dude, that is crazy.
No, it's a joke, you jerk. Come on. I can't see my...
Oh, look at the shoulders, though, huh?
Oh, my God. It's atrocious.
What does it feel like to look at your young body like that?
Weird.
Is it?
Yeah, it's weird.
Does it feel like a different person?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it was me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you look at yourself, from the past.
Fuck, bro, look at you,
If
huh?
you look at Artie.
Handsome guy, even Artie's fucking handsome.
Yeah. Dude, I had hair. All that hair. It's kind of an illusion.
Was it?
Yeah, it was falling out. It was definitely on the way.
Did you know you were gonna lose your hair?
Terrified. Yeah. It's weird seeing my body with no tattoos too.
Oh, that's interesting. I bet.
Yeah. That wasn't even like weightlifting days. That was all martial arts days.
Dang, bro.
Strange.
But yeah, the first time I ever heard of Artie was just through drugs. So maybe my perception of that is that,
Well, Artie, he was a very successful comedian for sure. From the Howard Stern show, from doing Dirty Work, that Norm Macdonald movie, and a bunch of other things. Mad TV, so many different things he did. He was always very successful and very well liked. Like in the comedy world, if you don't like if someone says "fuck Artie Lang," you'd be like, "What? Really?
Right.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
What? You don't like Artie?
Yeah, that's wrong.
He's the nicest guy ever." It's just one of those things, man. You don't want to see it go down like that. You don't want to.
But you learn from it. Yeah, other people learn from it.
Other people do learn from it. Other people learn from all kinds of things that people do wrong. You don't want those things to happen, but man, they're educational for all of us. We're all in this constant state of evolving. This culture that we're in right now, the civilization is rapidly changing. Everything is shifting and moving and growing. It's out of control, man. I mean, it really is.
Oh, and a lot of elements, even like I was listening to when you and Bill Burr were talking last time. He was talking about like flying around and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was talking about doing a comedy special. And he's like, I don't even know what to do with it these days. Do I just do clips? Do I put it things just change so fast. Whereas like a year ago or 2 years ago, it would have been like, oh, this is exactly what you do. Make a special. It's like now it's like,
Well, it used to be you didn't have an option. The first guy who actually introduced it as an option was Louis. Because Louis decided to put his special on his website, and you buy it for like $5, which is a really reasonable amount, and it was a really good special, and it killed. He made a shit ton of money,
right?
And then people realized that he made a shit ton of money, and then people realized how good he was, and then people realized how famous he really actually was, and then everything started booming and taking off for him. It was already in the process of happening, but it happened even more because he did that. But then Netflix came along, right? That's the ideal.
They shook it up.
There's nothing better than that situation. That situation, they just set it up. So they're like, we're going to get everybody. We have a fucking $1 trillion. We're going to get everybody. We're going to get all the greats. We're going to get Chappelle, Chris Rock, everybody. Fill in the blank. Sebastian. They're just going to crush Bill Burr. They're going to just crush it and keep crushing it. And then anything else now, like if someone has a special on Comedy Central, you go, oh, I guess Netflix wouldn't hook them up.
Yeah.
You got to go to Comedy Central. That's how you look at it.
Right.
In the comedy.
Right.
But I think a real player is going to be Amazon, because this Amazon show, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Yeah, people love it.
It is fucking good, man. It's good. As a comic, I watch it, I get nervous. I get anxiety when she's about to go on stage.
I gotta watch it.
Dude, it's fucking good. The guy who plays Lenny Bruce kills it. He seems like a less seedy, less problematic Lenny Bruce. But he seems a lot like Lenny Bruce. I mean, it's he can only do so much with it. He's written in as someone who helps the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Was Lenny seedy? Was Lenny Bruce seedy, man?
A little bit. I mean, it's just he doesn't see the guy. This is just the way it's written. It doesn't seem like a guy who died of a heroin overdose.
Right. Is that how he
mean?
died?
Yeah. He seems like more together in the TV show. It's almost like, seems like in the TV show, he seems like a victim of the censorship of the circumstances involved in that point in time. More like in the future, like he went mad. If you ever see any of the ancient, one of the things that I noticed when I really started getting into stand-up, I would watch some of the old stuff. What I found is I think I bought it as a VHS. I don't think it was online. I think it was way before YouTube and this stuff was available online. You could get old performances. I watched Lenny Bruce.
Wow.
And this videotape that I bought, it's basically they're filming him going over his court case in front of a group of people. It's really weird because he's not really telling stand-up. He's just reading off of his court case.
Oh wow, it's kind of interesting. It's interesting. It's not.
It's not. It's like he's going mad. It's going crazy because they're trying to bring him in jail. They're finding him and arresting him. And they're locking him up in jail and they're ruining his career because he's swearing on stage. And what he's trying to say is like, no, I'm trying to point things out. I'm swear if I say something, if I say a naughty word, it's for a reason. It's to express myself. Just saying things because they're illegal and I want you to lock me up.
He went on trial for that?
Oh yeah. Oh, he went to jail for that. He got arrested many times. Many times. Him and George Carlin. The reason why we can do it the way we do it now there's a direct, you could trace the path. There's a direct path to Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce started it all off.
I need to do some more work.
He opened the door for guys like Carlin, Pryor, there's Mort Saul back then too, but Lenny in particular, he had a irreverence to him and this notion to buck the current standard of what you could and couldn't say. He just changed what comedy was.
That's brave.
Dude, he was there's people like that are these figures, whether it's Nikola Tesla for technology and innovation, whether it's, there's a bunch of people like that in this world.
Yeah.
They just
changers.
One dude, like Elon Musk is another one. One dude, pow, just, whoa, look at this. Jesus Christ. These people that are like that. One guy just goes off in a direction.
Yeah. And I think like, I wonder, say if they went to the universal money for everybody, right? UBI or whatever.
I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing in the world.
But then would you have as much adversity for people? Like, would you get a Nikola Tesla? Would you get a George Carlin? Would you get people if they didn't have to look at the world that they're born into and see not things be uneven and spark some desire? I just wonder if we get that.
I don't know. I think you would only have your needs met. I think you would still have your desire to improve. I think that's an inherent thing. But I think it would be more beneficial. This is just a wild guess. I might be totally wrong. It might be totally wrong, and you might be right. It might ruin people's ambition, but it might raise the base level, right? So what we're operating from is never the same level of desperation. So maybe we're not as mean to each other, right? But maybe the innovation still takes place because people are always going to want to be challenged, and maybe it comes from a good place, right? Instead of from this constant place of desperation,
right? So if somebody goes from a 0 to a 10 in their life, which would be somebody that does something unique and special and outstanding, if everybody automatically is given a 3 at their base, then now that person's going to get us to a 13.
Or maybe you just don't have as much violence. You don't have as much sadness.
Oh, that's true, because people are violent when they want stuff from other people.
If your food and your shelter is always met, like, we don't have that, right? And we talked about earlier about like cultures have standards, and these standards, they're different everywhere, and those communities accept them, and they don't like it when you try to change the standards. If our standards here were that all of our needs are met, we decide as a community, if we're going to stick together and call ourselves America, we should treat ourselves as a family. We treat ourselves as a family. We shouldn't ignore neighborhoods. We shouldn't ignore communities that are downtrodden. We shouldn't ignore any kind of poverty. We shouldn't ignore lack of education or lack of nutrition. We shouldn't ignore those things. So if we take care of all those things first, before we do anything else, if you had to re-engineer America, would you think, hey, what we have to do is ramp up the military budget by $94 billion because we're basically arms dealers.
Yeah.
And we're going to make these deals with Syria and Saudi Arabia, wherever the fuck we can sell rockets to.
It's old. Yeah.
But that's what we do.
That's what we do.
That is what we do. But if instead someone came along and said, no, the way to make this country stronger is not make the arms industry bigger. The way to make this country stronger is to make the human industry better.
Right.
Make it better.
Let's fine-tune humans.
Fine-tune us.
Yeah, why haven't we done that?
Less losers.
Yeah.
2024.
I like that.
Theo Vaughn, run for president. Less losers.
That would be the best.
I'll be your vice president.
You would?
Pence, I don't do anything.
I like that, man.
Just hang back and eat chicken.
Nice, and I'll have the weird hair. I got to pee so bad. Is it okay if I sit up?
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Yeah, we're probably almost done anyway. It's already 3 o'clock. Go pee. Go pee.
Here's an infographic on the UBIs, because the argument for the positive or wanting it is a lot of jobs are going to be replaced by robots soon.
Right. Yeah.
And these are some of the jobs that are at risk.
Yeah. They think automation is going to kill most jobs. So insurance underwriter, 99% of jobs are at risk. Farm laborer, 97% of jobs are at risk. Wow. Fast food cook, 97% of jobs at risk. Construction laborer, 88%. Truck driver, 79%. Mail carrier, 68%. Wow.
They recently had a robot cooking food. I think it was called Flippy. I don't remember where they put it. I think it was somewhere in the United States maybe, but they just fired it was the word they used because it was doing too good. Yeah.
Fired it because it was doing too good. That doesn't, I get it, I believe it. Yeah, that's a stupid ass-ended way of looking at it. I don't understand that stupid shit. It was too good. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. It's been sidelined, at least temporarily. Turns out the automated fast food worker created by miso robots was a victim of its own success.
50 burgers an hour.
Wow. Why's that bad? It's better.
It's way better.
It's better than you. You don't want to work that job.
No.
Right? I'd suck at that job.
We can find some other things for people to do, maybe.
Yeah, but you know, I'm good at a couple of things. I'm not good at flipping burgers. What? You're not good at that? You don't want to fucking mindlessly flip burgers. It doesn't even need a mind. Why not leave the mindless things to things with no mind? So this is the idea behind it. But the problem is, where's the money come to take care of all the people with the universal basic income? And are you saving enough money with the robots to make it actually profitable to pay for people?
Hard on that.
If you save more money and make more money.
Implementation.
Well, Andrew Yang is going to come in here and he's going to explain all this stuff to me in a way that's supposedly going to make sense. He seems really smart, and he was on Sam Harris's podcast, and that worked over there.
Oh, man, that's the most urine I've ever held, I think.
Congratulations.
That was it. How much can you hold?
What kind of car do you drive, Theo Vaughn?
I drive a BMW, but I'm trying to get rid of it.
I think you're more for a muscle car type fella.
Really?
Yeah.
I used to own a 1984 Ford Escort, and somebody stole my passenger seat.
God damn it.
Yeah.
What are they going to do with a passenger seat?
I don't know. Probably put in the living room, I would guess, at the
Or
time.
put in the forest and jerk off on it?
Dude, come on, bro. Dude, how much comes out in the fucking forest, bro?
A lot.
Dude, that's where the next... No wonder Swamp Thing happened.
Well, I was thinking this once. They found out that in some plants contain DNA from salmon because the salmon were used as fertilizer by the plant. As it decomposed, it got into the actual plant itself, and you can actually somehow or another, through some sort of scientific process that I'm too stupid to understand, they can actually detect salmon in the actual plant itself.
We're close.
So if you were whacking off on that tree, and that tree, it's every day, that's your spot. You went down to that titty tree and whacked off on the roots.
Yeah.
And then, like, after a while, you did an analysis, and you found your DNA in the tree itself.
Hell
Can you
yeah.
imagine?
Oh, it'd be great, man.
If it maintains the information of everything that whacked off on it.
You have a little son made out of wood one day.
Mm.
Dude, they had a kid in our town. One time, this guy made his son a wooden shirt. Did I tell you that?
A wooden shirt.
Yeah, he made his son a shirt out of plywood for Christmas.
What?
Yeah.
You wanted the kid to wear it?
Oh, yeah, he did. And I remember I was,
Wait a minute. Is it a stiff shirt, or is it you make it like little itty bitty tiny pieces of plywood and weave it all together?
oh, no, it was pretty stiff. And the dad was a, like an Elvis impersonator, you know?
The dad was an Elvis impersonator at a casino, or did he do it at carnivals?
No, just locally.
Oh.
But we didn't even need
in that?
No money in it. Really, I think he's probably an alcoholic. But he had 4 kids, and one of them he made. I was walking home one night, and I heard him in the garage, and he's making like a son, like a for Christmas, like a wooden shirt, like a, you know. There you go. Not as nice. That one is nice.
Wooden shirt.
Yeah, can you get
That's
more?
a real. Oh, but that's like a sculpture.
Yeah, that's nice. Can you
That's
get
great.
one more that's like
Like if you
Wouldn't
go over
matter.
someone's house and they have a wooden shirt on a hanger, like, and they think that's cute, just leave.
no,
These people are assholes.
no, this kid needed it because people used
That's
to
a
beat
wooden
this
shirt,
kid
too.
up. Is that salmon?
Yeah, it's a framed wooden shirt.
That looks like
People used to
salmon.
beat him up because of his wooden shirt.
You know, people used to beat him up anyway on the bus,
Well, the wooden shirt would protect you from a lot of shots. Is
It
that
helped.
the idea?
and it helped.
Sure, you better shut the fuck up.
I swear to God, he did.
That kid's not walking around with wood over his body like that.
Not
You know
today.
how heavy that would be?
Yeah,
Was there pads inside of
it
it?
looked heavy. Fuck no, dude. Who do you think his dad is? Estee
What's
Lauder?
lady.
Yeah, see, there's some lady wearing something there.
Okay.
But this was early. It might have been teak.
That
You look
girl
up teak.
needs way too much attention.
Yeah.
Look at her posing, pretending to be aloof, short hair, by the ocean, wearing a wooden shirt. How about a big no? That's a big no from me. Hey, do you want to meet my friend Michelle? She's channeling with her fucking geometrically patterned wooden shirt on. What? No, I like regular people.
This kid's name was Eddie. Can you look up teak? What does teak look like?
Imagine if someone was trying to set you up with that gal. You'd be like, well, I'm torn. Because obviously she's very pretty. Are you sure she's not crazy?
Yeah.
If you're super desperate.
She might have splinters in her tits.
No, it's just, dude, it was one photo shoot. She doesn't wear them.
Yeah.
Except when she worships the ocean.
I don't like it. Now that's something a little more malleable, teak or something like that. What other kind of wood do they have?
All over print shirt.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, but
Let's
that's
click
just a
on that.
print. That's
Yeah.
just a print.
So it was like that, but a little bit more, but more real.
And he wore this for what reason?
Dude, I
Protection? Like,
Yeah.
like a chest plate? Like a
Yeah.
Roman soldier type
would say
deal?
like that.
Okay. Was it like, how was it connected on the waist, on the sides rather?
It was just kind of like a long square. It was almost like a kind of a cereal box kind of
Where did he put his arms? Like rest his arms on the side?
in the side. Yeah.
Fuck your armpits up.
Oh, it's limiting. I mean, look, man, these were. I mean, the man that made it, not a real.
You can't do that
Savant.
today. People would find out. They would call him out.
Well, yeah, dude. When I was young, you could do anything you wanted to. You know, people were. I don't know. It was just more fun. You use your imagination more when I was young. You had more fun.
How many kids you see beaten when you were a kid? People used to beat their kids. in
Oh
front of
yeah, probably like at least 20, I bet.
Oh yeah.
But
You'd
people
see
would
people at
fight
the
in the
park.
street, beat their kids. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd see people beat people up. It's way more common. But I guess it's maybe we've moved out of those areas too.
That's true.
People back in those areas are like, bro, I'm on the front line. Shit's still going down at the mall.
That's right, dude, we used to see people fight, man. I saw this old man get thrown into a fire one time at a ditch fire. There, people were burning leaves, threw him right in. This guy was in his 80s too, Mr. Polito.
Oh my God, why'd they throw him in a ditch?
He was fighting a bus driver. He was fighting our bus driver, and
And the bus driver threw him in a ditch?
yeah, I don't know why.
Why was he swinging on the bus driver?
I don't know.
Whose fault was it?
Both of them.
Both.
I think. I mean, one of them, they're both adults. I mean, look, man. I'm not surprised they were doing it.
Oh,
You know,
questionable humans.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you saw me, you wouldn't be shocked. They were fist fighting.
Right. Like, what do you do with people like that? Once universal basic income rolls around and there's some stupid people that just ain't getting any better.
Basic needs met. Okay, so then after that, after you do a couple years universal basic income, then what do you do?
Wolves in the woods.
Yeah.
Let wolves loose. You gotta thin the herd. Got some dude out there jerking off, thinking he's pretty cute, hanging out behind a bush. He just turns, sees 6 wolves looking up. And they just know what to do. Take his ass out.
Well, you think a wolf would attack you while you were jerking off or no?
Fuck yeah. You're all pink. Everything's pink. Pink ass, pink dick. Looks delicious. When you're wearing clothes, it's like, can I eat that? I guess I can eat that. I gotta get through all that fucking bullshit plywood t-shirt.
Yeah.
Once I get through that, I'll eat the fuck out of that dude. But if they catch you out there with just all pink, oh yeah, they eat the fuck out of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I don't do anything bad like that and any of them see me. You know, I don't want to have that kind of ending. You get ended
Well,
by an
listen,
animal.
I'm gonna say right now, I don't think that you're gonna be jerking off in the woods and eaten by a wolf. I might be wrong,
Yeah.
but I would say that's not how you're gonna go.
Thanks, man. I like
I just don't see that in you, bro. I see better things for you.
I like
Get
your
eaten by a
attitude.
pack of wolves, naked, your pecker in your hand. Imagine if like you were about to come and the first wolf bit your calf, and you're like, look, they're gonna get me anyway. And you just keep going.
Finish it
You're
off.
on the edge.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe the bite and the pain because you're about to come
Oh,
just
what a
makes you
bust.
rocket.
Oh, yeah.
You bust like a
You
fire
get more than
hose.
usual.
Yeah, and you're like, wow, at least I died with my biggest load ever. But
Take that.
That's one thing you've always been disappointed about, right? Is the sheer volume of your loads.
Well, it's not much if you look at it.
Take
Look at it next time.
Zinc and magnesium.
Really?
Yeah, allegedly. Egg whites.
I do have zinc at the house, actually.
Zinc's supposed to be good for raising testosterone.
Oh, I want that
magnesium
bus,
as well.
bro. I want that bus of the neighbors.
The more you save it up too,
Oh yeah.
you gather up more.
But I like to do that nocturnal. I want to ride. I want that dream bus that you used to get.
If you want to ride the tiger. Super bus.
Yeah, bro.
Super
Dude, I want
bus.
that dream bus. Remember when you would bust in a dream?
Those don't happen anymore.
But they can if you search for it, if you seek it out.
Yeah, but you have to not beat off for a long time to the point where your body's like, this dumb motherfucker can't even jerk off.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to jerk off for him when he's unconscious.
Your brain fucking jerks you off while you're asleep, bro.
But do you think that you're learning things while you're dreaming? Because some people think you learn things when you dream.
I think that'll be one of the next hurdles that we get over, where people are able to be able to take in information while they're asleep.
Well, this is what I mean. Like they say, if you have a problem, if something's bothering you, you should sleep on it. And when you wake up in the morning, you'll have a clearer perspective.
I believe that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's real because I've done that before. That seems to actually be a good strategy if you can go to sleep. The problem is if something's really bothering you, like, damn, I gotta figure this out. Like, you might stay up all night and be exhausted, and then you might not be able to sleep and think through it.
You got to get a higher power to help you out, man.
Yeah.
So you got to get. You just got to take.
That's where our higher power comes into place. Do you think you see yourself ever going to church again?
Yeah, I would think so. I think
Yeah.
church is kind of evolving over our time and stuff like that. And
Would you go to Justin Bieber's preacher?
Carl Lentz,
You know who he is?
yeah,
Whoa.
he texted me actually.
Whoa. He's trying to groom you. Trying to pull you in.
Is he a dark arts?
How low do you wear your shorts?
Huh? Oh, I saw you guys making fun of his root.
Dick root.
Yeah, that was a little wild, huh?
So you know him? So you
I've
guys
never met him.
No, you just text each other back and forth.
Yeah, we communicate sometimes. Yeah, that's that root.
Hashtag dick root. That's
And he,
it's good.
yeah, they're both
Camo
camo
too.
too.
He's got camo
But
shorts.
they,
Those camo shorts? Yeah.
But I've never met him. But I would go
Just
to.
text each other.
Yeah.
Just to try to meet you, and you're like, not tonight, bro.
You think he's homoerotic?
No.
Oh,
No.
I mean,
That's a weird way of putting it.
I
I think you're homoerotic. What?
bro, you're way gayer than me, bro. You always, every time I'm here, you talk about jerking off the magical hat we almost wore. What about that?
The problem is like you came in here with like gay expectations.
No, I got nothing, dude. I jerked off yesterday. I'm not even planning on coming again for a couple days.
Do you have a time where like if you've jerked off and it's been like 4 days, like man, maybe I should do something?
I get that feeling inside of me. It's like a vulture that wants to fly out of my fucking
Right. But
dick or my brain.
you don't want to be like too sex obsessed.
No.
Like there's a balance, right? You don't want to beat off every day.
No.
You don't want to not beat off either because then it'll consume you.
But I think I'm gonna start hunting that dream. Dude, I want that fucking nocturnal bust. Dude, I'm gonna start a group.
I'm hunting that dream.
The LNDs, bro. Those late night busters, bro. Those dreams.
Dude, how funny is that expression? I'm hunting that dream.
Yeah.
I want that nocturnal buster. That's what I want. Hunting the dream.
But dude, imagine you fucking her just like.
Have you ever commented dice playing noises? Oh! Have you?
That guy's a fucking mook, man.
A mook?
I never liked him. Every
You
time I
never
see him at
liked
the comedy
dice?
store, he's never been nice.
He's never nice to you? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know why.
No. Have you said hi to him? Have you had a conversation with him?
I've tried. I feel like I've tried to engage with him, and one time he brought me up on stage, and he kept like they told him my name a million times, and he never got it. It just got to the point where it felt like he was like being rude, you know, like making fun.
He might just be having fun. He's a good guy.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a good guy. I'm a fan.
Maybe I need to see another side of him. I mean,
you
I would
probably just gotta get to know him, man. Just get to know him. Dude, when I was a kid, I was a gigantic Dice Clay fan. Remember when I first started meeting him at the store, I was like, I can't even believe he's here.
But once you got to know him as an adult, I mean, being a
He's
fan,
always been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
maybe I just need to have a new experience with him.
Yeah, he's Dice. He's crazy. Like half of his thing, like if you go to his Instagram, half of it is like a put on. He's always fucking around.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
always being funny.
Yeah, that's true.
But he gave me very good. He's the reason why I started touring. He gave me very good advice. And I was, it was like in the 90s, man. He's like, you should go fucking tour. I was like, you're funny. He's like, you don't want to hang around here all the time. And I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, he's right. I don't want to hang around here all the time. Like, I should do clubs. I should make a living. And what he was basically saying was like, don't get roped into only working in Hollywood, doing television shows and stuff like that, because then these other people control your destiny. You could tour.
Yeah.
And this is from him, obviously coming out of, he had the most insane, epic success of any comedian ever.
Yeah, he was a rocket ship.
He had sold out hundreds of arenas, giant ass places.
Oh, I remember when his DVD, or his seat, whatever would hit the neighborhood, and all the kids were watching it, and I wasn't even allowed to watch it.
So I thought when I was listening to him talk, I was thinking, oh yeah, of course. Like this guy probably made more money than anybody ever did on a sitcom ever.
Oh yeah.
And he did it just doing whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And he was basically saying, hey, don't get wrapped up in this only. You can tour, you can make money. I mean, even if I never made money the way he did, you can still make a living. Whereas if you don't tour and you just do sitcoms or just work in television, especially if you work as a writer, that's the dark path. The great stand-up comic that becomes a writer, they never tour and they never develop a crowd. And
Does that happen?
Yes, it happens a lot.
But weren't they just supposed to be a writer then?
No. They gave in to the writing. They could have. We know great comedians who mostly work as writers. It doesn't make any sense when they don't want to. They want to be a comic out there performing, and the level of their material is far better than the level of their notoriety. You know,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's
I always use Owen Smith as a perfect example. Owen Smith, in my opinion, is one of the best comedians on the planet. He's a killer. That dude makes me cry.
Funny guy.
And he's so good. His timing, his stage presence, his delivery, his material, the subject matter, it's excellent. It's top shelf comedy.
Yeah.
But most people don't know who he is.
Right.
And that's because he's made a great living as a writer, but he should be recognized as a comic as well.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. So basically what Dice was telling me back then was like, get out, go someplace, go do the road, do comedy out there. You can headline clubs.
Well, gratefully, yeah. I mean, I'm glad he did that because we wouldn't get you. You might not be the same comedian if he didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I don't know. You know, it's easy. Like, it's easy to just decide someone's an asshole. Or, you know, you have one interaction with someone, you want to shit on them. I just think you should be. And I'm trying to do this myself. Be very careful when you shit on somebody.
Yeah.
When is it valid, and when is it just you looking for something to shit on?
Right.
Like, when are you showing no empathy?
Yeah.
You know, what is it?
No, I think. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm willing to have a new experience.
Too late. You fucked up.
Fuck.
Said his name. Said Mook. It's over.
Oh well, I don't care about that. I mean,
He's gonna get mad.
well, he was an asshole to me, so
I was
it's
an
okay
asshole.
they kept. They're like, he was on stage before me, so I was gonna go up after him.
He was probably joking around, man.
Yeah, but at a certain point, it was just rude. It
Wait, he
went
saying
past
his
that. No, it was just like he kept not getting it, and then fuck it, you know, it's just like at a certain point to me, it was just rude.
I see. Because you were probably a little bit anxious. You're going on after him, and then he's not saying your name right. You feel like, oh, he doesn't know who I am, so this is kind of disrespectful.
There could have been. Yeah, I think that certainly could have been my part in it. There could have been some ego in it, but
99.9% fucking around.
yeah,
He thought it was funny.
maybe it was.
He would do that if he knew you.
Yeah,
He'd be like, oh, who? Bobby Lee.
right,
He's alive. I mean, that's part of who he is.
right. Well, maybe I'll have an opportunity to get to know him better.
Him and Dom Herrera hate each other.
They do.
I'm great friends with both of them.
Now, I loved watching him at Mitzi Shores when he performed at the Mitzi Shores reunion or death party.
Yeah.
But I remember I liked watching him there. You know, I think that he's a great comedian and stuff. But you know, what is he like now though? I don't know.
Who would you have liked to have seen live that you never got a
Richard
chance to see?
Pryor. That would have been it.
I got to see him live when he was really old and sick, unfortunately.
I love him, man.
Yeah.
He's from near where my mother's from in Illinois.
Peoria in the house. I at least got a chance to be in his presence and see him live.
Yeah, and he had this kind of had this head bob thing that was very.
You know who I think could come back and her stand up right now?
Roseanne.
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
I think if Eddie Murphy came back right now, he would murder stand-up. Murder it.
Somebody said that the other day. They were thinking he might come back.
He did a thing one day where he was talking about Bill Cosby, about them taking awards away from Bill Cosby. And he did this Bill Cosby impression, and he did it. Look at this. What does that say? What happened? Pop-ups. Motherfucker.
He's coming back for that.
The movie?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well,
Is Arsenio in it too?
he just had his 10th kid.
Wow.
Just shooting mad loads.
Now there's a guy who needs a birch tree in the yard.
57 years old.
He's 57?
Yeah.
Damn, it's amazing. He's only 6 years older than me.
Dude.
Or, 6 years older.
There's
That's
a guy.
amazing.
Eddie Murphy.
It's been around forever. Dude, he was killing it when he was like 18 years old. He was on Saturday Night Live when he was like 18 or something. It's crazy. You forget how young he was when Delirious rolled around. Like,
Yeah.
good Lord. He was probably 22 years old or something.
Would you? I bet he can come pretty far. How far do you think he can come? Probably a foot. We went over the world record. I bet Jim Carrey can come 30 feet, bro. That guy looks like he
I
can
bet
really
there's a lot of
bust.
dudes out there that have broken the world record in distance coming, and nobody wants to give any credit for it because it's like an impromptu thing, you know? Like you don't know.
I don't know. I think
you're
you know.
excited. You pull out.
Is that what Peter North was known for?
He was known for volume.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
They
that's
call it
that's a crazy thing.
the big
When
spitter.
your loads are so hectic that you're known for them. Like if you say big loads, you say Peter North. Everybody knows. Think about that.
Oh yeah.
But all the fucking substantial loads that all the porn stars have dumped on all those maidens all over the land, and then one dude is known for the highest volume of cum. Like, you got to be known. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
You got to be known.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Time after time
Right,
again.
right,
You got to fucking bring that gravy boat. Bro.
Yeah. You got to be like the Kanye West of loads.
You have to be coming and also
Right.
probably look at your watch or your phone during it, and you're still coming when you look back at your dick.
You got to be the Mike
That's
Tyson
crazy.
of loads.
Yeah.
You got to be
You got to be
the
bust,
Michael
Douglas.
Jackson of loads. Like Michael Jackson, undeniable. You think
No, he had very little cum in him. I bet.
dancing, probably zero.
Oh,
But dancing prodigy, like he's the Michael Jackson of dance.
yeah. But you don't cum much when you're doing all that.
What activities do you think you do where you come a lot? Like the kind of people that like power lifters probably shoot giant loads, right?
I think you would think they do, but for their size and stuff, they're not doing that much.
Who do you think shoots the biggest loads?
Oh, I think a guy that's in space. I think a guy that's on a cliff, like a cliff climber.
Yeah, but is that the biggest loads?
I mean, that guy's shooting some fucking.
Just because he has the balls to climb up like that?
He's busting
Ooh,
some real
that's what it is.
spackle.
Maybe that's what it is. Like he's got balls. Like those guys shoot bigger loads.
Yeah.
Like BMX jumpers, they jump 3 times in the air and then land on the bike.
Yeah.
Maybe they have the biggest loads.
Also, guys who like fake put a sign on their car when they don't pay a meter, like meter's broken, and they just put that on their car and fucking still park there. Those dudes bust some loads, bro. I think there's other things too.
Like pickpockets?
Oh, people that wear turtlenecks do not come very much or far.
No. What is it about wanting to keep your neck
no.
warm? It's not very manly.
It's just a bitch move. It's just the most French thing too. And I don't care about the French, dude.
Wow, but have you been there or are you just
I've
like
been there.
prejudice?
I'm probably prejudiced too.
Have you been to France?
Yeah.
Have you been to Montreal?
I've been in Montreal.
You didn't love the French?
I love the Canadians.
French Canadians.
Yeah, I'll take them.
You love Canadians, period.
I love Canadians, period.
But do you love French Canadians?
Yes, because they are Canadian. But French, bro,
Not into French.
and nobody is.
They make great wine.
Yeah.
That's not true. People go to Paris every year.
Yeah, but they leave. It's not the kind of place people are milling around, man.
I think people go there and they decide that it's better than America sometimes. Didn't Johnny Depp move there?
Yeah.
Poor Johnny. You know who else moved there? Fuck. The guy from Law and Order.
Mandy Patinkin? No.
Richard Belzer. Richard Belzer moved to France.
He met a woman probably then.
Oh, yeah.
I would think.
Oui.
I mean,
Free love.
yeah.
Bread.
I bet you bust in France, bro.
The vino.
Imagine that semen just cruising down the street in that city.
Slippery. The roads are slippery.
I bet it's all
Cars going
scooters.
around corners sideways. The roads are slick with loads.
Welcome to
They're going sideways
semen
around
just
corners.
everywhere through the air.
There's loads are flying out of the bushes.
DNA.
Out of the fucking manhole covers, like the clown Pennywise.
Dude, this shit is getting gay, bro. It's already, I gotta fucking.
It's just very dick oriented today. I wouldn't say it's gay.
Well, it's that time of year. It's spring. People are refreshed.
Spring. It's the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
It's freezing cold out. It's just January.
Whatever. You guys aren't open minded. That's what I think.
It doesn't get more winter than January.
Well,
It's not even Groundhog's Day yet.
Why not just say it's August?
okay.
Why not just lie? Hey man, it's like it's August out. Like what? It's spring.
I have the
It's
best
midsummer.
calendars.
Dude, we just did 3 hours.
Did we?
It's 3:30.
Jesus Christ, bro. This is the longest conversation I've ever been in my life. Now we
No, we've done this before.
not this much,
I
man.
think we did. Well, how long was the last one? I think a lot of them are 3 hours.
I'm gonna have to get on some pills or something to be able to go through this.
You shouldn't drink one of these nitros.
Really?
Caffeinated, yeah, they juice you up. Plus, it was fun.
Oh, it was fun.
Actually, the last one was longer.
Oh,
Really?
15 minutes longer than we've gone.
Damn, that fucking limited bust on this one. Huh?
I think it's the right time to end it, though.
Yeah.
We did it.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure, brother. Anytime. You got a new podcast out with Brendan Schaub.
Yep, called The King and the Sting, and it comes
Oh,
out.
how'd you become the Rat King? What is that?
He just made fun of me one time and called me a rat.
Oh, did you see that video of a bunch of rats connected together to pretend that they're a snake?
Oh, yeah,
There was. I just said Whitney Cummings sent it to me.
they do
Seen
that.
that?
That's trickery.
I found it on Twitter. You seen that?
Yeah.
It's on my Twitter. There's a bunch of rats that connected themselves and they're running together to pretend that they're a snake.
That's a rat king.
To confuse. Well, a rat king is when they all get bundled up together and they get stuck.
And they get their tails twined up.
How the fuck does that ever happen? It's disgusting creatures.
Party.
Yeah, they die that way too. They find them all caked up and fucking trapped.
Partying, bro. But it's spring break, dude. It's Burning Man.
That's Burning Man for rats.
Yeah.
Look at this. Watch this. Play this. Look at this. Those are all rats, all completely bundled up together to look like a snake. So the mama rat's in the front, and all the baby rats stay connected to each other to pretend they're snakes so they avoid predators.
And if you and I saw that from far away, we'd think it was a snake.
100%.
Yeah.
How crazy is
That's
that?
amazing. Mother Nature's amazing, man.
Mother Nature's a motherfucker.
Yeah. We're limited time, I think. Humans.
You think?
Oh, this is part time, bro. There's no way they're letting us out here fucking around
All
forever.
those dumb motherfuckers can do is pretend to be a snake. We can make snakes. We can make robot snakes. Let's shoot them to Mars out of our robot dick.
We can't beat an avalanche, though.
Can if you're not there. Oh. Don't go near where it gets avalanchy.
Nice move, bro. Nice move.
The King and the Sting. Theo Vaughn on Instagram and Twitter.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, my brother. Anytime. And we'll see you tonight at the Comedy Store. Later.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATKING. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. You If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways.